1 live.
Thank you. Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the May 9th, 2024 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022. It is being recorded. Commissioners Stebbins, Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be done by roll call. We have a full agenda today. It will be a long one that I will generally summarize. We will begin with opening comments from commissioners and the approval of 3 sets of minutes. Then the acting executive director will present the acting executive director and commission staff report before we proceed to state license recommendations. There are 4 change of ownership application recommendations, 5 license renewal recommendations, 4 provisional license recommendations, 5 final license recommendations, and 1 responsible vendor training renewal. There are 4 enforcement actions and 7 items in the commission discussion and vote section today. They are an executive director, the search report, the model equity ordinance, guidance on municipal equity, island transportation discussion, delivery license type policy updates, accounts receivables policy introductory discussion, and the communications manager job description. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting today to please just raise your hand to be recognized. Also, if you need to take a break at any time, just let me know and we will pause for that break. With that being said, we will go into initial comments, beginning with Commissioner Roy.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. This morning, I want to start by sharing numbers. As we announced recently, the Cannabis Control Commission that oversees this industry, the industry now produced $6 billion in adult use sales, combined with medical sales equals about $7 billion cannabis industry in the state of Massachusetts. On 4/20, a celebrated holiday in the cannabis space, the industry had record sales day of 8.5 million in sales. Tax revenues, they since fiscal year 2019 have exceeded $1.1 billion, outpacing alcohol and excise tax and outpacing cranberries as a top crop in the Commonwealth. We had a wonderful event at the State House, the State of the Cannabis Industry, and I had the opportunity at that event to share where the tax revenue goes from the Marijuana Regulation Fund. Including in fiscal year 23, there was 135.8 million was allocated to public health and substance addiction programs, 20 million allocated to community empowerment and the reinvestment grant program, 6 million to reentry grant programs, 14 million went to community college equity success programs, and 98,000 went to agricultural oversight of hemp and cannabis. And most recently, 50 grants were awarded to cannabis social equity businesses in 28 communities, totaling $2,350,000 through the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund, funded by the Marijuana Regulation Fund. And I believe we have a recipient with us today of one of those grants. So congratulations on that. Over 22,000 jobs created in the cannabis industry in Massachusetts. I also had a wonderful opportunity to attend 2 social equity program application clinics over the past month and a half. The first one in Worcester at the DCU Center, and then Holyoke most recently, which was very well attended. Congratulations to Director Williams and the team for a job well done facilitating them all. They were all over the state. I also had the opportunity to attend a Taunton Senior Safety Summit. And I really enjoyed my time there. I got so many questions from seniors about our medical program. I look forward to exploring more opportunities, especially with the prospect of rescheduling to reach older Americans, prospective medical patients, as well as the medical community with this important information about our medical program. I also want to thank the Hank Stoltz Show and Spectrum News for having me on to discuss updates in the cannabis industry. I look forward to our commission discussion today around important topics, including island delivery, accounts receivable, municipal equity, HCAs, and an update on the ED search. Yesterday, if you don't know, was State Employee Recognition Day in Massachusetts. And I just want to take this time to recognize our 135 employees for their hard work overseeing the $7 billion industry. And I also enjoyed meeting and talking with so many of our talented staff at our Employee Appreciation Day last Friday. That was a lot of fun, and a shout out to our winning team who built the tallest macaroni tower. So last but not least, I want to wish everyone a happy Mother's, I want to wish a happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. And yes, an early happy Mother's Day to my two colleagues and mothers within the rest of our team. Always want to start off with a thanks to our team. And this month, it was a much more diverse team interactions that we had between licensing and I&E and legal, government affairs and policy for all their prep work. As Commissioner Roy said, and Chair, you pointed out, it's an important agenda with a lot of discussion topics. I want to thank our licensing team. Always appreciate the chance to review renewals that are coming up and review past meeting conditions on licensees, especially renewals, and get updates as to who's responded and who we're still waiting on past that 30-day deadline. I want to thank Marcus at Kush Groove Dispensary in Cambridge and Jason Raposa at Goodfields, the beverage and tincture manufacturer, for hosting me for tours and the chance to discuss topics including accounts receivable, the cannabis market, social consumption. Appreciate them both taking time out of their schedule to discuss their business and host me at their facilities. In advance of our last SEP orientation session in Holyoke, I had the opportunity to speak to a handful of media outlets in our 4 Western counties. I want to thank the entire comms team for their help and our EPCO team for hosting that last session before the application deadline. I also had the chance to join Peyton Schubrick from Six Bricks for a cannabis discussion on Focus Springfield local access station. Also had the chance to meet with Mayor Reichelt from West Springfield and discuss the community's pivot from a no community to opening of their first dispensary. Also want to thank the team, as Commissioner Roy pointed out, for organizing our annual Day on the Hill. Chair, I know this was your brainchild as the Commission's new government affairs outreach strategy that we finally found a way to unite the Commission's voice in so many topics. And I also want to acknowledge the milestone of $6 billion in mass sales. That milestone would not have been reached without the strong foundation laid down by our inaugural set of commissioners, our entire team, kind of past and present, in the work that this commission has done. I hope the industry will continue to thrive and continue to remain compliant. And I'm excited to see how the changes from Chapter 180 will impact the market. As Commissioner Roy pointed out, we had a great sales day on 4/20, but we also need to acknowledge the frustration and concerns about the point of sale system functionality for some of our licensees. Some licensees raised complaints about delays, and I&E acknowledged one incident report where a licensee was down from noon to 7 p.m. Other news reports have quoted our licensees and possible estimates of sales losses. One point of sale provider was noted in recent articles about the operational challenges in 4/20. And though this commission does not license the point of sale providers, they all interact with our metric system. And we acknowledge that any loss of sales not only impacts our businesses, but obviously impacts revenues to the Commonwealth. I would suggest at a future meeting, we take an opportunity to reach out to these point of sale platform providers, invite them in and hear about the challenges that they went through on 4/20 and perhaps what corrective actions they're taking going forward. So that's it for me, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, and thank you for that suggestion. I know you and I, we figure out the logistics of that, and we still will, to see how we can organize that conversation. I think it's needed. I usually am relatively short with my opening comments. Today is not one of those days. I have a few things to hit on. First, I do want to just thank the team here at the Cannabis Control Commission and my colleagues for doing such a tremendous job at the State of Cannabis event. At one point, I just sat back to just listen to all of the work that goes into the day-to-day operations. And for anyone who may have missed it, we do plan to have this again next year. This was the second annual event. It was really, and it is an opportunity to understand the inner workings of the Cannabis Control Commission, to really understand how we operate. I think that a lot of people and a lot of the public are familiar with the commissioners because we're public facing, but there's so many people here who really do a lot of hard work. So I wanted to call them out by name because I was blown away. I was blown away by everyone who contributed, and just hearing just the amount of work and time that they put into this agency and making sure that we have a thriving industry. So I want to thank Catherine Binkowski, Geneve Hall, Derek Chamberlain, Tim Gooden, Dr. Julie Johnson, Darius Sands, Mercedes Erickson, Kathy Oliver Jones, and of course, Matt Giancola, who's our Director of Government Affairs. Each one of these members of the team, they really serve significant roles here, but they were not shy about getting up to that podium at the State House and really articulating and really breaking down just really complex work that they do. I know I highlighted Geneve at the event, but I still have to just highlight her again because it was really complicated stuff that goes into lab testing and the way that our operations occur internally. So for anyone who might have missed that, I encourage you strongly to attend the next one. I also want to thank the chairs, Chair Donahue and Chair Gomez, for being really open and supportive partners in the state of cannabis. And I am really happy, and we're lucky to have them as partners moving forward and making sure that we are collaborating and being accessible and a resource for anybody who's at the State House. I also wanted to thank Harvard Business School. Last month, I participated in their first annual Cannabis Business Conference, and I was joined by regulators from Connecticut, New York, Illinois, New Jersey, and Vermont. And it is always interesting to get into a space with regulators from other states because you understand how unique Massachusetts is. It's also a reminder of us really being at the forefront of a lot of things. We were on an island for a while, Massachusetts, with no neighbors who were online, and now we have many neighbors online on the East Coast. But it was a really good opportunity. It was a really good discussion. And I just wanted to thank the students there and to Harvard Business School as a whole for a really good dialogue. The main thing, though, that I wanted to talk about today is if anybody has seen our agenda, you have noticed that there are 5 renewals. And I wanted to talk about HCAs, the HCA process right now as it relates to Chapter 180 and the new law that's in place. So Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022, it provided CCC with oversight over host community agreements and memorialized and clarified already existing provisions in state law for host community agreements and community impact fees, dating back to the inception of this agency and industry through Chapter 55 of the Acts of 2017. As we know, and as we are really familiar with here, and anyone who has been paying close attention, who operates in this industry, who has people in their municipalities working in this industry, the legislature enacted and the governor signed Chapter 180 into law almost 2 years ago in August 2022. And that is what gave our agency authority and enforcement powers as it relates to these mandatory local contracts. The commission then approved draft regulations in accordance with Chapter 180 last summer, followed by a public comment and hearing process involving many impacted stakeholders, and ultimately the approval of final regulations in September. The Secretary of State then promulgated the commission's revised regulations in October. Our agency then approved and published a model host community agreement, host community agreement waiver, and updated guidance in March as additional tools that host communities and licensees can consider to help accomplish that. All of those developments involved a multitude of public meetings and engagement. So cities, towns, and licensed applicants and licensees have had ample notice and a long runway to ensure their draft or existing host community agreements come into compliance with state law and ultimately our agency's regulations. Still, we find ourselves here today with a clear issue: ongoing non-compliance with the law and regulations, which prevents the number of licensees we are accustomed to seeing from making this month's agenda for a renewal vote. There is no doubt that our licensees stand to lose the most from delays and changes to the status of their operations. However, host community agreements that fail to comply with the law will potentially cause broader harm if not rectified swiftly. In the short term, non-compliance affects our licensees' ability to operate or progress through the licensing process. In the long term, non-compliant HCAs that may result in host communities and licensees from ending their relationship could impact local jobs and economic development and local revenue in the form of local option taxes, as well as our state's overall revenue generation and the Marijuana Regulation Fund, which now capitalizes the long-awaited Social Equity Trust Fund. We've talked about that so many times here. We've advocated here in this very room for the creation of the Social Equity Trust Fund. And it's important that we're mindful of the overall implications of not having these compliant HCAs. We look forward to the coming months as more licensees appear on our agendas with legally compliant host community agreements. We know this is a new process, and the agency has just begun issuing requests for information to licensees and host communities with HCA issues. Getting previously existing contracts into compliance may take some time in the beginning. For any negotiating parties who might be listening today, I encourage you to do a few things. I encourage you to review the Model HCA, the HCA waiver, the guidance on host community agreements, and other avenues available such as equitable relief if needed. As a reminder to licensees whose renewals and final licenses are due for submission and commission review in the coming months, please pay attention to your renewal deadlines and how that will dictate the timelines by which you need to review and potentially negotiate new HCAs with your host community. Mass CIP users get reminder notices when 150, 120, 90, 60, and 30 days out from expiration. The new requirement is that renewal applications are submitted no less than 90 days from the date the license expires. State law and regulations require the Commission to review submitted HCAs within 90 days. Failure to timely submit a renewal may impact the licensee's ability to continue to operate or advance in the licensing process. Pay attention to the determination notices and notices of deficiencies identifying deficiencies. If you need an extension, ask for one. The regulations permit the Commission to extend a license expiration date in its discretion. Be prepared for the Commission to request more information about your submitted HCA and how that may affect the timeline on your HCA negotiation with your host community. I think we fully expect, I'm saying, I think we as a collective would agree with this statement. We fully expect to see licensees with compliant HCAs in the months to come and want to make sure we use this part of the meeting to remind licensees that are up for renewals soon to get started. Get ready now. Our guidance on host community agreements are available at masscannabiscontrol.com, and it's a helpful resource to review as you begin this process. I wanted to highlight that because our agenda we have a long agenda today, but it's really obvious that the portion that is usually long and extensive is shortened, and that is the renewals, being only 5 today. And this is something that is a major part of Chapter 180. It was a major component of the changes to the law. It's something that so many people have advocated for, so many operators who are within this industry, and it's essentially a clarifying change in the law. So we're hopeful that we do not see more issues with compliance, but we're also mindful that sometimes we need to remind everyone of the law and the responsibilities under the law. So I will end there. That would wrap our opening comments for today. The next item on today's agenda is the approval of 3 sets of minutes. They are from November 9th, 2023, November 16th, 2023, and December 14th, 2023 public meetings. I'll pause there and ask my colleagues if you have had the opportunity to review those meeting minutes and if there are any questions about them. Okay, all right. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the November 9th, 2023 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the November 16th, 2023 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the December 14th, 2023 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay, the next item on today's agenda is the Acting Executive Director and Commission Staff Report. Good morning, Acting Executive Director Deborah Hilton Creek. I will turn things over to you. It's good to see you this morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. So I do have an update. I'll make this quick. I won't rush through the staff recognition because, you know, just to echo what commissioners are saying, we have an incredible staff at the commission, and every opportunity that we get to showcase our staff, we are going to do that. So I'm going to start with kudos to the I&E team. They are putting out an enormous amount of work. And as you know, there's a lot that goes into reviewing licensing materials, the Chapter 180 implementation that is ongoing, reviewing of HCAs. I'm just amazed at the amount of work that is being generated out of the I&E department. So kudos to the team. In addition to that, you know, also conducting inspections, investigations, enforcement actions. The list goes on and on. So I just wanted to say kudos on behalf of the commission and all of us as co-workers and employees of the commission. Congratulations to the I&E team for the amount of work that they've generated over the last few months. Thank you so much. I'd also like to recognize the cohort 4 team, and this is Director Williams's team in the SCP program. I had an opportunity to experience the process, and it was so exciting to see the amount of interest and the diversity in the attendees. I think that Director Williams and her team, they did a really great job. A lot of hard work was put into the planning and execution that really demonstrated the Commission's continued commitment to diversity and inclusion, both internally and externally. So thank you to Director Williams and her team. I would also like to congratulate the commissioners and staff for achieving a spectacular $6 billion in sales in April. I don't know about everyone else, but this is pretty stunning. And I would go as far as saying the commission is a phenomena. Our staff are exceptionally talented, and they continue to demonstrate our strength and unity as a commission. So thank you again to commission and staff for such an exciting and fantastic achievement. Going on to the Chief of Staff role, as you know, a Chief of Staff role was posted internally and as a promotional opportunity. This is an important role that will support our commission and staff. And I would like to say congratulations to Attorney Andrew Carter for accepting the role. And as we move forward, Mr. Carter or Attorney Carter will be involved in a lot of the operational type work that goes on at the commission and will be a conduit between the staff and the commissioners to make sure that we keep moving forward. We stay on our success path, And welcome to the role, Chief of Staff Andrew Carter. An update on an audit. So as you know, from time to time, the commission, receives requests or actually state auditing authorities will receive requests regarding auditing the commission. And I just wanted to share this most recent audit that came out of the Comptroller's office. And the Comptroller issued its findings in response to a senator's request for a CCC audit in terms of our internal control plan. The audit findings were submitted, and we are happy to announce that we are in compliance with state financial laws, and that a thorough audit was done by the Comptroller's office, and we are happy to see the results. So I thought that was one of the highlights of today's meeting that needed to, be shared with the public. And again, congratulations to the staff for making sure that we maintain our compliance with our state auditing authorities.
Thank you, Debbie. I had
Budget update and sorry.
Okay. Before we went to the budget update, I had a question about the audit. What was the time frame of the audit?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, Madam Chair?
No problem. Debbie, can you tell us the time frame? What was the timeline of that audit?
So, hold on one second. Let me go to my document here. So the audit happened or took place, I believe it was somewhere within April, within the month of April, and a finding was sent to us. Oh boy, I'm so sorry. I have several documents open here.
Okay.
Forgive
Take
me.
your time.
Okay, so the time frame was around May, the April time frame, and so the findings were communicated to us on May 6th.
Okay.
And this was about the same time that the letter was sent to the senator regarding the outcomes of the audit. And I am happy to read the general statement that was made, if that would be helpful.
Yes, please.
Okay, so it's stated in general for the reasons discussed above and the reasons that were cited. Okay, so my chief of staff is giving me a little bit of information. So I'm referring to this as an audit, what was more a review, and I'm sorry if I use those two words interchangeably, but to me a review sometimes feels like an audit. In general, for the reasons discussed above, which included all the different areas that the Comptroller's office is looking for in terms of compliance, it was determined that the commission's internal controls are compliant, and that the commission's ICP substantially complies with the CTR's internal control guide. So that is excellent news, and I just thought it would be a good piece of information to share here at the public meeting.
Thank you, Debbie.
You're welcome. Okay, so moving on to the budget update. So as you know, the budget process continues for FY25. I know that we are having a really difficult time in the state right now, and while the budget is probably not where we had expected we would land, we will continue to advocate based on the amount of work that's being put out of the commission and the value that we bring to the Commonwealth. So, we're very appreciative of all of our legislators and those who have partnered with us here at the commission. And we continue to, put out the work that goes on here. And as I mentioned before, this is a very strong agency, and we'll continue to ensure that we remain a strength within the community and for the state and for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Matt, I'm sorry, our Director of Government Affairs, Matt, is with us, and I don't know, Matt, if you wanted to add anything to that.
Thank you, Madam Acting Executive Director. Good morning, Commissioners. Not too much to add, just that where we are in the process is the Senate will be taking up amendments through next week and then moving on to debate the week afterwards. From there, the House and Senate will convene a conference committee to remedy the two different budgets. And we should have a better understanding of the Commission's final appropriation probably by late June or early July. We are currently working with Senate leadership on ways that the Commission may improve its budget outlook for the year ahead. I also want to give kudos to the finance team who have been doing really incredible work, crunching some numbers to see what can work and what the Commission will need to do to maintain its operations and make sure that we are sufficiently protecting public health, safety, and welfare. So as this process continues to move forward, I'll be sure to update staff here at the Commission as well as commissioners as developments are made.
Director Giancola, is there an amendment being sponsored on our behalf?
There will be, yes, and that
Okay.
figure would be to mirror H2, which was the governor's recommendation, which she released in late January of this year. That would essentially put us at operationally 16.5 and the medical marijuana program at 3.7 million. Sorry, excuse me.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Chair. Director Giancola, when those amendments are filed, could you send the language over to the commissioners, whatever amendments are filed?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One more question, sorry. Director Giancola, I know things have a way of changing, but do we have an anticipated time frame on when this will be taken up?
The Senate budget will be taken up the week after next. The conference committee will be comprised of 3 members of the House, 3 members of the Senate, and they will conduct their work usually in June and July. We unfortunately never have a firm understanding of exactly when a final budget will be ready, but we hope as soon as possible because it would be very helpful for our finance team to really understand what FY25 looks like for the agency.
I think we should develop a strategy with some additional touch points and outreach, considering the amount of work that's going into the implementation of Chapter 180 and what we're seeing. I don't think it's a secret or a surprise that we need more staff, especially with the amount of work that overseeing so many different processes under Chapter 180 entails. But we can have a few conversations just to figure out what that might look like.
Yeah, and the acting executive director and the finance team have really been out front on thinking of new strategies on how we can pursue the funding that we need. So yeah, we should absolutely have that conversation.
Okay. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. Director Giancola, is there an outreach plan for the conferees?
The conferees have not been named yet. That would be after the
Okay.
Senate will pass its budget.
Okay, and once they are named, will there be an outreach strategy plan for the conferees?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we should certainly reach out. That is what we've done that in previous years, so I think we should do that again.
Great, thank you.
Maybe I'll clarify. That's what I was speaking to. It was just developing an outreach strategy around the process. So it would include the conferees and the members of the conference committee. I don't see any additional questions. Please continue.
Okay. So I do have a couple one other update, but that comes later in the meeting. But just to, add a comment to what Matt said regarding, strategies, we have started the conversation. So we are looking at ways in which, we can approach this going forward. So, Madam Chair, at some point, we will absolutely update the commission on where we land with those strategies.
Okay.
And that's my report for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Yeah.
I'll ask before going to the next session, is this the portion where Director Potvin comes in, or is it later on in the meeting today?
So
For
I
licensing
believe the
numbers.
licenses team is next.
Hello, Director Potvin.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning,
Good
Commissioners.
morning. Long time no see, and I mean that with so much sarcasm. Good morning.
Good morning, and good morning, Madam Executive Director.
Good morning.
So Director Potvin, just walk us through. I know that you usually have a lot of information and data, so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As with past practices, past meetings, the first kind of number of slides are going to be an update on Chapter 180 implementation. And then naturally that will flow into some high-level licensing data that we share regularly at all our public meetings. Starting with this first slide that's before you, I thought it was a really appropriate time to remind the public, remind the staff, remind commissioners of what our plan was that was first laid out in January about Chapter 180 implementation and some due dates. This slide hasn't been brought up for a couple of months, so I thought it was timely for the reminder. Essentially, to reiterate what was said back in January, is that we tried to break out Chapter 180 in all of its different parts in the policy initiatives that the Commission passed into 5 different phases. Phase 1 being focused on HCAs, which, while giving credence and definitely agreeing with everything the acting chair said in her opening comments, one thing I can say is that the parts of the HCA that were part of our deliverables, part of the things that we wanted to achieve by March 1st, were in fact achieved by March 1st. So I can report that. That being said, obviously there is still training ongoing. There's still the review of these HCAs ongoing. So I don't want to mitigate that at all. But the things that we needed to put in place to start achieving and reviewing for compliance, those HCAs, part of Chapter 180, those things were accomplished. Right now we're in, we just passed our municipal equity standards. I'm happy to report that a lot of these items that we wanted to achieve for municipal equity have been achieved by the state, but not all of them. I want to be honest and transparent about that. One of the things that we have not yet achieved, and this is based on timing and also the fact of the incredible work being done by our equity programming and community outreach team, is that it coincided with cohort 4 for our social equity program. So the one thing that we're still working on is the new designation and verification and pre-verification process for social equity businesses. One had to give way to the other, and that's not saying they're not all important, but again, with that team being the team that's going to be tasked with reviewing these applications, helping to develop it, their input is critical, and their input and their bandwidth was obviously focused on their outreach and their determination to make cohort 4 as successful as it has been. So we will continue working on that. But also, that was not the only piece of the municipal equity standards phase 2. One of the other pieces is the model ordinance or bylaw. That was presented to the commission in April for a draft. Then we put it out for public comment, which is the same thing that we did for the model HCA, because public comment and public input is essential to make sure that this is also successful. That document is now back before you today. So after the May 1st date, but by almost a week, with the edits that staff have reviewed and the public comments staff have reviewed, and incorporated those edits in a track change document for hopefully your final approval vote later on in this meeting. That document, that model ordinance of bylaw, is critical as one of the 3 options for municipalities and host communities to adopt for their minimum acceptable equity standards. That is one of 3 options that they can do. They can pull this document off the website and they can use it, they can vote on it in a democratic fashion, and they can, by voting and approving it and incorporating it into their bylaws or ordinances, they can meet one of the 3 minimum acceptable equity standards that the commission has set forth. So that document is before you today for hopefully a final approval vote. An updated guidance on municipal equity and industry participation that was originally presented to the commission in April. That is also back before you today with some track changes based not only on the commissioner's comments at the April meeting, but also we did a little double take. Is we took advantage of the public comment period for the model ordinance. And a lot of the comments that we got may not have been appropriate for inclusion into the model ordinance or bylaw, but it was something that maybe needed to be clarified in the guidance document. And so we were able to use those public comments as a little bit of a barometer to say, hey, maybe we need to put a little more meat on these bones in the guidance document to provide more clarity for municipalities and anybody who's going to be using it. So that document, again, is back before you today later on in this meeting with track changes and hopefully an approval vote so that can be available to municipalities and other constituencies. I'm also happy to announce that one of the requirements in the Commission's most recently adopted regulations around municipal equity is a notification requirement from municipalities. There is a notification requirement for municipalities to tell the Commission if they are in fact host communities, which means that they have licensees within their borders or they're engaging with license applicants within their borders to operate marijuana establishments or MTCs. They're required as of May 1st to adopt certain things. And after that point, they have to tell the Commission and notify the Commission of certain things. What is your equity plan? What of the 3 or more of those minimum acceptable municipal equity standards are you adopting so that you can meet that requirement? And there's a couple of other things. And the way that staff approached this was with being a 21st century agency, being efficient, trying to be accessible, trying to make sure that we are getting what we're needing and reducing back and forth and overall bureaucracy as much as possible as we can as a government agency. We created an application, a notification application in Mass CIP that outlines for the municipality everything they need to tell us. That application was built out by our investigations team, led by our acting director of investigations, Catherine Binkowski, members of her team, and also Derek Chamberlain, who is our Mass CIP guru. So he helped out the team, and I'm happy to announce that that application went live last night at 7 p.m. So that is something that municipalities can start accessing today and start complying with that notification requirement today. To tell the Commission about how they are complying with these new municipal equity standards. So while I want to congratulate the investigations team and also Derek, this is a big milestone, and this is also a new process as we continue this new new venture into oversight of municipalities in this area. So we're hoping that municipalities will review the guidance, review the model ordinance, review the notification requirement, and utilize Mass CIP to communicate with us on this front and have that in trying to achieve compliance in this new area of Chapter 180 municipal equity. So that's where we are on phase 2. When it comes to phase 3, phase 4, and phase 5, these things are all been in motion. Just because we were working on municipal equity doesn't mean that we haven't been working on community impact fee related policies and processes or amended agent applications, specifically around suitability requirements and all other things. However, I do want to, and I think in the next slide, this is where we will go, I will go a little bit more into detail, is that these dates that were put forward in January, they were aspirational. The first 2 dates of March 1st and May 1st, those dates were kind of prescribed to staff and set by policy by the Commission. So we wanted to stick to those, and we focus a lot of our attention on those dates. The dates for phase 3, phase 4, phase 5 were more aspirational and, for a lack of better terms, guesstimates. to be honest with you, those dates need to be reevaluated. And that's something that I plan on doing with our project team and obviously the acting executive director. They need to be looked at. They need to possibly be reevaluated and possibly adjusted. And there's a number of reasons why. One reason is HCAs are, like you said, Madam Chair, they are a Herculean event. They are a major compliance event. There's a lot of training that needs to go into that. And a lot of training that has gone into that. With that being said, that's something that is really living with our I&E licensing team, investigations team, and our testing team when it comes to independent testing labs. So there needs to be a focus on that for all the reasons that you said in your opening statements, which means that those people that will normally be working on Chapter 180 items may need to readjust and be reallocated to be working on HCA reviews. As you said, and as was stated earlier, there's a finite number of people on the staff. There's multiple priorities. And one of the priorities right now, especially for the I&E team, is the HCAs, which means that the members of that team and other teams, I don't want to just single out I&E, may need to be reallocated to HCAs, which means they will be having to not be able to address certain things on phase 3, phase 4, phase 5. So that is just one example of why there needs to be another look at this and reevaluation and a possible adjustment. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions before we go to the next slide, but that's my update on this.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Are there any questions? Okay, Director Potvin, there are no questions, and I know we'll have a number of different conversations between now and the next time we have a meeting, but I do want to just now thank you and the entire enforcement and licensing team, because this is a really heavy lift. You guys have done a tremendous amount of work that is not, it hasn't ended. There's still more work to be done, but I do want to just say thank you for everything that you guys have really worked hard to do.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have a question, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Chair. Is this the last slide on the HCA's of Chapter 180, Director Potvin?
This is not the last slide on Chapter 180.
Okay, because I do have a few questions and I didn't know if you had more slides, so I can wait till the end.
If that's what you so choose, yes, there are definitely more slides.
Perfect. I'll wait till the end. Thank you.
With that, if there's no other questions, let's go on to the next slide. Again, as has been regular practice, just some data snapshots. Again, showing the progress and the transparency and the movement of what staff have been accomplishing in between meetings on Chapter 180 implementation. Again, from a high level, this slide is talking about deliverables. Again, deliverables in this context means the end work product. In this case, as the example says, is model HCA template. That's a deliverable that's been completed. That's on our website. It's done. It's completely crossed off our list. And hopefully at the end of today, if the commission is amenable, 2 more deliverables will be crossed off our list: model ordinance or bylaw and guidance on municipal equity. So we can add that to our completed total later on if that so happens. But since the last meeting, the relevant data point here is that 20 deliverables have been completed. That doesn't necessarily mean those deliverables went to the commission for a vote. Those deliverables could be outreach to our constituencies, notifications. That could be the going live of a new application, like the host community municipal equity application. That could be a training that took place. That could be data initiatives. That could be internal communications. There's a number of different things that could add up to, but 20 more deliverables have been accomplished for now what is almost 40% of the identified deliverables overall. So we continue to progress. There is movement here. Next slide, please. So within every deliverable, there are checklist items because none of us work in a vacuum. This is a collaborative effort that involves multiple teams at multiple steps in a process. Again, for example, we'll use the model ordinance, for example, here, because it's timely. The model ordinance did not involve one person doing one thing. It involved somebody doing the initial draft of the model ordinance. In this case, a member of our legal staff. It then included refinement or edits or reviewing by our government affairs team, by other members. It then included a public comment period. That public comment period then included a post-public comment analysis. And that then included making track changes and updating the model ordinance that is now before you today. If we were to count those are 5 individual checklist items that went to that project. So that's where it's coming into, is the multiple teams at the multiple steps and the kind of coordination and collaboration that takes that's essential and part of our DNA that takes effect on every single one of these deliverables. These are all the steps in that process where there's a team member or team members that are doing something to achieve the ultimate deliverable goal. And since the last meeting, the relevant data point here is that 145 of those items have been checked off, which is, again, a lot of work by a lot of people, and not just a lot of work, but quality work and dedication and time. With that, that's the end of the data snapshot. So there are still some more slides on Chapter 180, but happy to answer any questions about the data slides.
You can continue.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So Chapter 180 regulations implementation, some high level items here. Milestone accomplishments. Again, I think I've outlined some of them in the first slide, but I don't want to overshadow this or underutilize this bullet point here. Again, there's been a lot of accomplishments to date. Model HCA is one. New guidance on host community agreements is another. The host community municipal equity application. Modification to over 26 applications of our license applications relating to just being able to receive HCA's certain data points and updated positive impact information. There's a lot that goes into this. Another big thing would be the number of outreach and communication tools that have been utilized. Emails to industry, emails to other constituencies, keeping them in the loop, and being transparent as possible on every step of this process, every phase of this process, every new item or tool that's available to them. And that goes into a lot of work by our communications team, not only the traditional communications team, like our director of communications, our press secretary, but also our creative services team. There's been also significant updates to our website, language updates, policy updates, and that is led by our director of digital and creative services and her team. So there's been a lot of updates, and those all go to that deliverable number that keeps on increasing. There's a lot of different moving parts that are coming together that are being achieved on a regular basis. It's nonstop, and it's continuing to improve and make sure that we're making all the appropriate updates for all of our constituencies. With that, I would go to the current project team focus. This is something I've already elaborated on. Right now, HCAs are a big focus, not so much for our project team, but for members of our project team that are in our licensing team or our investigations team. When we're talking about the project team focus, just purely on Chapter 180, the things that we're looking forward to right now is the build out of our social equity business verification or pre-verification application and the necessary updates around that. That is a technological update, that is website updates, that is communications that need to go out, that is training that needs to happen. Along the same lines is also the development of community impact fee submission applications. for licensees to submit those itemized invoices that they're receiving from the host communities. And the commission, through its new authority and oversight through policy, is to review those invoices and make determinations of whether the particular items that are supposedly reasonably related to the impact and the operation of the marijuana establishment at MTC, does this meet the new standard that the commission has set forth that the law has had? Is it just a miscellaneous amount, a miscellaneous payment, or is it actually reasonably related? Does it have a nexus to something that actually is contributable to the operation of the marijuana establishment within the last year? And then essentially doing line item vetoes of the things that are not, and then certifying a certain amount to the licensee and the host community saying, this is the amount that we deem that is compliant with the law, and this is the amount the licensee should pay. I know a lot of licensees have been looking forward to that. I know that was a big initiative in our working group, Madam Chair, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy, not to steal your thunder, but that sunshine requirement, that's where this is at. That's part of this focus is on that community impact fee. So a lot of thought is going into that. And that also, to be honest with you, as our team has been building that out and really diving into those policies, it's not apples to apples with HCAs, but it's new. And it's something that is very nuanced. It's something that we're being really thoughtful about and strategic and specific. And that is two of our focuses right now, the social equity businesses and that community impact fee, which is part of phase 2 and phase 3. That was a lot of information, and I see some contemplation. So before I go on to bullet point number 3, is there any questions? Would you like me to continue?
I guess, Director Poffin, I had a question. With the HCA, I'll paraphrase the review team, how many members of the staff are working on that, on reviewing the HCAs and essentially identifying any sort of non-compliance issues?
As of right now on the licensing team, it is myself. It is one of our associate enforcement counsels, Olivia Koval, who is part of the HCA working group. And it is 4 leadership members of licensing, which is 2 of our licensing managers and 2 of our licensing analysts. It is getting them up to speed and getting them to a level of comfortability with our compliance tools that we've developed and reviewing these HCAs. Again, I've said this numerous times, and I know that this is well accepted, but contract law is not easy. And this is contract law. The leaders within our teams need to be able to feel comfortable for us then to pass on that knowledge and train the team, our licensing specialists, which we have every intention of doing. But there needs to be a trickle down effect of people feeling comfortable with the subject matter expertise and our standards so that they then can partner with our licensing specialists and project coordinators or program coordinators to be able to train them to a level that needs to happen. So it is going to be a trickle down event, but right now it's focusing on that group and getting their level of comfort with our compliance standards with HCAs.
And Director Poffin, this might be hard to answer, but ideally, how many members of the staff would be working on this?
Ideally, if we were to say everybody that could possibly see an HCA and have to do an HCA analysis at some point, it's probably somewhere on the licensing team, it's about 15 to 17, but there is also our investigations team and compliance officer team that are going to have to assess these things for final licensure if it has not already been assessed for renewal, because there is this in between time between when the renewals due, but licensees that may be pushing forward towards final licensure. So if you include that team, that's another 27 or 28. And again, that number might be a little off. Now, also, again, like I said earlier, our independent testing labs that are moving forward in the licensing process. So now you also have to include our testing team, which is our director of testing, our laboratory and testing manager, our laboratory and testing analyst, and not to take it even further, but also our enforcement council team. There's going to be moments where these things may rise to a level of possible enforcement actions, or that we need a heightened level of legal review. So add another 5 or 6 onto that. So there's a big population, if we were to call it today, that would involve a great number of people touching these HCAs in some way, shape, or form at some way along the licensing process.
Thank you,
So,
Dr. Puffin.
No, and you're
Oh,
welcome.
go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
But I do right now, right as we speak right now, I said that within licensing itself is our associate enforcement counsel, Olivia Koval, and the 2 licensing managers and 2 licensing analysts. But it is also right now, HCA is under review by our acting director of investigations, her managers, her investigators, her compliance officer team, and also another associate enforcement counsel, Philip Scheffler. So there's a number of people right now, as of today, reviewing these HCAs and trying to make sure that our staff are getting the necessary training on a topic of law that, as you know, Madam Chair, is a class that is a year-long class in law school.
Mm-hmm.
It's not easy. And we're trying to come up to speed and make sure that we are doing this as timely as possible, compliant with the law, but also compliant with the standards and compliant with the purpose of the law. So there's a number of people within I&E that are currently actively reviewing HCAs right now. That number will grow over time.
Okay. I won't belabor the point, and we'll have time to talk even after this to understand how to resource the needs, because this is such a key component of the Chapter 180 changes and implementation. And even if I need to reassess what's on my lap and my responsibilities to give a body and put on my legal hat, then, maybe that's something we'll talk about, but I'll just stop there. We'll have more conversations just to figure out what can be done to resource this a little bit more, so we can kind of create a process internally. But I'll stop there. I don't see any hands, but okay, go ahead, Director Poppin.
I know Commissioner Roy has questions that I think she's been waiting for me to follow up to finish up with these slides. And I believe this is the last slide. And timeline evaluation and possible readjustment, I've already addressed that. I don't need to belabor that right now. But staff training and bandwidth comments, obviously that's been kind of addressed, the kind of readjustment of staff and the need to realign staff with what the priority of the time is, HCAs being that. With investigations coming up, that's going to be municipal equity, because they're going to start getting these notification applications from host community, and they're going to have to assess them for compliance standards. So that is on the investigation side. That's another component, now that this application went live last night, that we're going to start seeing those things. And that is something our investigation and compliance officer team is going to start seeing. So members of that team may need to get pulled off of certain Chapter 180 requirements or new objectives. So there is starting to become a little bit of bandwidth concerns, and the idea that we need to look at not only the timeline, but we need to look at work equity. We need to look at our objectives. We need to prioritize or reprioritize. And those are conversations that I think will happen over the upcoming days and weeks, which have been happening over the past days and weeks. Update on HCA progress. We've talked about that. I don't think that needs to go over. It needs to be addressed again, but the last item was a follow-up to a question that Commissioner Roy asked at the last meeting, and I believe it was at the end of maybe 2 or 3 hours of talking about things in the model ordinance and the guidance, and I apologize for not having this answer off the top of my head, but you did ask a question about a conversation that took place, I believe, in September during that 5-day stint of finalizing regulations of the one-to-one for our host communities to accept new license applicants relating to municipal equity and social equity. And you asked, is there a waiver option for the municipality to exercise or available for a municipality to apply for or request if for some reason they cannot meet that one-to-one ratio? And our government affairs team, specifically one of our policy analysts, Jessica Porter, when I posed this question during a conversation we were having last week, she's like, it's right there. It was adopted by the commission. And essentially it is in 500-181 that says in that section of one-to-one that the host community that thinks that they can't meet this requirement can apply or request a waiver from this requirement. But that waiver is subject to any waiver that we receive from the commission. It has to meet a certain standard of hardship. It has to meet a certain standard of mitigating factors or contributing factors. Again, this is not my area of expertise, but those requirements are outlined in 500.850. So if a licensee, for example, wanted to waive the requirement to have consumer education materials because there was a hardship for some reason, they would apply for or request a waiver like they would request it for anything else. Municipalities now, or host communities, if they could not meet that requirement, they would have to utilize the same exact process that a licensee or an applicant would have to do, but it is available to them. So I wanted to follow up to that question.
Thank you.
And I believe that's it on the Chapter 180 updates, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Potvin, for that presentation. Very helpful, and tremendous debt of gratitude to you and the team. I know how hard you've all been working, not only on these deliverables, but on this new authority that you have to oversee these HCAs. So having said that, I have a few more comments, and I have about 4 questions. We are in uncharted territory, if you will. Having jurisdiction over these HCAs, and you're right, it is a Herculean effort, and you did use that term, and I agree with you. I just have a few questions around, and let me just step back for a second. So during the process of promulgating Chapter 180 and drafting the host community agreement regulations, I had the opportunity to do a number of roundtables, and to a person, the number one concern that came around the table was under the new law, having municipalities taking their ball and going home, not playing ball, not coming to the table, and people's lives, their money, all of their investments have gone into this livelihood, and I'm not saying this is happening. This is not a blanket statement, but I am hearing anecdotally this is happening now, that if communities aren't coming to the table, and we can't compel a host community to be a host community. So I just want to throw that out. Like if someone has a Tier 7 outdoor grow, how does equitable relief help that they can't lift their grow out of the ground and move it to the next town, right? So these are significant issues. These are people's livelihoods. And as Madam Chair stated, the economics behind cannabis has been substantial for the state. So we don't want anyone to be short-sighted in that during this new process, these new laws, these new regulations. So you had mentioned about final licenses, and there's this space here, right, between having their final license and commence ops. Can you just talk about the impact? How does this work? I received a call the other day about an entity ready for their final license. They've passed all their inspections. They're in a seasonal tourist location, and if they don't open, they will be out of business if they can't open in time for the summer. And now they have a community not negotiating. This is scary times for these folks. So just talk about that with the final license. I know the I&E team, talking about part of the PFLI, reviewing, making sure that there is an HCA that is compliant, but let's just talk about the impact on final licenses in that space.
Dr. Poppin.
Thank you. And I see our acting director of investigations, Catherine Binkowski, has come on screen, which she, I think, will definitely be able to contribute to this conversation. But at a very basic level right now, what I would say to that is it's licensees who are in the provisional license stage that are moving forward towards final licensure. That's the piece right now that is, I think, what you're speaking to. The final license to commence operation stage is not impacted by this new policy. So it's people that have gotten a provisional license based on their application, have done the build out, have requested an inspection, have been inspected by our talented team of investigators and compliance officers, and they are now on the cusp of being recommended to the commission for final licensure. How are they impacted by this? There is a provision in the law that talks about final license application, that the commission cannot approve a final license application without a compliant HCA. And I am paraphrasing. But there is a provision in the law, stemming from Chapter 180 that was incorporated in Chapter 94G, that says the commission cannot approve a final license application without a compliant HCA. As you know, the commission adopted policies around that March 1st date for new license applications or in renewal applications. As we also know, the law is paramount even over those regulations. And I would definitely invite our general counsel to come in and maybe clarify what I'm about to say, but essentially we have interpreted that statute, that provision of the statute that says if you are submitting a final license application, you're applying to go forward for a final license application, which essentially is equivalent to requesting that PPLI, that final license inspection. If you request it after March 1st, we feel as if the commission is bound by reviewing and requesting an HCA and ensuring that it is compliant with that law. So that is where I think that you're talking about, and what people may be communicating to you and others is that they've done maybe their inspection, but they also now need to make sure that they have a compliant HCA. Otherwise, the commission would be unable to approve it for final licensure. So again, Catherine's here, so I will turn it over to her. I would also ask if our general counsel, Christina Gasson, wanted to come on, or our chief of investigations and enforcement, to parse out anything that I've said. I will turn it over to them.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Welcome, Catherine Binkowski. Please give us your thoughts and response to Commissioner Roy, please.
Thank you, Acting Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Yes, as Kyle very articulately explained, this also does not just impact renewals, it does impact those licensees who are in that stage of building out their operations, feeling ready for inspection, and requesting that post-final license inspection. As we all know, the results of those post-final license inspection, once deemed compliant, is being recommended to the commission for a final license. Because of the language in the statute prohibiting the commission from approving final licenses without a compliant HCA, those licensees who requested that PPLI as of March 1st are required and bound by statute to have that compliant HCA. So as part of the PPLI document request and as part of that inspectional process, the team is and has requested HCAs for impacted licensees. Inspections may take place, and there are also elements of non-compliance identified in inspection, and they get their typical notice of deficiency. But the HCA process is not separate from that. The HCA is also required to be reviewed by the team. As Kyle indicated, these are agreements that, that the team certainly reviews legal documents and agreements on a daily basis, whether those be financial documents, lease agreements. We're very used to reviewing those, but HCA agreements are certainly complex. So we want to make sure we're doing the due diligence and giving them the adequate amount of time to make sure that they're thoroughly reviewed. The team does review those HCAs, and when elements of noncompliance are identified, we are putting the licensee and the municipality on notice by issuing a notice of deficiency and a determination letter as well, which is something also required by statute. Really outlining and identifying specifically the provisions we've identified as non-compliant through our review. It can also have an RFI or a request for information if we need additional clarity or information on provisions, but in an effort to really, in the most expedient manner possible, make the licensees aware we are issuing those NODs so that it is being very obvious and apparent to the licensee and the municipality that the licensee cannot move forward without deficiencies in their HCAs being addressed. In that communication, we're also making them aware of the pathway forward, whether it be through amending an HCA and bringing those elements of noncompliance into compliance, or submitting an HCA waiver executed by both the licensee and the municipality, or submitting the model HCA as a placeholder to bring them into compliance while negotiations may still be ongoing. So that is something our team is doing to, limit any additional time the licensee spent, but we are bound by statute and that we need to ensure that these agreements are in compliance. So it is working as any other non-compliance identified on site. They will get an HCA, they will get an NOD and a determination letter, and they are being sent to both the licensee and the municipality so that on both sides of the aisle, they're very aware of what the issues are and what the options are moving forward so that we can all be on the same page.
Thank you. I see both our acting chief Kamalo and general counsel. I'll give the floor to our general counsel, Christina Gasson, to also offer your thoughts as well.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I'll be very brief. I'm only coming on because Director Potvin just asked me to. So I think Director Potvin and Acting Director Binkowski have really summed up the issue very well. We worked very collaboratively in this effort from both the Enforcement Council, the General Counsel, the licensing team. And we've all come to that same conclusion with respect to the requirement for a compliant HCA that needs to be submitted before a final license issuance. That's according to the regulations that were promulgated by the Commission in October of 2023. So I don't want to take up too much time, but since I was asked, I just wanted to make that clear for the Commission.
Thank you. Chief Kamalo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The team summed it up really well, and the General Counsel as well, but we really want to put emphasis on the process. It's a new process, and it is very pertinent or important for the municipalities and also for the licensees to pay attention to those determination notices and also look at the notices of deficiencies, because within that, the team is identifying what's non-compliant. So when you receive those notices, please pay attention to exactly what it is, that you need to correct. And if you have any questions, I highly recommend or advise that you reach out to your lead investigator or lead compliance officer, and then with licensing, reach out to the point of contact that we have on the notices. That way, if you have any questions related to whether the RFIs or the notices that are being sent out, they can be able to be responsive to those questions. So it is a new process. This is something that we're all acclimating ourselves with. But I think, if we work collaboratively and we ensure that the licensees and also, the municipalities are in communication with their leads, lead investigators or whoever the point of contact is on those notices, that will help expedite the process even more so. I think that's it from, from INE related to this question or topic at this particular time. but please feel free to reach out with any questions when we send out those notices of deficiencies and we send out notices. And then we have our acting enforcement counsel. If there's anything you want to add to that, please feel free. Tim, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I know Tim is in the room. Do you have anything you wanted to add to that? Okay. Welcome, Acting Enforcement Counsel Gooden.
Hi there. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Again, similar to what Acting Chief Kamala said, I think both Kyle and Catherine put it very well. And I will point out too that this is a requirement in the statute. It's a directive from the legislature. They noted that the commission shall review and approve host community agreements, both during the application process and then also at the renewal process. And did, as has been mentioned, specifically note that before issuing a final license, we shall confirm that it is compliant with our regulations. So this is a statutory directive from the legislature.
Thank you. Commissioner Wright, did you have any follow-up questions?
I do.
Okay, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so Director Potvin. So today, and I'm grateful to those opening comments that we provided reminders, about the option of the model HCA, the waiver, the impacts, the financial impacts on communities in the industry, in the marijuana regulation fund. But if we find that it's falling on deaf ears, for lack of a better term, and it's not, folks aren't negotiating in good faith, and we find this situation snowballing where this really could be a significant issue in the industry. If recommendations will be brought to the commissioners, and I'll just throw a few out, if reminders aren't enough and they're not going far enough, then is emergency opening of regulations an option? Expounding on equitable relief. Right now we have a phrase that says other equitable relief as determined by the commission. Maybe we need to explore what other equitable relief as determined by the commission means. Sanctions, what do those look like? What are they? What do they look like? And finally, have we had any requests for hearings? And we need to figure out processes in place for that. So I want to be ahead of this as a commission and discuss solutions. If reminders, although super important, if we don't get response to reminders, then what are our other options as a commission to safeguard this industry so we avert, I'm going to use the word crisis, and we're not there, and I'm not saying we are, but to avert a situation where by statute, we need to have a compliant HCA. And if one party is not willing to negotiate in good faith, and what do we do other than reminders?
Director Potvin, before you respond, you should add one more to your list.
Okay.
Something that we worked out in our working group, and I think our acting enforcement counsel flagged during a conversation yesterday that gives us the ability to strike terms that are not in compliance as well.
Right.
So I would just add that to the list, but I will stop.
Thank you.
Director Potvin, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Wright. You definitely outlined some of the things that are in policy that was adopted by the commission in the regulations. You identified equitable relief, other equitable relief as determined by the commission. As it pertains to the conversation around good faith and whether not coming to the table to negotiate or freely contract to a new contract, whether that is tantamount to not acting in good faith, or the other item that you were talking about, what are the ways that the commission could possibly address this issue that's been identified, I would defer to our general counsel and our acting enforcement counsel.
Thank you.
I don't see Christina on the screen just yet, but either one of you, acting enforcement counsel, Gooden.
Yeah, excuse me, Madam Chair, happy to speak to that, and Commissioner Roy, happy to answer that question. So Madam Chair, like you mentioned, one option that the commission can choose to pursue, it is a tool that we gave ourselves in our regulations. And the citation, just for everybody's reference, is 935 CMR 500 180 subsection 2. And then provision H in there. So what that says specifically is the commission may deem a provision of an HCA invalid and therefore unenforceable based on a finding that the provision violates General Law Chapter 94G, as well as the adult use and medical regulations. There is an analogous section in the medical regulations, and I believe the citation is exactly the same, except it's section 501 as opposed to 500. And it says that the commission may declare an HCA or a provision of an HCA voidable upon deeming the HCA as a contract of adhesion. So that second sentence is not really implicated as much in here, but the commission could deem a provision of an HCA invalid if it is violative of any of the marijuana laws that are applicable here. And then, Madam Acting Chair, another potential option too that myself and Chief Kamala were just speaking about this morning is that there may be an option for us to essentially allow for some more time for licensees and municipalities to engage in further negotiation. I would definitely defer to the General Counsel if he has any further opinions on this. But I do know that there already has been one delegation to allow for a one-time extension of 120 days. The commission may also try to use that or allow for an additional extension of time for the specific purpose of allowing the parties to negotiate HCAs, particularly in instances where a deficiency is identified by either our investigation staff or our licensing staff. And really, I think the intent there would just be to allow some flexibility to address these new regulations and requirements. But again, I would defer to the General Counsel Gasson wants to speak to anything or just present any of that. Happy to or have that conversation too.
Thank you. What's really helpful? Madam General Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair, and thank you, Enforcement Counsel. I really don't have much to add. Again, yeah, I think we've laid out all the potential options. I think it will be something that we need to discuss in the future, just kind of hammering out a process for what the commission would like to do. This isn't an item that's on today's agenda other than just updating. So I just want to remind the commission that as far as deliberations go with respect to this item, we may need to move it to another meeting, just as far as if there was going to be a vote on processes and stuff. But
There's no
as
vote.
far
It's
as
a
we're
discussion.
going. Discussion is perfect. So I just wanted to make that clear. But yes, all those options are in play. The commission has the specified power in their regulations to extend the expiration date of licenses. There are HCA waivers. There's a model HCA which was approved in late February. There are these other options that are available to licensees. So, and again, the commission does have that power, which you did remind a commissioner, the other commissioners, is that in circumstances we can, the commission does have that enumerated power to strike those types of provisions in HCAs that do not that are not compliant.
Madam General Counsel, of the options that were, I'll go through all of them, list of them now. Emergency regs, equitable relief, sanctions, the striking out, the time extension. I know some of those are already combed into our authority and abilities right now with no regulatory changes needed, but what would require the time extension, for instance? Does that require regulatory action? Does that require us to make some changes with the legal team?
I'll defer to Enforcement Counsel Gooden on the site for extensions because I think he has it right in front of him, but I think we do have the ability to extend without having to do emergency regulations. We do have, as all of those options, I think emergency regulations are probably the last resort. It's a process that's, we still have to go through the Secretary of State to make any adjustments to our regulations. It would require the commission to have a public hearing and still go through the same process for promulgation of regulations if we wanted those changes to our regulations to become permanent, and those meetings need to take place within 3 months of the promulgation of the emergency regulation. So it's an option, but as we mentioned, I think we do have those other tools at our disposal, despite there being that March 1 date in our regulations.
So the time extension, and maybe I'll ask her, does that require regulatory change? Or is that sort of something we can contemplate? And it's okay if you don't have this answer top of mind. I know that we're throwing a lot out. It might take some more time to look into, but if
Right.
you do know, yeah.
Yeah, Madam Acting Chair, what I can say right now, I don't have a specific regulatory citation. I do know that our statute does indicate that licenses last for 1 year unless otherwise extended by the commission. But there are, I will just note that the commission has already delegated that authority partially. So I imagine that was looked at the time, but I can look to pull up some of that information for all of your reference from the prior public meeting minutes, and I can try to pull up some of that analysis that was done at the time as well, so that you're able to consider that.
That would be, I'm also mindful, I know there's a lot on this agenda that you are speaking to throughout the meeting. So
Appreciate that.
this is a process and a conversation that we will be having at another time too, but thank you for all the answers that you came here with, not even knowing that you would have these questions. So it's completely understandable if you are not fully prepared just yet. Okay. Oh, thank you. And Acting Chief Khumalo just sent a message. It already exists. It does not require a regulatory change. Thank you for that. Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner
Yeah, I
Roy.
have a final question, and I just want to say I used a phrase, and I don't want me to be insensitive to hearing impaired. I thought about it. I have family members that are, so I just want to put that on the record when I use that expression. Director Potvin, at some point, if this becomes a significant issue, if the commission could receive an update, like, does this become an equity issue? If our SCPs and EEAs, the communities aren't negotiating with them, how does it impact those cohorts or DBEs? And, if at some point, if this does become significant, if we could have an update quantifying it, that would be very helpful for us, because we want to be responsive as a board and not reactive. And this is why I brought these things up, so we can contemplate them. And even though we're not voting on any policy today, just so we can contemplate them, so we're not reactive and we can be proactive.
Director Potvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Roy, yes, absolutely. And I think at previous meetings, I think in particular, maybe even the last meeting, or last 2 meetings, you've asked the question, like, what are we seeing? What am I seeing in these HCAs as being problematic? Which I've been representing to you, and accurately, is that the primary issue that I am seeing, or the non-compliant issue that I am seeing that is prevalent, is the conditions and terms and provisions around community impact fees and other monetary fees. What I believe I said to you last month, and that is still true today, and actually significant progress on that has happened over the past month, as we've been diving into these HCAs, is an HCA analysis, where we are keeping data, we are tracking data, not only related to what issues we're seeing, but also the time that we are spending on them as staff, because there's a factor in this that, and just for historical context, is prior to Chapter 180, in the analysis of a new license applications as it pertained to a host community agreement, the commission had only required certification, a 1 or 2 page certification form signed by not only the applicant, but also the host community's mayor, or city council, selectman, whatever it may be, whoever the authorized representative is. And part of that analysis, in doing that analysis, is that the time spent by our licensing staff to assess that 1 or 2 page certification was no more than 5 minutes. And that's on the high end of 5 minutes. It's usually a 1 to 2 minute assessment. We're now talking about that 1 to 2 minute assessment changing not only for licensing staff, but investigation staff, EC staff, testing staff, and being more widely spread out amongst those teams, going from 1 to 5 minutes to now 3 to 5 hours. That's a significant impact. So we're doing an analysis not only on the time and people power spent on this new process and these new policies as it relates to HCAs, but also an analysis on what are the common themes are we seeing? What are the common non-compliant things that we're seeing? That analysis is underway, and I believe I said to you last month that sometime in the upcoming meetings, once we have seen enough of them and assessed enough of them, that some type of analysis would be brought forward to the commission.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Director Potvin. I don't know if you remember me saying this like months ago. I kept saying, are you going to have the resources you need? I'm worried about you and your team. This is a huge undertaking. And you had, laid out the folks in licensing and I&E and testing and enforcement council. I'll just ask you point blank, at some point, would you need more attorneys on your team?
Point blank, that is definitely a conversation that I think I would want to have with the acting chief of investigations and enforcement, other members of I&E, and the acting executive director before I answer.
Okay, and then the last thing I'll just throw out is artificial intelligence for adopting AI for contract review. If we compile certain things that we know are non-compliant, could that be a useful tool down the road?
That is well outside of my scope of expertise. I have heard of I've heard of artificial intelligence as it pertains to contract law just most recently. I can't say whether it would be a useful tool or not. I've never experienced it. I've never interacted with that type of technology. And so I would be hesitant to answer any more about that. But it is a topic that has come up and been brought to my attention in the past couple of weeks.
If I'm not sure, make a recommendation that we explore AI that could be a tool to assist you and the right folks, the IT team. Perhaps could do a little research and bring it back to you, Chief Khumalo, the commission, if it could assist you and the team in expediting these in any way.
I see.
Is that a?
Go ahead.
Just a statement.
It's a statement, but
Yeah.
Director Potvin, did you have a response?
I hear what you're saying.
Okay. Acting Chief Khumalo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Roy, for your suggestions. We'll look into them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you.
The other thing, so I met with members of the enforcement team, licensing, the government affairs team. But another thing that is a huge component of this is our communications and outreach with municipalities. So we will be discussing that strategy and increasing that outreach so that even though we've had a number of different communications, there's been ample opportunities for people to weigh in. We've attended and participated in a number of different engagements with municipalities across the Commonwealth. We will increase that communication. Director Potvin, one thing I asked you, and I know I asked you this, and I know that you are looking, you have the information. At one point, it will be helpful, though, to have the list of municipalities that are continuing to not comply with our regulations and the law.
Understood. And Madam Chair, would it be just for a clarifying point, is the municipalities that currently have non-compliant HCA's with licensees and applicants. Is that what you're looking for?
That's what I'm thinking. And I just so we can identify if there are trends in certain areas or with certain municipalities.
Okay, yes, I understand the ask.
Commissioner. Roy.
Yeah, thank you. That was a great point. Thank you so much, Acting Chair. If there are recurrent themes, I'm wondering at some point, do we give the legislature an update? And this is Director Giancola to let them know the hiccups that we're experiencing, and we're doing everything on our end to make this seamless under the new law. But some things are somewhat out of our control. So I'm just wondering if that would be appropriate at some point.
I do not see Director Giancola. I believe he's here, but let's see if there's any response to that. There you go. Hi, Director Giancola.
Hi, Acting Chair. Hi, Commissioner. Thank you for the question. Yeah, absolutely. We regularly do stay in touch with the leadership over at the legislature, especially the Cannabis Policy Committee, making sure that they understand the ongoing work, not only of the commission, but the industry in general. We want to make sure that they are fairly and fully apprised of everything that's going on. So I do think it makes sense to check in with them about this and just talk in general about the implementation of Chapter 180 and how things are going and what we're seeing on the ground.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council Gooden.
Yes, and apologies, I haven't been pressing the microphone button. So, Madam Acting Chair, just following up on your earlier question about the extension matter, I looked into it in so the meeting in which the previous delegation was approved by the commission was August 11th of 2022. And so that instance, just to answer your question, the motion was based on General Laws Chapter 10, Section 76, subsection J, and General Laws Chapter 94G, Section 6, subsection A. And that subsection in particular is the one that I referenced before, that grants the commission the authority to extend the licenses beyond the expiration date at your discretion. And the specific delegation there as well was granting authority to extend a license expiration date administratively up to 120 calendar days. And then also noting that during the administrative extension, the licensee shall continue to comply with commission's requirements for licensure and will also be required to pay a prorated license fee to cover the extension. So that was specifically what was addressed at that time. So it is based on a statutory authority, not on a regulatory authority.
And that's still in effect.
That is still in effect, correct. And I believe at this point as well, some extensions may have been granted. I'm not 100% sure on that. That would be more in Director Potman's area, but to kind of allow for some flexibility. I know those are used at times periodically to address things that may have come up unanticipated by licensees, but trying to offer that flexibility.
Thank you. Thank you for getting that so quickly, Chair. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Acting Chair. That's good. That's a great tool in our toolbox, right? Without reopening the regs. Could you just provide a little more context around it as far as, was this a one applicable to one licensee, and do you have any more context you can provide why it was extended?
So
if you can't, that's fine.
No, that's fine. It's funny that you asked, Commissioner Roy. You asked at that time actually whether it would be a permanent delegation as well. And so the executive director noted that he would hope it was the executive director at the time noted he would hope it would be an indefinite authority and noted that kind of the reasoning behind it that was given at the time was that it was allowing for flexibility. He wanted it to be a durable one given the circumstances that may come up, and noted that the passage of, at that point it was a bill, but then Chapter 180, especially as it relates to the HCA process, and this offering some flexibility in that. So your impression at the time that this might be a tool that would need to be used. But again, this is kind of an ability to, this was up to 120 calendar days. It's a one-time extension based on that delegation. Just raising for the board's consideration that perhaps an additional extension or kind of revisiting the number of days that are allowed in that to account for some of the issues that we are seeing crop up now.
Thank you, Sammy. And I have a note, and I even included this in some of my opening comments today. For the extension, the 120 was delegated, but we still do have the authority under our current regulations to modify, to have an extension for a certain date, So I had that, and then I was asking questions, but that's something to be mindful of. And it's something for anyone who's watching, anyone who's here, anyone who might need that to also just get into communication with the commission. Commissioner Roy.
That was exactly my question.
Oh, okay.
But what is the mechanism to acting chair's point? Is there a mechanism in place where is there a form folks can file for an extension? Can you explain the process?
So I cannot explain the process. I will have to defer to Director Potvin on that. I know the licensing team handles that, but it just also for edification purposes and just to cite the specific statutory language too. I know I paraphrased it a couple of times, but it says that the license term, unless the commission authorizes the renewal of a license for a longer period, all licenses under this chapter shall be effective for 1 year of the date of issuance. So that's really kind of saying, yep. So it is unless the commission authorizes the renewal of a license for a longer period, all licenses shall be effective. All licenses under this chapter, shall be effective for 1 year from the date of issuance. So really kind of putting that authority to the commission. Again, would defer to the legal department and general counsel for anything on this as well. But in terms of the process for how the extensions are administratively issued at this point, I would definitely defer to Director Potvin on that one.
Okay. I have a note here from our general counsel. General Counsel Gasson, did you have something that you wanted to state to the commission?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I just wanted to make just a little bit of a caution. Again, this is an item. It seems like we're going into a lot of detail on a number of different outcomes and strategies and things like that. So just to know that this wasn't specifically noticed on the agenda today. It was, I know that this is under our executive director and staff update. So well, I think it's been a fantastic conversation. I just want to remind folks that the openly meeting law does require that specific deliberations should be noticed on the agenda. And I just wanted to again update the commission as to that.
Any other questions? Director Potvin, did you have any additional comments? All right. Director Potvin, does that conclude your portion of the meeting, or were there additional, we haven't even gone to the licensing numbers yet.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
I do have one last slide on Chapter 180 that I feel embarrassed that I forgot because it is probably one of the most important ones. And it's the acknowledgement and appreciation to our staff, to our team. Not only the members of the project team itself, which comprise of almost 40 people, 40 staff members, but all the other staff members that may be doing miscellaneous duties for those individuals that are trying to work on certain deliverables. Everybody, this, again, we've said this at every meeting, and it is more true now than it has ever been. This is an all hands on deck situation, all the way from our executive director all the way down. This is, again, been incredible in collaboration, incredible movement of deliverables, very dedicated, very deliberate, strategic thinking, and work product. I do have some teams identified here, but I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge one of our silent champions, which is our Chief Technology and Innovation Officer, Paul Clark.
Yes, Paul is amazing.
Paul is amazing. And again, silent champion because not because he's not acknowledged, not because he's not appreciated, but because he tends to be in the background making sure that certain things move. And this is timely because of just the announcement today of the host community municipal equity application going live. That's technology. That's coordination with our third-party vendor, JD Software. That's him helping facilitate the movement and execution of these things. More of those things are going to be coming, of which he plays a part. So again, silent champion, definitely Paul Clark, our CTIO. So I wanted to make sure I did not forget him in this acknowledgement and appreciation. And that is it on Chapter 180.
Sorry, I just have one last thing. Director Potvin, thank you. And to all the team that answered all the questions, very much appreciate that. If we have mutual abrogation agreement, if we happen to receive one that's mutually executed, could the commissioners be notified? If hopefully we won't, but if we do, if we could be notified of such, because it is in the regulation as well.
Madam Chair, if I may, Commissioner Roy, can you give additional context? Are you talking about
Sure.
HCAs?
Yes, sure. If a host community discontinues relations with an ME or on submission of a mutual abrogation agreement executed by both a host community and an ME may submit a request for equitable relief to the commission. So hopefully we will not receive any of those, but if we do, if commissioners could be notified.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I will definitely take that request back to the Acting Chief of Investigations and Enforcement and the Acting Executive Director, and that it may be appropriate to include such information in what I was saying before, which is that HCA overall analysis that we're conducting. But I will definitely take it back and discuss it with them.
Thank you.
Okay, Director Potvin, whatever. Okay, Director Potvin. You can continue to the next slide.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe now we are done with Chapter 180 updates, and I am correct this time. So some highlights from our licensing data. We have 12 applications awaiting a first review for businesses that are applying to become marijuana establishments or MTCs. All of those would require compliant HCAs at this point. So that is part of the queue in addition to renewals, because I don't want to overlook the fact that HCAs and compliant HCAs are required on initial review. Same thing for those applicants who may have received an RFI and resubmitted after that March 1st date. They're in a queue for supplemental review. They would also be required to comply with the HCA waiver requirements under the regulations. There's 18 of them. You have 4 applications before you for provisional license consideration. You have 5 licensees for final license consideration. And again, at a high level, there are currently 88,000 plus certified active patients in the medical marijuana program. Next slide, please. Here, the relevant data point to highlight is that we currently have issued, the Commission has issued 652 commence operations notices to licensees. This is a 22.8% increase over the same time last year. This is essentially saying to me is that businesses continue to move through the licensing process. Businesses have continued to open their doors, either as cultivators, manufacturers, retailers, delivery operators, couriers, independent testing labs, and so on and so forth. So this number still continues to increase year over year. Next slide, please. Here is the kind of the overall snapshot of every license type, including pre-certification applications and those that have been pre-certified. Showing from left to right the licensing process from initially submitting a license application to the end of where they are finally through the licensing process and they have opened their doors and commenced selling product either to other marijuana establishments or to consumers. Next slide, please. So this slide was brought to the Commission back in December, I believe, or November of 2023, and there was a request from commissioners to bring this back as an update. So I won't move too fast through this slide, but essentially This slide is saying the number of licensees that are in the provisional license stage, by license category, final license stage, commence operation stage. They met that stage of licensure and are no longer active, either by way of expiring, surrendering their license, their license being revoked, which is a small population, but essentially the bigger populations is either they're expiring and therefore voluntarily surrendering their license, or it's tantamount to surrendering their license, or they have told the commission, we are surrendering our license. And the key takeaways here is that for those that received a provisional license and were in that provisional license stage, 73 licensees as of today, or as of last week, when this data was analyzed, 73 of those licensees were in a non-active stage. That doesn't mean that they cannot now submit a renewal and get back into an active stage. That is still a possibility for them, as it is for those that have final licenses and commence operations notices. But as of when this data was analyzed, 73 provisional licensees were in a non-active stage. 4 that were in a final license stage are no longer active. And 14 that commenced operations are no longer active and no longer operating as of last week, which is a total of 91 licensees that have either been revoked, their license has been surrendered, or that their license has expired and not been renewed.
Director Potvin, I know this was just a slide back, but so we're saying that of those who have opened their doors, 14 have ceased operations. And what was the universe currently now of commenced operations?
652.
652. So does that number 652, does it also include these 14?
So that 652 does include that 14. So
Okay.
out of that 652, 2.1% of that 652 have ceased operations.
Okay. Commissioner Roy?
Could we advance to the next slide? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes, please advance to the next slide. Oh, I take that back. Did we go back 2 slides?
I think this is the one you want, the non-active licenses.
Yeah, maybe the one prior to that. I was looking at different figures. Nope. Okay, go one ahead. Thank you, Kate. I'm sorry, I'm like juggling slides. Okay. Oh, I guess my question is, Director Potvin, I noticed the biggest category seems to be cultivation with 32. And I can come up with my own theories. It's really, capital intensive. But any thoughts around that? Why that seems to be like the heaviest one?
Madam Chair?
Yes, please, Director Potvin.
Thank you. The specific rationales are, I don't have them, but I would say if I was making assumptions, that would be my assumption as well, is that marijuana cultivators, along with ITLs, tend to be the most capital intensive licenses to operate for a number of reasons. So that might be probably the number one reason if I was making an assumption.
Thank you.
And Director Potvin, do you mind telling us all that percentage again? I just want to write that down in my notes. The percentage for the commenced operation population that are no longer have their doors open relative to the overall universe of commenced operations. What was the percentage?
It was 2.1, Madam Chair.
2.1. Okay, thank you. Okay. Are there any additional questions? Nope. Okay, Director Potvin, please continue.
I believe that's the end of the licensing data, Madam Chair, and I think the next slide is, yes, staff recommendations on licensure. And with that, I thank the commission and be happy to turn it back over to you and our licensing staff.
Thank you. I believe we will take a 10-minute break. We're just going to take a 10-minute break and then come back. Annie, welcome. Good to see you. We will talk again at 12:12.
Done.
All right, so we were just getting into licensing. I see Annie Marie has now joined us. Okay, so I believe the first component of licensing today is changes of ownership. Annie, please walk us through.
Okay, today we have 4 change of ownerships. The first being Apical Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over 4 adult use licenses and are requesting to add 1 individual and 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary and therefore is being presented to the commission for its review and consideration.
Thank you, Annie. There is one condition from Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy, can you please state your condition?
Sure. Prior to acquiring ownership and control of Apical Inc., please provide the commission with a signed attestation confirming that the prior owner will no longer have access to the business, its finances, and will not consult with new ownership on any licensee-related matters.
No.
Temporary fire drill. Okay, should I restate it?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Prior to acquiring ownership and control of Apical Inc., please provide the commission with a signed attestation confirming that the prior owner will no longer have access to the business, its finances, and will not consult with new ownership on any licensee-related matters, including employment decisions in accordance with commission regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Are there any additional conditions or questions on the change of ownership for Apical? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the change of ownership of Apical Incorporated subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy?
So
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
aye.
The chair votes aye. Annie, please walk us through the next change of ownership.
Thank you. The licensee here is Ashley's Extracts Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license. They're requesting to add 3 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Annie. Are there any conditions or comments on this change of ownership application? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the change of ownership for Ashley's Extracts Incorporated?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Annie?
Number 3, the licensee here is Ashley's Farm Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 3 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Annie, and my apologies to Ashley's Extracts that I just called Ashless. I just read that so wrong. Okay, Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the change of ownership for Ashley's Farm Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
And now do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Annie?
The licensee here is Buddha Brothers 90 Sargent Street Incorporated, LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 1 individual and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Annie. Are there any comments or conditions for this change of ownership? Okay, seeing none, Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the change of ownership for Buddha Brothers 90 Sargent Street LLC?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
the chair votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Annie.
Up next, there are 5 license renewals being recommended for the commission's consideration today. Commission staff recommend review and decision on the renewal applications before you, and if approved, request that the approval be subject to the licensee remaining in compliance with the commission's regulations and applicable law.
Thank you, Annie. I know I don't believe I was told there were any introductory comments, but Commissioner Stebbins, I wanted to give you the opportunity if you wanted to
Nope.
comment, because I know this is,
No, I'm good.
okay.
Good, thank you.
Are there any questions, comments, conditions? Okay, perfect. With that being said, Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the renewal roster items 1 through 5 for the staff recommendations on renewal licenses? Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
I'm now to call the roll. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Annie?
Up next, we have provisional licenses today. The first being the applicant here is Cannabis Company LLC. They are seeking a retail license with a proposed location of 1105 Mohawk Trail in Shelburne. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Okay, so the first one, Cannabis Company LLC. I believe there's one condition from Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy, do you mind articulating your condition?
Sure. And before I do, I just want to say it was great to see, even though we only had, I think, 4, 2 are women owned. So Catamount and Chill and Bliss. So I just want to acknowledge that. My condition is for Catamount Cannabis Company, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146G. Please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Are there any additional comments or conditions for this provisional license application? Okay, seeing none, Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve provisional license for Catamount Cannabis Company LLC, MRN 2855084?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Now to call roll. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Annie.
The applicant here is Chill and Bliss 2 LLC. They are seeking a retail license with a proposed location of 503 Quincy Ave in Quincy. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Okay, for Chill and Bliss 2 LLC, there's one condition that was received from Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy, can you please share your condition?
Sure, thank you. For Chill and Bliss 2 LLC, prior to final licensure, in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146G, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Are there any additional conditions or comments? Okay, seeing none, Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Chill and Bliss 2 LLC, MRN 285090, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now call the roll. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed.
Okay, sorry, number 3. The applicant here is Cloud9 Cannabis LLC, doing business as Pinnacle Cannabis. They are seeking a retail license with a proposed location of 15 Liberty Street in Quincy. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Great, thank you. So there are two conditions from Commissioner Roy and one from Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy, can you please share your condition?
Sure. For Cloud9 Cannabis LLC retail, prior to final licensure, in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146G. Please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins, can you please share your condition?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. My draft proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, consider review and update diversity hiring goals in diversity plan based on statistics of host community and region in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C8K and provide any updates to the CCC licensing division. Just a quick explanation, the diversity plan read well. I think if I recall this application, the goals were 25% each for all of our kind of priority hiring groups, and not wanting to set anybody up for failure, just invite them to go back and revisit that strategy, but certainly not.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Cloud9 Cannabis LLC, MRN 2850377, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Now to call the roll, Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
the chair votes aye. And
The applicant here is Hayes of Grafton LLC, doing business as Simplicity Dispensary. They are seeking a product manufacturing license with a proposed location of 135 Westboro Road, Grafton. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
thank you. So there are two conditions for this provisional license, one from Commissioner Roy and one from Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy, can you please share your condition?
For Hayes of Grafton LLC, product manufacturing prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and 935 CMR 500-139. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins, can you please share your condition as well?
Sure. My proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC licensing division and provide an update to identify strategy for including veterans, residents with disabilities, LGBTQ+ residents under licensee's diversity plan goal in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C8K. Not a lot of space for consideration in this. It's required.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Hayes of Grafton LLC, MPN 282215, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now to call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. I need to ask the team for the first provisional license, Catamount Cannabis. I just wanted to make sure that the motion included the condition from Commissioner Roy. Can anyone just confirm that on the team? Just know when we have our apologies. When we go through the minutes, I just want to make sure that that's reflected correctly with the condition from Commissioner Roy. So I'll just say it over just to be safe. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Catamount Cannabis Company LLC, subject to the condition articulated by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. So that's just to make sure the condition was included in the motion. Okay, we are now on to staff recommendations on final licenses.
Thank you, Chair. There are 5 final license recommendations for the Commission's consideration today. Commission staff recommend review and decision on these final licenses, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And we do final license as a roster, usually, right? Okay. I have not received any conditions, but at this time, are there any conditions or comments from my fellow commissioners? Okay. Seeing none, Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the final licenses for items 1 through 5?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. We are on to responsible vendor training renewals.
We have one certified responsible vendor trainer, Bright Buds training for renewal today. They're seeking to be renewed for an additional 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training under the responsible vendor training program. They currently offer virtual trainings, and since their original certification date, they have provided instruction for 363 marijuana establishment and medical marijuana treatment center agents. Commission staff recommend commission approval of this renewal subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions on the responsible vendor training renewal before us? Okay.
Actually, I
Oh, yeah,
have a
Commissioner
question.
Roy.
Who generates the certificates? Do the vendors? So once they completed it, or is it the commission? Just curious.
The vendors will, the vendors issue the certificates to the agents.
Okay. Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions? Okay. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the responsible vendor training renewal of Bright Buds Training RVR 453146?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
Now to call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. I have to ask this question because I'm saying Annie, because I have your name listed as Annie and then Ann in so many things. What do you prefer to be called?
That caught me laughing earlier. I refer to myself as Annie. You can call me either one. It is, I guess, legally Ann, but I've always been called
Okay.
Annie. My father started that, so just it's
Oh,
like
that's
a longer nickname, adding syllables to my name
Okay.
to complicate things.
So I know that's what I call you, and I said, you know what? Let me just clarify this because I would hate to say a name that you do not want to be referred to.
I
So
really need to,
Okay.
I really need to just bite the bullet and start calling myself Ann at some point in my life. I think. Just make everything easier. Thank you so much for letting me be here today. I really appreciate it. It's always exciting to present in front of you all, and you know, my team's so great. We have such a great team behind us, and it's so great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. And now I know we're pivoting over. We have the lawyers in the room, our enforcement council team. There are 3 enforcement actions that's being presented today by Enforcement Counsel Tim Gooding, Associate Enforcement Counsel Jake Nielsen, and Associate Enforcement Counsel Philip Schreffler.
But good try.
Okay. So I will turn it over to you all to kind of walk us through what's before us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you said, my name is, I am the Acting Enforcement Counsel, Tim Gooden. I am here to really just introduce this matter, and then I will hand it off to our Associate Enforcement Counsels to present the individual stipulated agreements. So we are presenting 3 today for consideration and ratification by the Commission. So just want to note at the outset that each of these stipulated agreements are the result of diligent work and collaboration by multiple teams in the investigations and enforcement department at the Commission, as well as collaboration with other teams within the Commission as well. I specifically want to note these are conducted, or these are the result of investigations or inspections by our investigations and inspections teams, as well as work with our testing and licensing teams as well. And I know that both Jake and Phil will speak to those a little more specifically with regard to each one. It's also notable in this instance that each of these stipulated agreements before you today are the result of agreements between the commission and the licensees following an informal dispute resolution conference, which was offered to each of the licensees in these instances. Additionally, all civil penalties that are going to be discussed here, I just want to note that those are deposited in accordance with the statute into the Marijuana Regulation Fund. And so 15% of that fund, again, according to that same statute, is annually deposited into the Social Equity Trust Fund, which that, as we know, is used to encourage the full participation in the industry by communities that have been previously disproportionately harmed by marijuana enforcement. Additionally, the money in the Marijuana Regulation Fund is also used by the Commission as well as the Massachusetts Department of Agricultural Resources for implementation and administration and enforcement of the marijuana laws in the Commonwealth, and then can also be used for public and behavioral health, public safety, municipal police training, programming for restorative justice, jail diversion, workforce development, et cetera. So all of that money goes into that fund and is really used for a variety of different purposes. And then I also just finally want to highlight that you'll notice in each of these stipulated agreements, there are affirmative relief measures or that are also part of these. And those affirmative relief measures are really a tool that the commission uses and works out with each of these licenses that are specific to the underlying violations that were identified. But also they're used as a tool to ensure continued compliance and also an attempt to really kind of ensure continued collaboration between the commission and the licensees to ensure success moving forward too. So with that, I will turn it over to Associate Enforcement Counsel Jake Nielsen to present High Hog Farm.
Thank you, Acting Enforcement Counsel Gooden. Good afternoon, Madam Acting Chair, Commissioners Roy and Commissioner Stebbins. For your consideration is a final order and proposed stipulated agreement, which follows the issuance of a notice of fines against High Hog Farm on September 11th of 2023. In mid-June of 2021, High Hog Farm notified the Commission that 4 plant samples that it had sent for testing tested positive for bifenthrin, exceeding the limit of detection. The limit of detection for the Commission is a 10 parts per billion test, so this would be above that 10 parts per billion. Bifenthrin is a pesticide, which is a prohibited substance for cannabis cultivation. Due to the pesticide detection, the department initiated an investigation and conducted a joint unannounced inspection with the Massachusetts Department of Agricultural Resources of the High Hog Farm cultivation facility in July of 2021. At the inspection, our investigators observed other violations of Commission regulations and issued a notice of deficiency for the pesticide failures and the other deficiencies, which some were related to best cultivation practices to limit contamination. During the inspection, MDAR also took various wipe samples and 1 plant sample of an unharvested dying plant. The test sample from the unharvested plant later revealed that it was also contaminated with bifenthrin. Through the notice of deficiency and plan of correction process, High Hog Farm claimed that the pesticide contamination may have been due to borrowed cultivation equipment. That would be a bucker, which is used to feed dried and cured marijuana through to kind of separate it from the stem. That was alleged to have not been properly cleaned before use, despite the fact that High Hog Farm had SOPs relative to equipment cleaning. On December 2nd of 2022, the Commission issued a letter of enforcement intent alleging violations of the Commission's regulations. And on September 11th, as I stated before, we issued a notice of fines. Following the issuance of the notice of fines, the parties agreed to resolve this matter, which is reflected in the proposed agreement before you. Starting with the violations, I want to note off the top that each of these violations occurred prior to the licensee commencing operations, and since they have commenced operations, they have operated compliantly. So the first violation is for marijuana grown at the facility that tested positive for bifenthrin contamination. In addition, that would include the 4 products or the 4 test samples that they had submitted, in addition to the 1 plant detection. The second violation is for the failure to follow quality control and facility cleaning standard operating procedures related to that borrowed bucker. And the third violation is for the failure to utilize best practices to limit contamination of marijuana at its facility, and that is with respect to insect infestation found in a trash, dying seedlings, and the contaminated unharvested plant, all found within the same building as growing vegetative plants. Through the proposed agreements, the parties have agreed to resolve this matter through the payment of a fine and affirmative relief. Those terms and conditions that were agreed to during negotiations are as follows. First, we have a $10,000 fine, which is payable over 2 years, and it is subject to the schedule that is outlined in the agreements. Then for affirmative relief, we have a 12-month period of probation where substantial noncompliance with commission regulations shall constitute full and adequate grounds for license suspension or revocation. The requirement of submission of all testing results indicating detection of bifenthrin at a level other than non-detect. That represents an enhanced obligation in our regulations and in our testing protocol. We require notification above the limit of detection. Here, non-detect is anything above 0. We also are requiring the submission of container, soil, and water sample test results to the Commission twice during the growing seasons in 2024 and 2025. Continuing education for all employees on integrated pest management, pesticides, and requirements under 500-120. In addition to that, they have agreed to the development of an SOP dedicated to cleaning processes for borrowed equipment and the designation of an employee responsible for compliance and maintenance of SOPs. Now, before I conclude and get to our recommendation, I would like to specifically thank and recognize the efforts of our acting Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, Noam Khaleesi Kumalo, the Acting Director of Investigations, Catherine Benhosky, Investigations Manager Tim Barwise and Colin Soper, our Laboratory and Testing Manager Genevieve Hall, and all of the other investigators and Enforcement Council staff that assisted with this matter. We recommend ratification of this agreement as an appropriate resolution to these violations. The proposed remedy recognizes High Hawk Farms' acceptance of responsibility for the violations, the fact that they have cooperated fully during the Commission's investigation and afterwards, and their willingness to take continued efforts to restore their good standing with the Commission. Thank you for your time and attention, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to attempt to answer those.
Thank you, Councilor Nielsen. Are there questions, Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you. And I know it's been a while since we've had stipulated agreements in front of us. I think our last one was in 2022, right? So we're still kind of building a body of work around this. And as you pointed out, the incredible effort it takes to get to this point with the involvement of staff, the kind of dispute resolution, right, with the actual licensee themselves. So I appreciate all that work. Looking into some of the language, obviously the fine, the condition of shall not use pesticides. I believe this is an outdoor grow, which we always understand outdoor grows sometimes face some higher hurdles to operation. But one of the conditions during this 12-month probationary period is substantial non-compliance. Legal term, and not just I think for the Commission's knowledge, but also for the licensee or any other licensee who's watching this who probably does not want to find themselves here talking about a stipulated agreement. But give me a sense of what that substantial non-compliance means. Certainly I would view an infraction against something that we've kind of caught and scolded them on to be maybe fall into that category. But from the enforcement side of the house, what are the other things that you would think of as falling into that parameter?
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Absolutely. And I'll note that substantial noncompliance is not a term that is defined in our regulations, but how the Investigations and Enforcement Department views substantial noncompliance as where there is noncompliance with a regulation where suspension, revocation, or other administrative action is specifically contemplated. So there's certain regulations where they'll include an additional clause that says a violation of the specific regulation may result in suspension, revocation, or some sort of other administrative action. That would be non-compliance with that would constitute substantial non-compliance. In addition to that, where we see a pattern of non-compliance or a pattern of violations, that would also be something that would constitute substantial non-compliance.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Attorney Nielsen, for that breakdown. And I want to talk about process, and I appreciate this was definitely a collaborative effort. These investigations take time and due diligence to make sure they're done thoroughly and appropriately. And I just want to, for the record, state that these stipulated agreements are public documents, correct?
Yes, both of the stipulated, well, all three of the stipulated agreements that are we will be discussing at this public meeting will be posted.
Okay, so when folks go in and if they want to just look at them after the fact, I had these questions, so I feel it's important to share it with those listening. That a couple of things by regulation, we can assess up to 50,000 per violation. Correct. Okay, and that these are mutually agreed upon agreements, if you will, stipulated agreements that the commission and the licensee come together with their counsel to come up with them. So I want to just state that so they don't seem arbitrary and capricious, that these are mutually agreed upon, and the fines are different for all three based on the unique circumstances of the violations of all three. And my question when we met around these were the payment schedule. So folks these are public documents, they may look at why the next one will be due, next stipulated agreement we're going to go over is due in 30 days. This one has 30 days for the first payment of ratification and then the next payment no later than 2 years. So there are different payment schedules, and if you want to just expound upon that, so people don't think it is arbitrary, these payment schedules. There's kind of a reason behind it.
Sure. So there is a reason behind it, and I kind of speaking generally to our process. The commission regulations, as you spoke to, outline our authority on what is the maximum fine that we can assess. And you're correct that it is up to $50,000 per violation. But I'd also add that it's not just $50,000 per violation, but it's also it can be per day or per instance of that violation. So the commission has a lot of leeway. However, we always do the best to take a reasonable assessment of these fines, and we have internal processes that we rely on when we conduct an initial assessment of what violations would be. But once and those are based off of, before I get too far ahead of myself, those are based off of the aggravating and mitigating circumstances that are also outlined in our regulations. So for anyone who's interested, that's under 500 or 501-360, and then the subsection would be 3. A outlines aggravating circumstances and B outlines the mitigating circumstances. I will note that it's not limited to these circumstances. There may be other circumstances that we may learn of during the course of an informal dispute resolution. We consider those discussions to be confidential, as disclosing that information would hurt future efforts, and we want to make sure that we protect the integrity of those negotiations. But as with here, there are circumstances that we learn of, and when we come to a final sort of coming of the minds for what an appropriate fine would be, we always consider all of those circumstances.
Thank you. And the informal dispute resolution is an opportunity for the parties to come together short of commissioners, let's say revocation or suspension of a license. This is an opportunity to come in, especially we're safeguarding, right? There's a balancing act, right? We have to safeguard public health, public safety, and public welfare. And in the end of the day, we want folks to be in compliance, not out of compliance. So, I guess this is an opportunity just to say that these are important. The informal dispute resolutions are important because at the end of the day, we don't want folks to go out of business, but we're protecting patients and consumers alike. So I just want to express my, thoughts around that.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Absolutely, and to put more of a point on it, the point of fines is not to put someone out of business. Point of fines is for deterrence. And so that's how we view the assessment of fines. And when it comes to affirmative relief, that is, as Acting Enforcement Counsel Gooden spoke to, is really important to bringing the licensee back into compliance and assuring future compliance. And it is always related to the specific violations that we are seeing in a specific instance. So they are always tailored to the violations that we see, and that's how we felt has been a good path and process for us. I also wanted to just quickly note I kind of highlighted them when I was making my presentation, the letter of enforcement intent and the notice of fines. The letter of enforcement intent is essentially it's not something that's within the regulations, but it is a notice to the licensee that we intend to take enforcement action. And once we've reached the stage of a notice of fines, that is our formal start of what would continue on in an administrative hearing process under 30A. So when we engage in an informal dispute resolution, it takes it out of that formal process to see if we can come to some sort of agreement before we continue on.
Thank you, Jay. I had one question, and it was around the factors that were considered in the fine determination, because it was significantly lower per each violation. Commissioner Roy mentioned that 50K is the maximum per violation. In this case, it's 5K per violation. And you mentioned there were some notes I took around the fact that this entity notified the commission, the fact that the incidents occurred prior to commence operations. Are there any other factors that are part of this consideration that kind of highlight the rationale for having a substantially lower fine here?
So I can speak to some of the factors. I will note that it's not we don't look at the fines that are assessed as being per instance. It is to resolve the entirety of the matter. So that I want to clarify that if we're not looking at it per instance, there may be reasons why we would look at it one way or the other. But I'm trying to think through my response. The factors that we consider, there may be some information that we learned during the course of a negotiation that I wouldn't be able to share here in this setting. But I will say that a significant factor in this case, in this instance, which I alluded to before, was the fact that they had not commenced operations at the time of the violations.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any additional questions from Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Roy? Okay. I believe this warrants a motion. I'm going to ask our enforcement council team if what language should be adopted by the commission to ratify the agreement.
Sure. Of course, Madam Acting Chair. So just looking previously, I know that the commission had just simply moved to ratify the stipulated agreement for the specific licensee.
Okay.
And that was the most recent motion language that was used.
Thank you.
I would defer to general counsel if that's sufficient, but I believe that was responded.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to ratify the final order and stipulated agreement for High Hawk Farm LLC?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
Now to call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Before we go on to the next action, I just want to verify with our enforcement counsel, with our general counsel, that motion is sufficient. General counsel.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. Yes, that's sufficient. That vote will be put on the final decision and or stipulated agreement, the final order and stipulated agreement.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Holistic Industries Bill. I believe it's the person walking us through this, so please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. It's my pleasure to present you a stipulated agreement Holistic Industries signed on April 15th, 2024 for your ratification. Before I get into this, I just want to make some quick shout outs to Noam Khaleesi, Nicole Sarasoli, and Monica Pancare, without whose assistance getting this far would have been impossible. So good job to all of you. Holistic Industries is a multi-state operator who has a cultivation facility in Munson, Massachusetts, under both a medical license and a cultivation license. This specific matter arises from complaints received by the Commission regarding mold contamination at that facility between September and November of 2021. Investigations responded, issued a notice of deficiency on October 8th of 2021, and verified that Holistic had remediated the problems in full as of May 3rd, 2022. In the course of this investigation, however, and discussing this matter with Holistic representatives over time, the Commission has found that there was an existing issue of mold contamination known to Holistic since at least November of 2020. This included mold on certain tables used for processing marijuana. It was present in certain growing areas and structural elements, along with a few other areas of the structure. Additionally, a former employee of Holistic stated that using PCR testing would result in marijuana passing testing, whereas plate assay testing would result in failures. Holistic knowingly requested PCR testing in multiple instances as a means to ensure their product would get to market, despite knowing that at least some of that product that, despite passing PCR testing, did in fact smell and taste of mold. As part of the stipulated agreement, Holistic has neither admitted nor denied these facts. However, in enforcement, we have found 4 violations detailed in the stipulated agreement. Specifically, processing marijuana that is contaminated with mold, failure to follow certain standard operating procedures related to quality control, failure to ensure representative testing of marijuana, and that Holistic's conduct implicated the welfare of the public. As a remedy, enforcement recommends, and Holistic has agreed to, a payment of $200,000, and that for a period of 6 months, they will use PCR testing with confirmatory plate assay testing at a laboratory acceptable to both parties. This will be for all their flower sampling. The sampling of the marijuana will also be conducted by a third-party ITL acceptable both parties. And in this case, it's A to Z laboratories. Specific details of the remedy are included in the packet for your review. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Phil. Are there any questions? Commissioner Roy?
Mine is more of a comment. And thank you so much for that explanation of the stipulated agreement. I just, on number 9 of the facts of record, and I'm going to read it for the record. Between September and November of 2021, the Commission received complaints regarding potential mold contamination at Holistic Munson's facility, including complaints from employees that potentially contaminated product was, quote, pushed through anyway, end quote. The Commission further received a letter from the Munson Board of Health requesting an inspection of the facility due to mold complaints. I want to thank those employees for whistleblowing this fact that we safeguard, when we say we safeguard public health, safety, and welfare, that includes employees who may be inhaling this mold. And we want to protect workers and we want to be mindful of that. And again, I'm going to advocate for a special dedicated whistleblower hotline. And we want to thank these employees for being brave enough to speak up. This is a serious situation when you have mold, you have possibly patients, could be patients with cancer, ingesting these products. So I just want to thank those employees that have the courage to speak up. And we want to make sure at the end of the day that our consumers and our patients are safe, but also our workers. So I just wanted to share that comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. And one statement I would like to say, I know that internally the team is working on the whistleblower hotline. In the meantime, if there are any concerns or complaints that anyone who's out there working in the industry wishes to connect with the CCC, please email inspections@cccmass.com. I'm happy to know that it's utilized, that people are aware and reach out to the CCC. But if there's anything that happens in the future, utilize that. That email again is inspections@cccmass.com. Commissioner Stebbins, did you have any questions?
I did.
Okay. I have one question for around holistic industries, and you the stipulated agreement does not include an admission of fault.
Correct.
Do you mind expanding on that?
There are many reasons why in the course of a negotiation, we might decide, they might say that, well, we're not going to admit to these facts, but we're also not going to deny them. This is a means used in many legal matters as a way to it's a way to achieve a resolution of the matter in the most efficient means possible, while still observing that the commission's goals of protecting public safety and restoring compliance are met. In this case, they have their own reasons for wanting to not admit or deny the facts contained in the order.
And since this agreement, have the issues been remedied?
Yes, actually, since May
2022.
May 3rd of 2022, so over 2 years now, there have been no issues of mold compliance at that facility.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you.
Sure.
Oh, sorry, Acting Chair, Enforcement Counsel, good introduce.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. Just one other thing, I Phil did a great job on explaining that. Just one additional matter is, so as part of the informal dispute resolution conference, which that process is voluntary, there is no hearing officer in there, unlike a formal hearing under the 38 process. So there's no technical finder of fact. So like Phil said, that is part of that negotiation process there. So just adding a little bit of additional information.
Okay. Commissioner Roy?
Could you read the affirmative relief into the record, please?
Sure. Let me open to it. In lieu of proceeding with an administrative hearing and subsequent proceedings, respondent agrees to the stipulated remedies and terms set forth in paragraphs 13 through 30, including all subparagraphs. Paragraph 14. Respondent shall pay a monetary fine in the amount of $200,000 made payable to check or money order payable to the order of the Cannabis Control Commission Marijuana Regulation Fund. 15, I will summarize, which is postmarking this and the addresses to send it to. Paragraph 16. Further, respondent shall, for a period of 6 months from the date of this order, sub A, engage a third-party independent testing laboratory, ITL, acceptable to both the commission and the respondent to perform all required microbial testing for marijuana flower. Respondent shall continue to have authority to choose ITLs for all other testing. Sub B, representative samples of marijuana flower for testing purposes shall be collected by the ITL. Sub C, said testing shall be conducted using PCR methods followed by confirmatory plate assay testing for all flower samples. Sub D, Holistic shall make a registered agent available to identify batches that are ready to be sampled and assist the ITL. The ITL shall then identify and collect the representative samples from the identified harvest batches for testing. Sub E, both the commission and respondent, after being provided ample opportunity to conduct vetting, have agreed to utilize A2Z or ATOZ Laboratories Inc. As the designated ITL under this agreement. A2Z has assured the parties that to their satisfaction of its capacity to undertake its responsibilities described in this agreement on terms mutually agreed upon by Holistic and A2Z. Sub F, should A2Z become unable or unwilling to execute the responsibilities described in this agreement under the terms mutually agreed upon by Holistic and A2Z, respondent shall use an ITL of its own choosing, and the time period of this provision shall be told until such time as a new ITL with similar capacity can be selected by the parties. Shall I continue with our general ones, or is that the?
No, I just have a follow-up question.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. Attorney Scheffler, I just want to focus on B and the affirmative relief. Representative samples of marijuana flower for testing purposes shall be collected by the ITL. That's unusual. That's different, right? So
Correct.
we can talk about that a little bit. Normally, the cultivators, the product manufacturers are collecting their own sample and submitting it. And this sounds like, just so I have for edification purposes, that the ITL will physically be going to the
Correct.
site, and that's a little different than the norm, correct?
It is a little different from the norm.
Okay, and, but it sounds like that the, Holistic Industries will be able to kind of dictate what sample, is that correct?
Well, they will identify the batches that are ready for harvest.
I see.
Whereas the ITL will be the one to decide, well, we're taking this or that as the representative sample
I
of
see.
the batch you have identified that
Okay,
is prepared for, that is ready to be harvested.
okay, thank you. And this is unusual, from normal practice, if you will. And some states do require the ITL to physically go out, in New York, I think being one of them, to collect. I just wanted to highlight that this is a little different than the norm. And I appreciate this. I think it just goes another step, where the ITL physically goes and determines, what batch or what part of the batch they're gonna test. Thank you.
And I see Acting Chief Kamalo has joined us. I just want to make sure, see if she has any comments at this time. And if not, I'll hand things back over to Phil.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Roy, yes. This is particularly different because as part of the affirmative relief, we had to look at, different, circumstances and what the issues were. And it was agreed upon that it is important for us to, during that probationary period, to have some confirmatory testing, which is why we have that, language in there as part of the affirmative relief. This goes towards our continued efforts of ongoing compliance related to our regulatory scheme or, our laws.
Thank you, Chief Kamalo. Okay, are there any additional questions, Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure, just one more question, Bill. I'm assuming in selecting A to Z that they made that suggestion. We didn't take the first step and find a lab and then suggest it to them. It was, they found a lab and suggested it to us, and we verified that that lab would have the capabilities and the testing procedures we wanted them to follow.
I'll say that we mutually decided on them as a lab that did have the actual capacity to carry out its what its responsibilities under this would be.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Phil, is there any additional comments or facts that you would like us to consider at this point?
Unless you have further questions for me, I'm open to that, but.
Actually, I do.
Commissioner Ray?
On the testing, we're allowing them to continue with the PCR and then confirmatory with plating. Why didn't we just say, just go to plating? Why did we keep the PCR in there?
Well, in this case, it is, and I'll have to actually give a shout out to our testing team for providing me the substantial education. I'll put it that way on this, where PCR, and anybody who is listening to this, please don't at me. I'm not a scientist. I will probably get this wrong. Is PCR tests are very specific. They will pick up sort of the specific genetic alleles of a type of mold or bacteria or whatever microbiome you have. Whereas plate assay is you put a sample on a plate, really, and you see if anything grows, what's there. One is more precise, one is more broad. They both pick up different things. In this case, our regulations only require you to use one or the other. This using both, you start with PCR, you use plate to confirm it. They have to do both for everything. So it's actually an enhanced obligation for those 6 months.
Yeah, that's helpful, but it also, I have questions for our testing.
Please.
So I will ask you.
I am very much a novice. I know just enough to be dangerous.
Tim, please.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. And just Commissioner Roy, to your question as well, in this instance, It is, again, this is, the affirmative relief is tailored to the specific facts and circumstances in this issue or in this matter. And here, so it is, I think it's important to note too that it is an initial PCR test followed by a confirmatory plate assay test. So they're utilizing both of those tests in conjunction here. And again, based on the facts that are outlined in the stipulated agreement, they were utilizing one during the relevant time period. So here it's utilizing both of those.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner.
Thank you. And I think I'll just put a pin in this. This needs to be a broader conversation around testing and PCR versus plating. And I'm just publicly putting a pin in that we need to explore this further. If one cultivator was selectively choosing a testing method over another, is that a one-off or are others doing it? And I think we need to have a broader conversation around testing with our testing team at some point for policy discussion.
I agree. I had a question around our response, that window where, and you might not have this readily available right now, between when we received complaints and when the investigation commenced. Do we know that time frame when? I think there's just a window here, but it says it's under facts of record number 9. Commissioner Roy also read this as well. But it says between September and November 2021, the commission received complaints. Do we know, or do you have it on hand, how soon after we received complaints that the commission took action?
Well, I can't tell you like the immediate date. I can, however, tell you that on October 8th of 2021, there was a notice of deficiency issued, which at least indicates to me that we must have taken action before October 8th in response to receiving complaints in September. So I don't have the specific dates in front of me, but logically we knew something before we told them to stop doing something.
Right. And that makes sense. Chief Kamala.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And typically what happens when we receive a complaint, what we do, within a matter of a week, the team goes out there to conduct an unannounced inspection as a response to the complaint. There are different variables or different circumstances. In some instances, we might be out there within 24 hours. In some instances, we might be out there within 3 days or 5 days. So with this instance, in terms of our response, it was within, our window. We did a virtual inspection initially on September 28th of 2021. And then there was another follow-up on-site inspection that we did after the virtual inspection related to this matter. So there were different things that we did during the investigation as part of the process in terms of, basically it was a mold complaint. We wanted to be able to also have, I believe we had members, from the local board that were also involved as well. So we're trying to coordinate the time in order for us to be able to get out there. But our initial inspection was a virtual inspection that we did on September 28th. And then I believe that there was a follow-up sometime, around October or November of 2021, where we did an on-site inspection, related to this complaint.
Okay, that's helpful. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. I just have a general question, and back to that number 9 that the commission and Acting Chief Kamala, you just alluded to that. The commission further received a letter from the Munson Board of Health requesting an inspection of the facility due to mold complaints. And I'm just curious, this is just a general question probably for you, Acting Chief Kamala. What is our relationships with the boards of health, and do they do inspections on their own, or do they leave the inspections to us? And do we have any kind of mutual trainings or agreements, or should we begin trainings or agreements with these boards of health? They serve as another watchdog, if you will, and I just don't know what our relationships are with them and what their role is in the communities as far as our cultivators and product manufacturers.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Our relationship always, whether it's the sister agencies, whether it's the Board of Health, whether it's law enforcement, is really to collaborate. We foster collaboration so that we can be able to, especially in this instance, the Board of Health was, initially involved in this matter. And then when we did the inspection, we made sure that we notified them. And we also had our Director of Government Affairs get involved in terms of communicating with the representatives from the Board of Health. So our relationships, as far as that is concerned, whenever we have an opportunity to collaborate with any of our sister agencies or local agencies, we do the best that we can so that we can also either learn from them or they can also learn from us as well. So in this instance, we did everything that we could, to ensure that we collaborated with them, or that we also, they were sending correspondence from time to time, basically just checking in on the status to see how things were going. And we had our Director of Government Affairs respond to them, particularly with this matter. So we do encourage our local Board of Health and sister agencies that if they have any matters that they want to refer to the Commission, they can always reach out to the Commission either through our inspections mailbox, or if there's a lead, we always want to ensure that we follow up, lead investigator or lead compliance officer. We always want to ensure that we reach out to them and communicate with them to see what information can they provide to us related to that. But I'll tell you this, one of the things that we're really noticing in terms of those relationships, for the most part, since the CCC has oversight on these issues, they typically, leave it to the CCC to conduct the inspections. And so we do the best that we can to ensure that, we're out there, but we're also communicating with them so that at least they know that we're being responsive, to those complaints.
Thank you, Chief Khumalo. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. And Chief Khumalo, in this particular instance, did the Board of Health, did they physically go in as well, or they just referred it to us, or did they physically go in and inspect the mold?
Okay, so what I can tell you from my recollection, because I was part of that on-site inspection when we went out there, I do believe at some point what we were told is that they did, representatives from the local Board of Health for that particular town, they did show up at the facility. And in terms of what did they do, and I cannot speak to that because it was not a dual inspection. But I do believe that when we did go there on site, they did tell us that one of their representatives did show up on site at some point. But they were involved when we had the virtual inspection. We did have the Board of Health. They did attend. We did have them in attendance for the virtual inspection. But in terms of on-site, that was they attended without the Commission being present. But we did communicate with them in terms of dates and all that stuff, so that they were aware that the steps that we were taking in terms of ensuring that there was awareness, or they were cognizant of the fact that the CCC was going there on site.
Just one final question. Thank you, Richard. Have we spoken to the ITL that passed the moldy flower?
Let me go back to my notes before I respond to that. We would have to check so that at least we can be accurate in this. I want to make sure that and then not only that, for clarification, so that I can be responsive to your question, Commissioner Roy. What exactly are you asking?
I'm asking that the ITL passed flower that was moldy. And I'm just wondering if there's any quality control issues, or if it's just a matter of the test. Although Phil said that the PCR is a little more sensitive and you thought it would pick up the mold, but it didn't. So I'm just wondering if this is quality control issues. And if we've spoken to, is the ITL aware they passed moldy flower? I guess is what I'm asking.
I love that question. That's a good question.
Yes.
I think Tim is also raising his hands. I don't know if you want to give Tim the opportunity.
So I have the initial response, but then I'll also have the team jump in.
Sure.
In this,
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so with random sampling that was submitted to the ITL, so at this point, we don't, the ITL did not do anything wrong in this instance. But also when it comes to that particular test, one of the things that I want all of you to understand when it comes to PCR testing, the disparities or the differences is that it's a wide spectrum of, it's able to pick up on different microorganisms. And then at times it will shorten the time to the results. And then also it increases the sensitivity, right? So which is why when it comes to our affirmative relief, we wanted to make sure that PCR testing, PCR testing is also done here. But in this instance, I will have the team jump in on this one. As I noted, it's not a situation where the ITL did anything wrong. This was more of a situation where in the facility itself, one of the things that we noticed when we walked in there, it was very, the mold, they had it in the ceilings. You could actually see the mold in specific rooms and all that stuff. So I will have, and then also one of the things that we really wanted to pay particular attention to, we wanted to make sure that, there wasn't any contamination when it comes to the plants or the product. So I'll have the team jump in if they have any additional comments that they want to make related to your question.
The one comment I will say before Tim jumps in, I do want to ask if we're tracking when we have issues like this come up, if it's coming from, the same lab or labs. Are we tracking that?
In terms of compliance, Madam Chair, we always want to make sure that we have, that's part of having a robust compliance program, is to ensure that we have data points, we have metrics related to, issues like this. So we do have that data, and also our testing team, they're doing everything that they can at this particular time to ensure that they're keeping track, whether it's our tickets, even communication with metric relating to our testing data and ways to improve certain areas that need improvement related to such matters. So that's something that we are staying on top of, because it is part of the compliance program. And not only that, as a matter of fact, in instances where we receive such complaints, the team does conduct unannounced inspection as a response, as I had mentioned earlier, to such complaints. So these are the things that we're really staying on top of, because the key role when it comes to what we really pride ourselves in is to ensure that we have safe products out there, and that our ITLs, which is why our regulatory scheme is very thorough and it's very detailed, because we want to ensure that when it comes to our ITLs, they are doing the things that they're required to do, particularly when it comes to testing, because that's really the beginning phase of ensuring that there's public safety. With that said, I think if anybody from the team wants to jump in, it could either be, Catherine or somebody from the testing team, or also feel free to jump in to sort of answer some of the questions that were brought up in this today.
That's right. I see Catherine's joined us before Catherine opines. Tim, did you have a comment that you wanted to? Oh.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I just wanted to point out, I appreciate the question, Commissioner Roy. I think that is a very good question. I would definitely encourage you to speak with our testing team. Jim and Genevieve, both very knowledgeable, as well as the rest of the lab testing analysts too. They would definitely be able to help with kind of the technical side of things as it relates to the specific tests and kind of the pros and cons of each of those tests as well. I will just note that, and I kind of want to pull the conversation back to the stipulated agreement that is before the commission for ratification today. It focuses on holistic industries. There was no allegations of wrongdoing by any of the ITLs in this instance. And just noting that based on the facts in this instance, there was an understanding, or at least we're alleging a knowledge in this, that one sort of test would produce a higher rate of passing versus the other. So that is why the affirmative relief was tailored in that way. But again, just I don't want to stray into alleging wrongdoing by an ITL here, just because that is not in the facts and record. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Commissioner.
And for the record, I'm not asserting or alleging, just if nothing was done inappropriately by the ITL, from my individual perspective, it's worth a conversation if one has not been had with the ITL, just to make them aware that, you know, they were passing moldy flour. Mold is often described as smelling musty, can be seen to the naked eye. And so, you know, others have described mold as having an earthy or meaty odor resembling the smell of wet socks or rotten wood. I mean, there's smell, there's to naked eye, and I'm not saying anything was done inappropriately, but I think a conversation is worth being had with the ITL if it hasn't been already, to make them aware that this product was being passed, moldy flour was being passed.
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Yes.
And just adding to that, Commissioner Roy, the instance here too, you'll know one of the violations is failure to do representative testing as required by the commission, and the fact that the representative samples are in general picked by the licensee, the cultivator here. So it is kind of a two-party process there. So not saying that is necessarily the case here, but there could have been maybe not an actual representative sample that was taken, and that could have also accounted for it as well. So here the violations that we've identified say failure to follow the representative testing. So I'm not going to get into the sampling conversation necessarily, but definitely happy to have a conversation regarding representative sampling, testing, and the work that we're doing in the investigations and enforcement department, particularly with the testing team, on kind of bolstering some of those regulations and guidelines as well.
Thank you. Of course. Bill, you want to walk us through testing?
Well, no, not at all. I just wanted to just bring it back to the clarify on this particular matter that's before us. The issue here was not really the testing side of it or the conduct of how these tests were done. It was the knowledge that the test passing was non-representative of the marijuana that would then be forwarded onto market. That was the key element.
Thank you for clarifying that, Commissioner.
Thank you. So what you're saying is there was a conscious decision by the cultivator to selectively choose PCR. Right? Is that what you're saying? There was a conscious effort to selectively choose certain testing method over another.
That is what we allege, and Holistic neither admits nor denies that, but that is what we have alleged.
Okay.
It's also possible, I just want to note also on the testing side of it, is that whatever species of mold was involved, it is possible that it could have not been picked up by either method. So that is a possibility that exists.
Okay, I think, and I'll move us along, but this conversation is indicative of a need for a bigger conversation around testing protocols, why certain things are chosen over others. I would suggest we have a future conversation that delves into this a little bit further. Council Gooden, I see your hand.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I am just raising my hand in person. I believe our Acting Director of Investigations, Catherine Binkowski, has a comment as well.
Yes, Director Binkowski, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Yes, just to give additional context to this and in credence of what Chief Kamala was saying, the basis of both this complaint and the investigation did center around complaints received about the mold within the facility, not particularly the product, and really had a worker safety nexus to it. The mold that was observed on site was observed within the facility, specifically the roof, and kind of set it around the licensee's knowledge of potential deficiencies in the roof and what was done to mitigate those risks. As part of our investigation, we did do random sampling. So I just wanted to clarify that none of the samples that made it to market did fail testing, and there wasn't, in order to assess to make sure that the product was sampled correctly. We did go in as a team, and our team conducted random sampling of harvests in the rooms where certain contamination of the facility was observed, and samples that came back as failing for that would not have moved on to the market. So this was more of contamination of the facility and worker safety. It also involved those complaints being raised with OSHA. So the nexus of this was really from a worker safety facility contamination, not necessarily the product.
Thank you, Catherine. Are there any additional questions? Okay. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to ratify the final order and stipulated agreement in the case of Holistic Industries Incorporated?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Now we'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. The next enforcement action is for Old World Remedies Incorporated. I believe this is Jake Nielsen. I will give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. For your consideration is a proposed final order and stipulated agreement, which follows the issuance of a notice of fines against Old World Remedies on September 11th of 2023. In September of 2021, the Investigations and Enforcement Department received a complaint that alleged Old World Remedies had failed to report an instance of diversion to the Commission. Investigators conducted an unannounced inspection at Old World Remedies facility and learned that 12 days earlier, one of their employees had given away a pre-roll during a sales transaction. I'll refer to this as being the unauthorized distribution. During the inspection, Old World Remedies staff misled investigators about their knowledge of the unauthorized distribution, but eventually disclosed that they did know, and explains that a member of their staff had identified an inventory discrepancy, discovered the cause through reviewing security footage, and reported the incident to management. Management then met with the employee a few days later and afterwards adjusted its metric to account for the inventory discrepancy, but falsely attributed the adjustment as an entry error. Despite having SOPs for reportable incidents, Old World Remedies elected not to report the incident to the Commission. The licensee's conduct following the unauthorized distribution is what makes up this matter, rather than just the unauthorized distribution of a single pre-roll. On February 17th of 2023, the Commission issued a letter of enforcement intent alleging violations of Commission regulations. And then on September 11th of 2023, the department issued a notice of fines. Following the issuance of the notice of fines, the parties agreed to resolve this matter, which is reflected in the proposed agreement for you. So going into the actual violations themselves, there are 4 violations. 3 of them is what I will term as being technical violations, and 1 that represents the core issue, the core violation for this matter. So the first violation is for the failure to track the distribution of marijuana and marijuana products in metric. The second violation is for the failure to notify law enforcement authorities and the Commission of the discovery of an inventory discrepancy within 24 hours and then submit an incident report within 10 calendar days. The third violation is for the failure to follow its prevention of diversion, inventory of marijuana and marijuana products, and required notification standard operating procedures. And the fourth violation, which is the heart of this matter, is that the respondent misled Commission investigators during an investigation and made a false record entry in metric. As I said, this is the core matter in this case. Trust and cooperation between licensees and Commission staff is foundational to the Commission's ability to safeguard public health, safety, and welfare, and ensure that licensees remain compliant. Through the proposed agreements, the parties have agreed to resolve this matter through the payment of a fine and affirmative relief. Those terms and conditions are as follows. A $60,000 fine payable over 3 years, which is subject to the schedule outlined in the agreement. And then for affirmative relief, we have a 6-month probationary period where substantial noncompliance will result in, shall constitute full and adequate grounds for license suspension or revocation. We are requiring an enhanced obligation of bi-monthly internal inventory audits during the probationary period. Bi-monthly meaning twice per month, and that represents an increase of the obligation where our regulations only require a once per month inventory audit. We then are also requiring the continuing education of both owners and agents on metric courses, refresher training on inventory, record keeping, and reportable obligations, and for the owners and management ethics training. In addition to that, there will be automatic penalty assessments for the failure to comply with either the internal inventory audits or training obligations. And I will note that automatic assessments do not come with a hearing right. Here, I'd like to specifically thank and recognize the efforts again of our acting Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, Nonkulisi Kumalo, acting Director of Investigations, Catherine Benkoski, former Investigations Manager Eduardo Guardiola, former investigators, Lauren Kasowski, I hope I got that right, and Darlene Holsworth, and then investigators, Brian Burdock, and all of the other investigators and Enforcement Council staff who assisted on this matter. We recommend ratification of this agreement as being an appropriate resolution to this matter. The proposed remedy recognizes Old World Remedy's acceptance of responsibility for the violations and their willingness to take continued efforts to restore good standing.
Thank you, Jake. Are there any questions? Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. And thank you, Jake. Not to put you on the spot to be a metric expert. But obviously when they went into adjust metric, they entered a note in metric stating the adjustment was due to a entry error. And looking at the background material, it appears they were having a scanning problem for that pre-roll, which ultimately was what wound up in the bag. Like, I can't scan it, it goes in. So help me understand, should they have chosen another reason to make the correction or in metric, or what other category could they have picked if quote unquote entry error wasn't enough of a validation for the reason?
Sure. So my understanding is how metric adjustments work, and if the acting chief or acting director of investigations want to correct me, definitely feel free to do so. But there are certain options that are available. But in addition to those options, I believe those options include entry error as being one of them, diversion is one of them, or it might be categorized as other. But there's also a note that you can explain what that is. And in the training for metric that is available that we are requiring this licensee to retake, there is guidance on how a licensee should input information in there. And there's the requirements to have, select the appropriate circumstance. I don't know what the appropriate circumstance would be in this, that, I don't know all the options. But then there's the note that really describes what has occurred. And here, their entry was just being an entry error. Rather than having any sort of explanation of what this case, and it kind of flows from their non-reporting of this issue to the commission.
And I realize that it's a small piece of what accrues to make the violation what it is, and I think to your point, it's all of the following events, activities, the kind of, I can call it lack of forthcoming cooperation, that the fine is what it is. And again, spaced out over a 3-year period. So I appreciate that. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. In the facts of record, I don't see how we were alerted to the entry error. Did commission did our testing team find it, or was there a whistleblower component to any of this?
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. There was a whistleblower component to this.
Any other questions? Yes, Jake.
Yeah, I just want to add and note for the record that I'd like to point your attention to paragraphs 52 and I believe 54. And I just want to note that the commission doesn't expect our licensees to be perfect. I think that there's, an outstanding or something that's may draw attention is the fact that this was a single pre-roll. However, in this case, it's the conduct following the discovery. So I just want to note that the expectation is not perfection, but the expectation is to follow the obligations and to be forthright with our investigators when we come in for inspections.
Thank you, Jacob. Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, it's an interesting point that you bring up, Jake, and you might pull acting director of investigations or acting CIE into this. I guess my interest is something like this happens. Something like this happens. We want to I think we want to remind licensees that if you have not confronted this before, this had been an incident that they were not aware of, that we encourage them to reach out to whoever their investigator might be or somebody to ask questions, to talk about the right approach, I guess. I don't know, Catherine or acting CIE, I would expect that would be our approach. If a licensee reached out to us and said, I had this happen, I want to do the right thing. The investigative team, I hope, would be there as a resource to help manage them through the process so that they may not have wound up in this, gotten to this level. But
I think Chief Kamalo has a few, she wanted to comment on a few different components of the conversation. Chief Kamalo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Commissioner Stebbins, that is part of what we do is part of the when we issue notices of deficiencies, or if it's a situation where we receive an incident report per our requirements in our regulations, we do our best to communicate with the licensees and engage in a conversation with them, right? So unfortunately, in this instance, there were some misrepresentations during the inspection that led to this. But the key thing in this is that during their trainings with Metric, even when we're out in the field, it is very important to look at the guidance related to Metric. This instance here, it was more of a situation where when there are any type of adjustments that are made, because this is really related to our regulations related to diversion, it is important that when it comes to their notes, they are factually accurate, and not just that, they're very specific to the actual event. So when we do our metric audits, the team does metric audits, whether on a weekly basis or on a monthly basis. If we're realizing or we're noticing that there are some anomalies, there are instances where things seem to be a trend or a pattern, we do follow up with metric to check in to see what is going on here, what could be the case. So even in instances where we do not get an incident report or where we're not notified as part of our compliance program, if we realize through our audits that there are instances where we have to follow up with the licenses related to their adjustments, related to their notes, which is why their notes, it's important that they train their staff to ensure that they're very clear and concise as to why an adjustment is being made.
okay, thank you.
Director Benkowski, did you have any additional comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, just to add to Chief Kamalo, also licensees are required by our regulations to do both monthly and comprehensive annual inventory audits. In this case as well, some licensees do have their own standard operating procedures, which they submit to our investigations and compliance staff in terms of them representing how they plan to follow our regulations. Some licensees, and actually many of them certainly do inventory outside of the monthly inventory. They do cycle counts. They look at their active inventory. They're doing daily reconciliation of sales. We get incident reports all the time regarding, instances related to inventory. This is a matter of having that relationship with your investigator or compliance officer to report when you see those those discrepancies. Our 1059 regulations regarding incident reports do have to do with discrepancies. So if there's an unexplained reason when you're going through your inventory and the numbers aren't matching up, that is where the licensee should be triggered to notify enforcement staff. This is something we would work with the licensee to do to ensure that they were following their standard operating procedures, reviewing security, making sure it was diversion or whether that could be ruled out. But our intention is to have a safe, ensuring the public health and safety of this legal market. So the cooperation of the licensees is really tantamount to our investigators and compliance officers being able to do our job. And Metric is also a resource. They have their support line where they open tickets, and those are transcripts that we can see. So we can see if they were having an issue with their API, an adjustment issue. If we're doing our audits, like Noam Khaleesi said, and we reach out to Metric and we're seeing the correspondence between the licensee and Metric, those are good faith efforts to abide by the training received both by us and Metric to make sure that they're making good faith efforts to make sure that their inventory is accurate and they're seeking the guidance when they need it.
Thank you, Catherine. Are there any additional questions or comments? Okay. Commissioner, I see your hand. Okay. On that note, Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to ratify the final order and stipulated agreement in the case of Old World Remedies Incorporated?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. At this point, if there's anyone from the enforcement team that wants to offer any additional comments, thank you so much for all of your work and presenting some really complicated information today in a really concise way. Tim, did you have any comments from RW?
Madam Chair, no, I just wanted to thank you all for your time and consideration of these matters, and thank you. It's very clear that you are very thorough in reviewing these, and there is a lot of work, as we mentioned, that goes into these. So that is appreciated that work is actually being reviewed, received, and approved as we would hope to.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
I'll just say a reminder to something that Commissioner Roy highlighted. These stipulated agreements will be, if they're not already available for the public, if there are any questions around what we discussed today. And I want to also, before I turn things over to Chief Kamalo, I'll let Commissioner Roy offer any comments.
Thank you. And I want to thank the team, Enforcement Council and Investigations Enforcement and Testing, and everyone for all the work and all the time you spent before today's meeting with us. There were a lot of hours you spent with us going over these. So, and I had a boatload of questions, as you know, and I want to thank you for your thoughtful answers. And before, and I know we ratified Holistic Industries, but I just want to read into the record 2 of the facts of record that Holistic knew that at least some of the product from its facility that was sold to the public smelled and tasted like mold, despite having passed PCR testing, and that numerous consumer and patient complaints were levied to Holistic in this period, complaining that the product smelled and tasted like mold. So I just wanted to put that into the record.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Chief Kamalo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to personally thank the team, investigation and the Enforcement Council team, and also the testing team for all the hard work that was putting into these matters. And also, I want to really thank all the parties that were involved, even the licensees and the attorneys that were involved in these matters during our IDRs and everything else that's involved, and for collaborating and cooperating with the commission when we were going through these investigations, and also through when we were dealing with the enforcement action. So truly appreciate it. We thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so it is 1:47 now. We've sort of blown past the 1 o'clock hour, but it'll probably make sense for us to break for lunch at this point. I know we still have a long way to go. Well, we'll go into the discussion and vote. Actually, it might be shorter than we think. It might be. So we could do either 45 minutes to an hour. Do you guys have a preference on how long we break for lunch?
Good for half hour, but
You good for a half hour?
Yeah, want to plow through.
Yeah, half hour, okay.
Okay, let's say, I'll add a couple more minutes. Let's break until 2:30.
2:30, sounds good.
So we'll break for lunch until then. Great job, guys.
Thank you. Great job.
Nice job.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Okay, so we are now in the commission discussion votes section of today's meeting. I mentioned earlier that there are 7 items here. I know it's already 2:30, so I will try to move us along throughout. The first item is the executive director search update, which is being brought to us today by our acting executive director, Deborah.
Thank you, Madam.
Oh, Debbie, I cannot hear you.
Can't hear me? Can you hear me?
Hold on 1 second, Debbie. We're just having some issues hearing.
Okay, great.
Yeah, you're on here. Well, I can't hear her. I know. She's muted. Oh, Debbie, are you muted?
I just put my.
No, it's still low. Let's see. Debbie, see something?
Echoing.
All right, while we're fixing that. I could entertain a motion to take things out of order. Just because we're having some issues. But the thing is, for 2 and 3, I think that's also virtual.
Oh.
Jump to 4. We could jump to 4. So I'll just ask for a motion to amend the agenda while we rectify the technical issues happening right now, so that we take up the island transportation discussion first. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. We'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. So that leads us to number 4, which is actually great because there's a lot of people in the room who's a part of this conversation. I am listed as the sponsor of this item, but it's really a all hands on deck conversation because there are a number of complexities. Before we begin the actual conversation, just a few overlying things to be mindful of. We're not talking about any particular licensees. So we won't be discussing anything that's ongoing here at the commission in terms of establishments and their names. But we are aware that there is an issue happening right now with the licensees and operators who are on the islands in terms of transportation of product, and because of a supply issue that is ongoing and could have really significant implications for consumers, particularly medical consumers, and other consumers as well, as we're entering the summer months. So I wanted to make sure that we brought this conversation to just delve into the different considerations that are at play, understanding the different laws, both statutory and at the federal level, as well as our own regulations that are also at play, and then assessing what some of our options may be. So it's on this agenda for discussion. It's not for a vote. Today is really to go through the considerations and understanding the issue at hand. But that means that we may have, and we will likely have additional action after today. With that being said, I want to again welcome our enforcement council team. You guys did a tremendous job already this meeting. I know there's a lot on today's agenda that falls in your lap, but I want to turn things over so you can sort of walk us through your analysis of the situation that's at hand. So I think, Tim, you might be beginning, or so, okay, Council Gooden, yes, Council Gooden, please.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I will primarily serve to really just kind of introduce the issue and then hand it over to my colleague Jake Nielsen, who did a lot of the work regarding this as well. But I'm also definitely here as a resource and to assist with answering any questions. But to just kind of set the table here for the moment, I know we've had conversations internally preceding this, but just to, I think what we can do here is really outline kind of some of the conversations that we've had, or excuse me, rather our understanding of kind of federal posture, but then also primarily we can identify some compliance implications regarding our regulations, particularly as it relates to transportation of marijuana or marijuana products from the Massachusetts mainland to the islands. But so I'll hand it over to Jake to provide that overview, and then definitely if there are any questions, happy to answer this.
Thank you. Jake?
Thanks, Acting Enforcement Council and Madam Acting Chair. So I'll go over the outreach that the department has conducted regarding this matter. So we did a kind of a dual approach on outreaches, both to state actors and to federal actors and agencies. So starting with the state, we did reach out to the Massachusetts State Police, the Commission of Pilots, specifically the commissioner of the 3rd division or district. I forget, so apologies there. And then lastly, we also contacted the Massachusetts Steamship Authority. So really based off of the conversations that we had with those three agencies, they had suggested that this is a matter that would be more appropriately directed to the Drug Enforcement Administration or the United States Coast Guard, especially when we're dealing with islands and navigable waters between the islands, since they're not connected to the mainland by a bridge or any other means. But I did want to note, specifically with the Massachusetts Steamship Authority, that they had said that a question of the use of the Steamship Authority had actually been brought up a couple of years back from the commission, but that was in relation to the transportation of cash. And I believe at that time, it was deemed to be a necessary part of the process. So they had allowed that, but they had not allowed the actual transportation of marijuana or marijuana products. What they explained to me is that the product itself is strictly prohibited from going on the ferries. They actually have policies that are posted online regarding what can be commercially transported, and they have certain policies related to the prohibition of controlled substances. So moving to the federal agencies, we did contact the Department of Justice in the District of Massachusetts, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and the United States Coast Guard. The DOJ suggested that this matter should be appropriate to the DEA and the U.S. Coast Guard, which again, we're narrowing down who are the relevant actors in this situation. And for both the DEA and the U.S. Coast Guard, I have yet to receive a formal response at this time. But with the DEA, they did indicate that they do interdiction efforts from time to time. And with the U.S. Coast Guard, I was also provided with some citations to federal law regarding navigable waters and certain applicable criminal statutes. Marijuana is still federally illegal, and that's the federal government's authority and jurisdiction. Now, I don't know if it would be helpful to go over potentially impacted regulations first, or certain compliance concerns. So whatever is most helpful, I can go there next.
Thank you, Jake. I have a few questions in terms of the outreach.
Sure.
So on the state level, you provided a response from the Steamship Authority. Was there any comments or responses received from the state police or for the Commission of Pilots?
So both with the state police and the Commission of Pilots, they were helpful in pointing me in the direction of the DEA and the Coast Guard.
Okay, all right, got it. And then DOJ pointed you to DEA, and the U.S. Coast Guard, what was the response again?
I have not received a formal response from them, but I did receive citations to federal statutes that would be applicable.
Okay. I think it would be helpful at this point to go through our regulations and understanding where the rub is for us here at the CCC. I know we'll go into the federal laws as well, but let's go through the regulations.
Sure. General Counsel, would you like me to go over the regulations as they relate to compliance concerns? First, I just want to make sure that I'm not.
Whatever you like.
Okay, sure.
Pipe up if I
Okay,
feel like I need
excellent,
to.
excellent. Okay. So I'm going to focus on areas where there would be compliance concerns. So starting with the regulations specifically, and I'm sorry, I'm going to throw out a lot of citations, but I can kind of summarize what the specific sections essentially go to. But 935 CMR 500 105 13A is a section on transportation, and the subsections under 13A are subsections 2, which requires that transportation be conducted by marijuana establishment agents, kind of having some sort of conflict if there was a use of the Massachusetts Steamship Authority. That's not actually being controlled by the agents going on board. For subsection 12, that requires that all transportation times and routes be randomized. There is some difficulty with that when there are scheduled transportation. Subsection 13, which requires that all transportation routes remain in the Commonwealth. Then moving on to 500 105 13 subsection C. There we have 1A, which requires that the vehicles being used for transportation be either owned or leased by the marijuana establishment or marijuana transporter. 13C3 requires that vehicles be compliant with applicable Massachusetts RMV requirements. Again, here's we have the RMV, which is Registry of Motor Vehicles. When we're dealing with boats or aircraft, there are different authorities that would be required to either register or license them. Moving on to 105.13E6, which requires the transporter to return in the event of GPS failure. 13G1, which requires agents transporting marijuana or marijuana products to have a driver's license in good standing with the RMV for all classes of vehicle that they will operate. We have 110.1M, which requires licensees to develop emergency policies and procedures following diversion, theft, or loss of marijuana. How that might change if there was the inclusion of other motorized vehicles would have to be addressed. And then 500.200, which are special exemptions of certain regulations for the island counties specifically. And that includes transportation for testing allowances and delivery. And then other considerations that could impact a licensee's ability to operate, even if there were some consideration of changes to the regulations, would be 500.450.13, which essentially states that committing illegal practices such as the violation of federal law would constitute full and adequate grounds to suspend or revoke a license. And then we also have suitability issues that could potentially arise with this, where if there was an open criminal proceeding, that would result in a mandatory disqualification. And then also row 7, which if there is a felony conviction, that would also result in a mandatory disqualification. Lastly, I wanted to note that 500.840, which is right at the end of our regulations, explicitly states that the commission regulations do not require the violation of federal law or purport to give any immunity under federal law, nor do they pose an obstacle to federal enforcement of federal law. So those are the regulations. I'll stop there. There may be others that are implicated, but I think it's a good start.
And this might seem like a simple question, but the water that is in between us and the islands, that's federal. We're saying that is federal bodies of water.
That is complicated. So it depends on my understanding, and again, I do not have an expertise in this, is that there are defined terms for what territorial waters or navigable waters might be. And the intersection of federal jurisdiction and state jurisdiction depends on the mile radius, for lack of a better terms. Between Martha's Vineyard and the Commonwealth, there is an area of joint jurisdiction, at least as far as I'm aware. Between Nantucket and the Commonwealth, there is an area where it is strictly federal jurisdiction.
Okay.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And not specifically related to that, but just kind of summarizing, Jake did a very good job thoroughly outlining a number of different compliance concerns that we have in our regulations, but just kind of thinking of those holistically and really kind of drilling down into certain areas of compliance concerns. I mean, just based on how our regulations are currently constructed, the Investigations and Enforcement Department and our interpretation of those regulations and enforcement really some of the primary concerns are regarding the actual vehicle and mode of transportation, and also our inspections department and investigations department, their ability to effectively inspect and approve each of those vehicles that are being used for transport. So our regulations as written and as Jake outlined really contemplate ground transportation. They specifically reference the Massachusetts RMV and also requiring a driver's license for marijuana establishment agents. And then also there are just logistical compliance concerns too, in terms of having randomized routes, boats, and also if we kind of expand this to aircraft, they need to land at specific ports, generally speaking. And so that's another thing. Are they randomized routes if they're originating and ending at the same location every time? And also, if we're talking about the Steamship Authority, there's a schedule of when they actually are making that trip. So, and then those are just focused on the compliance concerns with our regulations. That is not even necessarily crossing that threshold into the complications regarding state and federal jurisdiction.
Pause here for a second. Are there any questions before we?
Just a quick question. I'm looking for this right now, but you may know the answer. Who licenses boats?
So I think that Commissioner Stebbins, I think that depends on where the boat is going to be operated. I know the Massachusetts State Environmental Police will license some boats, but also the U.S. Coast Guard is responsible for licensing boats as well.
So
I think it would depend on where they.
Boat, motorized or otherwise, doesn't fall under the RMV's jurisdiction. It falls under environmental police.
Correct. That's my understanding.
Okay.
Commissioner Roy.
I just want to point out some irony. So in 500-840, Section 2B, nothing in 935 CMR 500 requires the violation of federal law or purports to give immunity under federal law. Like, our whole industry is in violation of federal law. So I just wanted to point, like, you know, right? It's like, okay, going over waters is violation, but this whole industry, what we're doing is in violation of federal law. So I just want to point out that irony there.
Christina, please.
That's a very good point, Commissioner Roy. I think when we take a look at the regulations here, we kind of have to take a look at the environment where they were promulgated to. Around that time, you know, in 2013, there was something called the Cole Memorandum, where the US DOJ indicated that if there were state regulatory schemes that were in effect, where they were, you know, legalizing marijuana and there was strong regulatory enforcement, that they weren't going to enforce federal marijuana prohibition. However, it didn't necessarily extend to some of these other federal laws with respect to transporting marijuana across the sea. So my understanding is that might have been something where the previous commission was taking into consideration when it promulgated these regulations concerning transportation of marijuana and limiting it to motor vehicles. And so that we just have to take that into consideration. But obviously, yes, you know, marijuana is illegal federally. The Controlled Substances Act is in effect. But then again, there are additional federal laws that prohibit marijuana transportation to some extent.
Okay, that leads to the next phase. And I know, Jacob, you've done a lot of work and homework on this. Do you have the federal laws that will be implicated if we were to permit transportation to the islands.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, I have some of them.
And maybe
It's
I'll
not,
ask you both, because we have our general counsel too, so,
it's not necessarily an all-encompassing, but for the purposes of this discussion, so we do have the Controlled Substances Act. That is something that kind of stands in the way of this. But more specifically, we have 21 USC 841, which criminalizes the possession of a controlled substance with intent to distribute. I mean, that is a significant hurdle for us to deal with. There are also penalties for simple possession of marijuana. That's 21 USC 844. And then we have 21 USC 812, which establishes cannabis as a Schedule I controlled substance. As we know, this is subject to some change from discussion of the federal government on what they want to do. But even if they reschedule to Schedule III, it would still be a controlled substance. And some of the concerns that kind of raised by this is that licensees, the transportation has to be done by someone. So we do have to recognize that agents will be required to do this, and they are being put at risk if they are transporting it and if something happens. In addition to that, did you want any of the citations related to navigable waters, or I don't know if that's helpful for this discussion.
I know.
Sure. So there are specific regulations related to possession of controlled substance on board of a covered vessel. Covered vessel is a defined term under 46 USC 70503 subsection E. And the specific prohibition is 46 USC 70503A1. And then there are certain terms which define navigable waters, which is 33 CFR section 2.36A1, and that's the definition. And then the assertion of the U.S. jurisdiction over waters generally is 33 CFR section 2.38A.
Thank you, Jake. All right, I'm going to ask a few people to jump in. I want to make sure our Director of Government Affairs is on deck, just so we can talk about how the Commonwealth is situated in comparison to some other jurisdictions that are online now with regulated cannabis that also have islands. But before I ask Director Giancola, I want to ask our acting director, Catherine Benkowski, just to provide more of a picture of the situation that licensees on the island are finding themselves in. Can you give us, I know we can't talk specifics about particular licensees, but any information in terms of inventory would be helpful.
Of course, Madam Chair, thank you. In terms of Martha's Vineyard, we can provide some totals as of today. There's approximately 599 packages, inclusive of bulk products that would be available to patients. And in terms of consumers on Martha's Vineyard, there's approximately 53 packages. Those packages all are on a spectrum in terms of sizes of those packages, types of products, et cetera. Bulk packages would be ones that would be broken down into smaller packages. But those are the numbers for Martha's Vineyard today.
Is there an estimate on how long those packages would be available to consumers, or when they may no longer be available? Sort of a time frame on when they might diminish completely?
We can't provide an actual time frame. I think it's worth noting, though, that the summer months are approaching, and those would be likely the daily numbers we're seeing now are those that are residents of the islands in question. As the summer months come, we all know that there will be an influx to the islands in terms of population. So it would be really difficult to provide a timeline based on the coming months in terms of the volume the islands are going to be seeing.
Okay. And so Director Giancola, let's talk about some other jurisdictions that may have already grappled with the same issue or are currently looking at this issue. Can you provide us with any sort of any jurisdictions that are going through a similar situation?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. There are a few states that are allowing the transportation of licensed marijuana products between businesses over waters to islands. I'll go through a few of those states after a preliminary analysis. However, we are also working with the regulators in those states and hope to be able to provide further information as well. For California, they generally prohibit it. However, they do allow the transportation by watercraft to Catalina Island, and that is in their regulations. There are preliminary regulations in Maine that would allow the transportation of marijuana over watercraft. And in fact, their regulations go so far as to define what a watercraft is. It does not include personal human-propelled watercrafts like canoes, kayaks, or jet skis. Or anything that requires a paddleboard. So they do go into some depth of how they allow the type of boat that would transport the marijuana. In New York State, ferries are expressly allowed to shuttle marijuana products to the islands. And in Alaska, it appears to be a case-by-case basis. There have been some admittedly older media stories about using aircraft to deliver marijuana products by a licensed agent to a retail facility on an island. But we do need to do a little bit more digging to make sure that that is up to date, because from a cursory look at the Alaska regulations, the transportation rules do tend to state that it would not be permissible, but there might be some other policies that would allow it.
Okay. And sorry, Matt, I don't mean to cut you off. Please continue.
No, it's okay. Hawaii does allow it, also on somewhat of a case-by-case basis. In Hawaii, they have a medical-only program at the moment. They would allow the transport of marijuana from one island to another for the purposes of testing the product, or if it could be demonstrated that a medical patient on one island did not have sufficient access to the medical marijuana products that they would need.
Okay. Chief Khumalo, did you want to provide some comments about the current inspection process and any implications, any changes might have for the team?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this will definitely impact the team in terms of having to inspect or review any alternative methods of transportation or modes of transportation, because currently investigators and compliance officers, they are able to inspect motor vehicles such as cars, trucks, vans, because there's a baseline familiarity with ground commercial transportation, and since we have an established process. But there are also security measures that we related specifically to delivery that we need to think about, such as GPS tracking, security camera coverage, and procedures in the event of an emergency that may require different technology or practices that would need to be contemplated. I think looking at our regulations and also looking at the laws as well, I don't think that was contemplated at the time when they were talking about delivery license types. So based on the current state of affairs that we have, this is not something that, the team is, familiar with. So this would require, collaboration with the, with the feds as well, in terms of what we really need to be paying particular attention to, what do we need to be focusing on, and then it would require comprehensive training as well if such a decision had to be made. So as far as ground commercial transportation is really, so far right now, the team is only well versed in terms of the vehicles, because as far as cars and trucks are concerned, or vans, this is something that individuals use on a day-to-day basis, and it's clear and straightforward. But any modes of transportation, even in instances where, let's say, for example, they had to use a helicopter, I mean, individuals would need to learn what exactly what they need to be looking for. And then not just that, it goes down to security, because our delivery regulations, they're really focused on security. And so those are some of the things that we really, the commission, would need to contemplate and really think about. And some of the things that really have already been mentioned, there are specific permits and things like that that would be required here. And also the IMV registration with the IMV. And there was a question from Commissioner Stebbins in terms of who oversees, ferries and boats and things like that. For commercial, anything commercial, it seems to be the U.S. Coast Guard. So regardless of how we slice the dice, we still need to be, to communicate with the feds as far as guidance regarding this matter.
Thank you, Chief Khumalo. Director Giancola, I had a follow-up question. The New York, you mentioned that transportation is permissible utilizing ferries. Are we speaking about the public ferries?
It would appear that way. In the New York regulations, it defines ground transport to mean transportation that is over land and not on water or in the air, with the exception of, and for the purpose of this chapter, a ferry.
Bear with me. I'm pulling up Chapter 55 of the Acts of 2017. Because I know our regulations include a section 500.200 is specifically in relation to the counties of Dukes County and Nantucket. And I believe that section of our regulation was in response to section 58 of Chapter 55 of the Acts of 2017, which says that the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission shall make necessary accommodations and promulgate special regulations for the counties of Dukes County and Nantucket. Such regulations shall be promulgated on or before May 1st, 2018. I had a conversation with members of the team yesterday, and we spoke about this section and component of the law. I think this might be a better question for our general counsel, just in terms of what does that mean for us and the way that we develop regulations as it relates to Dukes County and Nantucket.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. So for the purposes of the promulgation of the regulations that occurred in 2018, again, I want to just the landscape that was in effect at the time. A lot of that memorandum was they just rescinded the Cole memorandum, so they weren't really sure about how the enforcement was going to go. So I think the decision was made at that time to continue to permit vertical integrated facilities on the islands, and then to promulgate in the regulations 935 CMR 500.200. Which has some specific provisions for the counties of Dukes County and Nantucket, which allowed them to operate in full compliance with the law and gave them some types of exceptions from the other regulations where they weren't required to utilize independent testing laboratories until they were located on the island. And then they made some different types of accommodations for them. So that was, I believe, at the time how it was that provision was interpreted. And again, it was a different landscape at that time. We were operating at a time where this was a very, we were on the road to making a robust adult use industry and moving from just medical only, whereas we had a federal regime that was changing and its cannabis enforcement priorities were being changed at the time. So I think in the future, obviously, in my reading of state law, there's nothing in state law that would prevent the commission from reviewing this again if they were to take a look at their regulations. However, just keeping in mind, obviously, some of the questions and concerns that the enforcement and other staff members have raised. Obviously, there are a lot of regulations that are touched here, right? So the regulations were written in mind for vehicles. A lot of the requirements, speak to the registry of motor vehicles or to things that are more specific to cars, like air conditioning and certain compartments and GPS and different things, which, we would need to evaluate. So it might be something that's ripe for the commission's consideration, but just again, bearing in mind, it's not just a quick fix. We would have to do some sort of, review, just like many of these other states that Director Giancola has noted.
During an earlier conversation today, we talked about the use of emergency regulations. Tell us how that might operate in this situation. I know would still rub against the federal law, but as Commissioner Roy mentioned, what we do rubs against the federal laws. There's a lot of people who depend on the licensees on the islands for both medical consumption, but also adult use as well. And as Catherine Benkowski noted, the supply is diminishing, as we speak. So walk us through the utility of an emergency regulation just for a small span of time. I shouldn't say a small span of time, but for a temporary span of time that would permit something, some sort of relief for the licensees there.
Okay, thank you, Madam Acting Chair. So the provision of emergency regulations is in Chapter 30A, Section 2. And that finds that we can, if the agency finds that immediate adoption, amendment, or appeal of a regulation is necessary for the prevention of the public health, safety, or general welfare, and that observance of the requirements of notice in a public hearing would be contrary to the public interest, the agency may dispense with such requirements and adopt, appeal, or amend its regulation as an emergency regulation. So that's the current statute with respect to emergency regulations. And sorry.
Chat.
Sure.
That language.
Absolutely. So what it does is it kind of puts the agency on a clock. You still have to file them, so you'd still have to go through the process. You'd have to have, a discussion. They need to be voted on by the commission. What it dispenses with is the public hearing requirements and having to seek approval, send things to the MMA and other agencies. And in that case, it's basically good for 3 months. And then you're on the clock. So if you can't, you either make changes to them and you go through the entire process that is put forth for the regular promulgation of regulations. So you'd have to have the public hearings, go through the Secretary of State's office, have those types of things. And it's a much longer process usually. So you're basically kind of putting yourself, you'd have that time frame where you have to do that within 3 months. Otherwise, it just gets repealed. It's basically expires and it goes away. That would be difficult here, right? Because we're looking again at a number of different regulations. It's not like it's one date that needs to be changed or something where we can make minor revisions. Like, for example, when we did a lot of the telehealth updates in December of this year, those were ones that were, we changed a couple of words here and there. It could be said that could have been done through an emergency regulation as well if we needed to. In this case, again, we're looking at, again, the definition of a vehicle. Enforcement currently has its arms for investigation, its checklists, it's trained its staff are here. So it would be difficult, I think, to implement that in the short time frame that's necessary. But again, that is an option. It is available if it was a true emergency where they have defined it in the statute.
So short of changing our regulations, what options do we have? What are the options that are available to us without doing any sort of regulatory changes? Could there be a waiver? So just walk us through what we have at our disposal.
So right now we do have a process for obtaining waivers. Again, it would be obtaining waivers through for a number of different provisions of the regulations. And I don't know if Enforcement Council wants to speak to this.
Thank you. So my team processes the waivers that are received pursuant to 500 850 and 501 850. So kind of just thinking about it more generally, as opposed to getting into a specific waiver and kind of getting into a hypothetical of what a licensee or may actually seek to waive. There are 4 component parts to that analysis. The first being undue hardship, whether that constitutes an undue hardship. Second one being, are there any alternative compensating features that could be proposed or are being proposed by the licensee? The third one is whether or not there are any public health, safety, or welfare considerations. But then in the fourth one is also whether or not waiver would constitute a waiver of any a statutory waiver. And so how we have interpreted that provision, that final one in particular, is whether there are any state or federal laws that this would also be waiving. So in this instance, just speaking to kind of the initial question, the hypothetical, I think there would be a difficulty using the waiver process as contemplated in our regulations, because in effect, that would be allowing a waiver of the federal laws that we've spoken about today as well.
How does that function? I guess what I'm asking is, because we do permit waivers in certain cases.
Yeah.
Wouldn't those waivers also be in violation of federal law? Because it's allowing for the continuation of the operation of a cannabis establishment?
So I think generally speaking, we recognize the system that we are in, and there is we permit adult use and medical use marijuana, and we permit these establishments to do that. If we contemplate, we're talking about specifically the transport, and when I'm talking about federal laws that might be implicated as well, I'm really kind of thinking about the federal, the sections of the U.S. code that we spoke to about transporting over navigable waters and things of that nature as well. So, Madam Chair, you're right. You raise a good point. But kind of those more the broader federal statutes and regulations that relate to marijuana being a prohibited substance or a controlled substance. I think in effect, if we were to consider all of those, then we would never be allowed to offer a waiver. In this instance, though, there are more specific federal laws, I would say, that relate to that conduct. So that would definitely be a consideration that we would have to look into a little bit further. But just at the outset, I don't know if that would be the best option. My concern is I don't want to, I wouldn't suggest pointing licensees toward an option and then that not being a legitimate option for them. And then, I mean, just kind of thinking about the issue as well, undue hardship in general, how we have interpreted that and how we assess these is based on individual or unique circumstances to that licensee. I think the intent of the waiver process and why it was included in our regulations is because the initial cohort of commissioners it's my understanding that the ability to request a waiver of regulatory requirements is somewhat unique to the Cannabis Control Commission's regulations. The initial cohort of commissioners, I believe, included that, and kind of looking back at public meeting minutes as well, it seems to confirm this, that they understood the regulations that they were promulgating might not account for every circumstance. And so they built this process in to allow for those unique circumstances where one licensee is unable to comply based on their specific circumstances. So waivers are really not intended to be granted to a class of people. So that is one thing. And then just additionally too, we have another provision in our regulations that is called alternative security provisions. And that is not exactly a waiver. It functions somewhat similarly. It doesn't follow the same 4 criteria, but that is specific to I believe it, and I'm just going off the top of my head, so excuse me if I get the citations exactly, or if I do not get them exactly correct, but I believe it's 500-110-2 outlines what alternative security provisions are, and then those apply to 510 or 110 subsection 1, 5, 6, or 7. And so that follows a somewhat different process where we will check in with the chief law enforcement officer of the municipality where the licensee is located to ask for their opinion as to whether or not the alternative security provision is a sufficient stand-in for whatever security regulation we have. And then we take that opinion under advisement. It's not determinative, but we take that under advisement. We take those opinions seriously. And then our investigation staff will perform an analysis to determine whether or not that is an adequate alternative security provision. So if any of the security regulations that might be implicated by the transport over water or using aircraft, any alternative means of transportation, I'll say, those would have to, we would have to contemplate alternative security provisions as well. So it's really a long way of saying waiver and ASP might not be the best fit for this instance.
And in the case of ASP, I have the regs in front of me now. And
Did I get the citation right?
You did. You did. You mentioned that there must be a submission to the chief law enforcement officer in the municipality where the ME is located.
Correct.
And in this case,
It's a good point. It might present some difficulties because there's likely more than one municipality that would be implicated. And then we're also talking about, I mean, it's not necessarily a municipality, but taking into consideration, say they were using the steamship authority. We know the steamship authority has also already expressed an opinion that they are not in favor of using their service for this practice. But that was just based off of the initial conversation.
okay. Okay. And in the waiver component, so those factors, what stood out and continues to stand out to me is that subsection B, public health, safety, or welfare. In this case being public health, the inability to have access to medication. And on the public safety side of things, one could argue that by not having access to a regulated product, there can be an increase of things that are on the black market that are just not regulated coming into the islands because there's not access to regulated product. I'll stop there. I know I've asked a lot of questions. Let me ask you guys, Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Roy, if you have any questions at this point. Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to also talk about patients a little more. And thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I know you had asked Director Kathy Oliver Jones, but right now, currently there are 234 medical patients on Martha's Vineyard. And we have 599 packages in a broken supply chain. So does that fall under, you know, public health emergency or I'm not sure, but I think we really need to. I mean, other jurisdictions have done it. I mean, New York, California's Catalina Island, that's federal waters. Our neighbors to the north in Maine have figured, I mean, so we're not inventing the wheel. You know, it's just how were they able to overcome these challenges and these obstacles? But if we do nothing, you're going to have 234 patients with no access to medical cannabis on the island. That's the reality of it.
Yeah. Commissioner Stebbins.
Tim, I don't know.
Tim.
You wanted to say something first?
Excuse me. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I just want to make one other thing clear too, just kind of rewinding a little bit to the waiver discussion. I just want to also make clear too that the conversation is focusing a lot on federal law, but also that cannot waive statutory requirements or waiver would not constitute a waiver of a statutory requirement. That applies to federal law. It also applies to state law. So our general laws as well. So Chapter 94G and Chapter 94I2, any sort of provisions in there that might be implicated, we would not be able to waive those. And that has come up in the past too. When somebody asks for a waiver, that goes into that. I believe I might have said that, but I just want to make it clear that it's both state and federal statutes, any statutory requirements.
You did say that, but now that you mentioned it again, I just didn't actually expand on that because I didn't believe that there were any state laws possibly being implicated. But are there
We would need to look into it more specifically too, and like my team would perform that analysis if we were to receive a waiver. But that is, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't miss something as I was talking. And then also to Commissioner Roy, just in terms of how other jurisdictions are doing it, I imagine that the commission can do some outreach to kind of check in on those.
We have some more work to do. So this is more of a preliminary. It's to lay out what's before us, to get an understanding of the landscape in terms of what we have available, the tools we have available, and then figuring out what some potential next steps may be. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. And thank you, Chair One, for putting those topic on the agenda. Obviously, Chapter 55 and our regs kind of spoke to how the commission was supposed to operate in this odd space. I'm also interested in more digging in a little bit more. You know, Maine was interesting, but I think Director Giancola said they're very preliminary in their regulatory process, so they might be just curious about the conversations that they've had. You know, as Commissioner Roy said, obviously concern for patients, residents of Dukes County who rely on a medical prescription with their medical card. I think we also need to focus on what we can do, kind of what's already in our wheelhouse. And I think we can take steps to prioritize review of new applications from Dukes County. We could also prioritize any change of ownership application and hopefully do that in a meaningful time frame that would you know, allow for either a transition of a business or the startup of a new business. Obviously, we prioritize SEP applications and other applications. So like to think of what's currently available to us that we could try to give some direction that if a change of ownership application came in or a new application for a license establishment, we could prioritize review of that.
As Chief Kamalo, I believe I saw you on the screen. Did you have a response to Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Commissioner Stebbins, I want to make sure that I respond to your question. Can you clarify your question, please?
Sure. I was just thinking out loud about, you know, we've had good discussion about you know, emergency reg changes, waivers, things that we control. The question I had is, do we have the ability to prioritize certain license applications or change of ownership application that might come from Dukes County, or, you know, we can roll Nantucket into the conversation at the same time?
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. We do have in place right now, we already have standard operating procedures that we have in place, even, you know, related to expedited applicants, that also we extended to our licensees, our SEPs. And EAs, we do that already. But in this instance, considering the discussion we're having here today, if the public is listening, if it's a situation where you do have a change of ownership application or final license, anything that's in the queue related to, you know, the island licensees, we'll definitely make sure that we prioritize that, because again, the biggest thing for us here at the commission is to ensure that our supply chain, or, you know, related to consumers or patients in the islands, they're treated, you know, equally or the same. Just, you know, they have access just like all our citizens on the mainland. So if there is an application out there, or if it's a situation where you are already, you know, in line for review or for an inspection, please, you know, do let us know. If you do not have an investigator or compliance officer that's already assigned to look into this, you can reach out directly even to me, or send your information through our inspections mailbox. That way we can sort of prioritize, you know, the application.
Thank you, No. I think there's a lot more work for us to do internally. Just figuring a few things out. I would be really interested in knowing the jurisdictional piece, understanding how Maine, New York, California, how those regulations were developed and contemplated. I will stop. Okay, I see Christina, you've added something, but it was in response. It was a response earlier. Before we go to the next item on the agenda, because we can stop now. I plan to bring this back up in June. But we'll have another conversation, a continuation of this with additional information. I'll ask my fellow commissioners if there are any questions that you would like answers to on this topic so that the team and I can work on bringing that information for the June conversation. If you don't know the question now, that's okay. Just let us know. But if there's a question in your mind, first ask it. And we might have that already available. But if there's something we can dig into in the meantime, this is a good time to talk. Right. Commissioner Roy, and then Commissioner Stephens.
Thank you. I know, I'm just wondering if we should have discussions with folks over in Dukes County, whether it's select boards, sheriff's department, you know, they may know of things we're not thinking of. But I think we need to engage the county. And first of all, they need to be aware that there's a supply chain issue and that, you know, the number of patients on the island. And maybe that's something on the local level, they can help us solve at the regulatory level. So I just think we need to engage Dukes County as best we can.
I agree. And it might also make sense, I'll just throw this out there, to have a hearing there.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I'm writing this down. I'm working this through. Commissioner Stephens.
I just wanted to go back before we moved off the topic. Appreciated our acting CIE's comments, but I wasn't sure if she felt there was any just kind of words of encouragement or vote we can take to direct our staff to expedite those applications. I know she said she kind of has the capacity to do it. I just don't know if she would welcome any kind of just commission endorsement of that ability or what would be helpful to her and her team.
Chief Kamala.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbings. I think that will be helpful. I'll defer to legal counsel or also enforcement counsel because our regulations are specific to expedited applicants, which I mentioned that now we've extended to licenses as well. We adapted that because we wanted to make sure that, you know, we were being, you know, consistent in terms of how we treat our expedited applicants. But I think it will be helpful, especially in this instance, so that we're not arbitrary and capricious, or it's not just at my discretion to make these decisions, to sort of get some motion language of some sort related to this issue, that if in fact we do receive changes of ownership or we receive inspection requests. I was trying to make sure that I don't use an acronym. Inspection requests that in fact, you know, we prioritize them. So that will be super helpful. We welcome that so that we can be consistent in, you know, in the way that we approach this issue.
Commissioner Stephens, does that answer your question?
I'd invite legal counsel's opinion.
Christina.
Thank you, Commissioner Stephens. I agree with the acting CIE. I know that our statutes and our regulations do have provision for priority applicants, but I think that you could, you know, just have a motion language to get to direct staff to give special attention to those applications, given that there's this issue that's arisen. So it might be just a motion to, you know, to review. And I'm going to look at enforcement staff. I'm doing it on the fly, and you guys are the better ones to do this. But I would agree, and acting CIE over on the screen. So I'll think about it, and then if you have any suggestions, I'm happy to take those too.
Yeah, so thank you, General Counsel. So we will work with General Counsel.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, I can defer to the acting chief. I was just going to say I might need a minute to kind of think of verbiage for it, but happy to assist.
Chief Kamala.
Oh. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry about that. Yes, we will work behind the scenes right now with our, General Counsel and EC to sort of wordsmith the motion language. Maybe we can just adapt what we already have in the regulations and just tweak it to actually, reflect the discussion here today related to that.
Director Giancola. Do you mind joining us again on screen? Thank you so much. Good to see you again. I'm mindful of the time frame that we have. I know that this is time sensitive. Commissioner Roy raised a really good suggestion that would probably require some immediate attention, but we should do some considerable outreach to the officials who are representing and a part of the areas that are impacted by this. So my request is to reach out starting today to actually have a meeting where we are able to go to Dukes County and have a discussion around what is happening, what's occurring, and how to move forward. I know it's May now, June, July, August. We can talk more offline, but if it can happen next month, that would be ideal. I see Commissioner Royce.
Yeah, I was gonna propose motion language for that, actually. I think there's a sense of urgency around this, and we can nuance it, but my motion would be to direct commission staff to reach out and schedule a hearing in Dukes County within the next 30 days.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor and opposed. Okay.
Okay.
We'll stop there. We have more conversations to have. We have more work to do. Thank you all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know this was a lot of information. Enforcement team, really thank you for everything you've done today and just the amount of outreach that you've also done on this issue. Thank you. Jacob in particular, thank you so much. Okay, so I can hear Matt, so I'm hoping now I can hear Debbie. Acting Executive Director, do you mind joining us, and let's see if the volume works now.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear
You're
me?
very low. That's so low.
I have no idea what's going on. My mic is working great on this side. My volume is working well. I have no idea what the issue
We can
might
hear
be.
you. We can hear you now, Debbie. Okay, so that brings us back to the top. The Executive Director search update. Floor is yours, Debbie.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. And I know that we are stretched for time, but I wanted to quickly revisit the chair's opening remarks and the overall theme of the day. I think this is really important, so please indulge me for just a couple minutes. Going back to State of the Cannabis event was an exciting and rewarding event. It not only reflected the bench strength in terms of talent, complexity of work and accomplishments, and above all, leadership here at the Commission. And I really would like to bring some attention to the current leadership at the Commission, specifically commissioners, the acting chair, Ava Calendar Concepcion, the acting chief acting chief investigation and enforcement officer, Nam Kamalo, the acting enforcement counsel, Timothy Goodin, and the acting director of investigations and enforcement, Catherine Binkowski. And again, I can't say how strong the bench strength is here at the Commission and how remarkable it is. And I want to say that, acting roles do not in any way diminish the remarkable efficiency and effectiveness of our team. I can ensure the public and anyone who is participating in this public forum that we are deeply committed to the mission of the CCC. I see that every day, and I'm very proud to be a part of such an amazing team. So I just wanted to put that out there. And I know we have our challenges externally, but internally, we were the little engine that could, and we're going to keep chugging along. Now we're a much bigger engine, and much bigger talent is needed. We have to hold on to the big talent that we have, and we'll continue to do that. So thank you for that indulgence. I appreciate it. So with the update of the commission executive director recruitment. So we did launch, and I wish there was some way we could like send up balloons and you know, party streamers or you know, whatever we could do virtually, but we did launch, and we're excited about the launch. I understand there's a possibility we may already getting applications in, which is exciting. Some of the partners in this launch, you know, the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission's website, of course, Mass Careers, Cannabis Regulators of Color Coalition, Massachusetts Municipal Association, Cannabis Regulation Association, and also the Black Economic Council of Massachusetts. So this is a very exciting and big endeavor for us. And we're going to put every effort into making sure that we get a really great executive director on board with us. And this is one of the reasons why I like to brag about our commission and our team, because we are a force to be reckoned with. We are committed, and we will continue to be committed to the work that we're doing, and committed to our community, our constituents, and our partner legislators. So we do have a little bit of a delay in terms of our timeline. It may be pushing us back about 3 weeks or so, but right now the process that we're going through is actually sourcing the candidates. The committee, the subcommittee will be meeting hopefully here soon. I think maybe around the 15th of this month, to start looking at applications and sourcing applicants. This is really exciting. We can't wait to get started. We see that the first round of interviews may now push into late June, early July, and that could go through the 19th of July. And these are just estimated dates. July 22nd on, we may be looking at the second round of interviews. And then, of course, final interviews, hopefully at one of our August public meetings. We're looking at possible offer late August, early September, which means this would push us out, possibly push us out to a start date of around October 1. And that all depends on the availability of the individual we choose to come in and lead our staff, our commission. So, and again, you know, these timelines, you know, are really contingent upon the commissioner's schedule. As you know, engagements are booked up sometimes a year in advance. And so there are engagement activities on the commissioner's agenda. And, you know, we may need to like trade dates and move things around a bit, but sometimes some of those dates will not be able to change. So that's kind of where we are with the update. Again, a lot of excitement, and we are we're moving forward on this.
Thank you, Debbie. And again, so the application now is live. Debbie, are you able to hear me? That was a question.
I'm not hearing you. I'm hearing you now.
Okay, I asked just for you to affirm that the application for the executive director position is now live.
Yes.
Okay, and if I were someone seeking that application, where would I go right now?
So right now, we've launched on our own website. So we're starting there. We also launched on Mass Careers. And in addition to that, the major job boards will pick us up once we launch with Mass Careers, and we've already done that. So applicants can, you know, look at some of the major job boards like ZipRecruiter and there's another big one out there, and some of the minority job boards where we will post. So it is not unusual for many job boards to pick us up, especially high-level government positions such as ours.
Okay. But for anyone who may be listening right now, if you wanted to find this application, find the description, you can go through our website or on to Mass Careers.
Yes, directly to our website and Mass Careers, and there is a landing page, and it's dedicated to our ED search. So going onto our website probably is like very direct, and it's also going to be very direct on Mass Careers, because
And
the link will be on Mass Careers to direct them to our landing page.
Thank you, Debbie. And I want to thank Rachel Fletcher on the team. She just pinged me to remind me that it's also available across our social media platforms. So if you follow us on Twitter, LinkedIn, I think there's also an Instagram. I'm not on Instagram, but you can find that job description and the announcement of this being posted.
Yes, and I believe,
and also the link.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe there is a press release. So yes, we're pretty much out there at this point.
Okay, and the URL, I'm pounding this point forward just so anyone who is interested can find it, is masscannabiscontrol.com/ED search. And you will also find the application. Thank you, Mary Alice Curley. I'll pause there. Debbie, did you have any additional comments?
No, just thank you to the comms team and the digital team and, everyone else who participated in pulling this all together. If you have a chance to go out there to our website, please go and take a look. It's really quite phenomenal. So just thank you to the entire team. And this is our first step, but, good things to come, more good things to come.
Thank you so much, Debbie. And I mentioned this at prior meetings, but there will be an executive director search update at every meeting. So moving forward, we will just make sure we're all on the same page, that the public is informed just where we are in the process. It's a really significant role. That goes without saying. It will, whoever comes into this position will have the opportunity to make a really significant impact on an industry that has proven to be not only thriving, but it changes. It changes. So it's definitely interesting work. If there are no questions or comments from my fellow commissioners, I don't see any hands. Okay, we can go on to the next item on the agenda.
I'm going to go back to the motion for prioritizing the application license review. I got some language from GC, which we can take care of that.
Commissioner Stebbins, do you mind saying that one more time?
Sure. GC gave us some language for a motion to direct that CIE to prioritize review of licensing applications, including inspections and changes of ownership for Dukes and Nantucket counties.
Okay.
Back in just
So let's this is going back to the islands, transportation to the island discussion. Thank you, Madam GC. Commissioner Stebbins, did you want to make the motion?
Sure. Madam Chair, I move to direct the I&E department under the direction of the CIE to prioritize review of licensing applications during inspections and changes of ownership from Dukes and Nantucket counties pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 94G, Section 4, subsection A, subsection 30, if I got my Roman numerals right. Triple X.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I have one question. Is if there should be a time component here, or are we? Go ahead, General Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. Yes, if you wanted, you could say until otherwise directed by a vote of the commission at the end as well.
Commissioner Stebbins, could you make the motion with that additional language?
If the GC would type that and send it over to me, I think I can speak slowly enough that I can add it when she's.
Sure.
Madam Chair, I'll withdraw my previous motion I'd like to offer a new motion, which is move to direct the I&E department under the direction of the CIE to prioritize review of licensing applications, including inspections and changes of ownerships from Dukes and Nantucket counties pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 94G, Section 4, subsection A, subsection XXX, until otherwise directed by a vote of the commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay.
And I just wanted to say thank you so much for bearing with us. It was a great collaboration effort from the legal team and from the enforcement team on that one. So we did it on the fly, but hopefully that will help us out when we're considering this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now that leads us to the second item on today's agenda. It is the model equity ordinance. I see Director Giancola. Director Giancola, are you walking us through the model equity ordinance? Okay.
Good afternoon again, everyone. The model ordinance or bylaw is stemming from the April public meeting whereby the commission voted to bring this forward to a public comment. So commission staff reviewed public comments between April 11th and April 25th. And we also reached out to and received comments and suggestions from the Office of the Attorney General's Municipal Law Unit. As you might recall, the Municipal Law Unit is tasked with reviewing every local ordinance that a town approves. So it was really important for us to receive feedback from that office. Multiple staff members spent approximately 15 hours over the past 2 weeks reviewing and analyzing from both legal and a policy perspective and incorporated where appropriate comments and suggestions that were made to the draft model that the commission had initially reviewed in April. So some highlights of the edits. There was a slight reorganization of the sections for better flow of the model. There were formatting and typographical changes to comply with ordinance and bylaw best practices and legal formalities. However, no substantial changes were made. So staff therefore do recommend the following. Commission approval of the final draft and to give staff the authority to make ministerial updates as needed.
Are there any questions on the draft model ordinance or bylaw?
Yes.
Commissioner Roy?
I just need a second. I have too many tabs going. Trying to get to my meeting book here. Director Giancola, the section on felony offenses, can we go to that section? Let me just get my board book. I just X'd out of it. Bear with me. Bear with me. Director Potvin, is he still with us? Oh, he's not? Okay. Can't locate it. There's a section on felonies.
I wonder, did it fall under the municipal equity?
It did. Unless it's in the guidance. It might be in the guidance. Okay, yeah, it's in the guidance. Okay, it's in the when we get to the guidance. The guidance, thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions on this section, on the draft model ordinance or bylaw? Okay. Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion to approve the draft model ordinance or bylaw. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
General Counsel?
Just also, if you could just add subject to ministerial edits from staff if needed. So like we kind of add that just in case there's some typos or any other types of just minor issues that we can need to clean up before it gets published.
Did you have a question, Commissioner Stebbins?
No, I was going to say, can just add that onto it in case staff, as they're reformatting or anything else, they came across a typo or anything that they need to just change. We've given them permission to do that.
Christina, repeat that language one more time. I have it.
Sure, so
Subject to administrative.
It's subject to minor ministerial edits or typo corrections. I think that's what we usually use. So it'd be motion to approve the draft model ordinance or bylaw subject to ministerial changes or typo corrections.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the draft model ordinance or bylaw subject to minor ministerial changes and typo corrections?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. We'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Director Giancola, that brings us to the next item, which is the draft guidance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so for the guidance on municipal equity, staff received and incorporated comments and suggested edits from commissioners stemming from the April public meeting. So the information that was requested by commissioners included suitability information, identification of geographical areas of disproportionate impact, ways to relay complaints to the commission, including ongoing efficiency initiatives. And we utilized the public comments received for the model ordinance in order to provide clarifying information about stated policies. An additional section was added titled HCA Negotiations, Required Practices Related to Equity. And so therefore staff recommend the following: commission approval of the final draft and to give staff the authority to make ministerial updates as needed.
Thank you, Director Giancola. Commissioner Roy?
Yes, so I just need a little bit of edification. On page 5 in red, additionally, all individuals and entities seeking licensure must be found suitable as licensees by the commission pursuant to 935 CMR 500, 801 Table A, 501 800, and or 501 801 Table A. Individuals and entities may be disqualified for licensure if they have been convicted of a felony, not including marijuana-related offenses, and may have the ability to seek a hearing. Individuals and entities unsure if they are suitable for licensure to seek independent legal counsel. So my question is, not including marijuana-related offenses, but it would be included if it was a marijuana-related offense distribution to a minor.
That's correct. That's correct.
So I think we need to adjust that.
Okay. I think we might be able to motion that.
Yeah, we can direct staff.
Yeah.
So we can ratify it today and.
Right.
Yeah.
Are there, so I think it makes sense to add this like we would a condition. But I'll ask our GC what makes the most sense to add that change and direct the change.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I think you could just make just add it to the motion that you're making that edit. And I think that's consistent with that regulation and with that table. So you could just, if you want to include that, saying not including marijuana related offenses, including distribution to a minor,
not including distribution to a minor, you could do that, or you could just delegate that change to staff. Or
I think my concern is the drafting. I wanted to make sure it's not choppy, like you, so I think it's clear what Commissioner Roy is saying, but just giving it to staff to make sure it's formulated in a way that is consistent with the guidance. Tim?
Oh, sure. Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I think the staff would be able to incorporate that edit. I think really this is just adding a couple words to say, not including marijuana related offenses except otherwise explained, such as distribution to a minor, because it's clear in the in both the statute as well as the suitability table. So I think we could essentially just take the language
Table.
from the language. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, Madam Acting Chair, essentially, I think if you move to accept with and direct staff to incorporate edits based on the concerns or the issue that was identified by Commissioner Roy, I think I'm confident we can take it from here.
Okay, I'm confident in you too. Okay. Commissioner Roy, did you have any additional comments?
No, I think I'm confident in the staff too. I'm wondering if we should say, lifting the language from 50. Is it, 500, 801. I mean, I don't know if we want to put that in conviction or continuance without a finding for any distribution of a controlled substance to a minor.
I think what I'll ask, when it's time to make the motion, I just want to make sure there's no other questions, is you make the motion and also include what you're asking in the motion.
Yep.
And then the staff they won't include it verbatim, but it's more, it's specifying.
Yep.
More, what you're seeking in the change. Commissioner Stebbins, did you have any questions or comments on the model guidance?
Nope.
Okay. All right. And in that case, I will ask Commissioner Roy to make the motion. So it would be a motion to approve the guidance on municipal equity and industry participation, subject to
Commission staff amending Section 2, paragraph 2, to include the following language: conviction or continuance without a finding for any distribution of a controlled substance to a minor.
and subject to minor ministerial changes or typo corrections. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Thank you both for that. And Commissioner Roy, thank you for identifying that, bringing that to everyone's attention too. Okay. And thank you, Director Giancola.
Thank you.
So we are actually moving pretty quickly. I'll knock on wood.
Yeah.
We've already gone through island transportation. So that brings us to item number 5, delivery license type policy updates. The reason for this being on the agenda, delivery, there was a conversation about this last winter, actually in December. And we talked about delivery to municipalities that currently ban establishments from being from opening within their lines. So I wanted to bring this back. We're doing some more work currently internally on the delivery front, and I know that Commissioner Stebbins also has an update to provide on delivery to hotels. But for the delivery to municipalities that have banned marijuana establishments update, that will be coming from our general counsel. So I will hand things over to you, General Counsel Gasson.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Chair, and for the time today. First of all, I want to thank my legal team. I know that this was a long process. We wanted to make sure that we vetted everything appropriately. We carefully considered a lot of our statutes, our regulations, and we took a look at the legislative intent behind the marijuana statute. And so I want to just give a little bit of background today. As you know, no towns are cities or towns where the majority of voters voted in the negative for question 4 back in 2016 on that legalization, regulation, and taxation of marijuana ballot question. As we know, the commission has authority, significant authority that was granted by the legislature in Chapter 94G, Section 4, to regulate the marijuana industry in Massachusetts, which includes the powers of determining which applicants should be rewarded licenses, denials of applications, restrictions on licenses, revocations on licenses, establishing a registration process, and of course, adopting, amending, or repealing any regulations for the enforcement of Chapter 94G. And of course, now we're in a new frontier of reviewing, regulating, and enforcing and approving host community agreements. However, the legislature also created a local control section in Mass General Laws, Chapter 94G, Section 3A, which allows cities and towns to adopt ordinances and bylaws imposing reasonable safeguards on the operations of marijuana establishments. This statute specifically permits marijuana establishments, or MEs, to govern the time, place, and manner of marijuana establishment operations and outlines specific exemptions there. This power to municipalities abuts our power. It was also something that was considered by the legislature when reviewing whether a marijuana establishment could operate within a municipality. They can't be unreasonably practical. They can't conflict with our bylaws or regulations. They were given the power to pass ordinances that, again, will do the time, place, and manner of marijuana establishment operations, and prohibit the operation of one or more types of marijuana establishments, provided that the municipality properly submit any bylaw or ordinance for approval to the voters. It's important to note when we go through this that adult use and medical use licensees are defined separately in Chapter 94G and are contemplated distinctly within this section of the statute. They've defined marijuana establishments in Chapter 94G, Section 1, to mean a marijuana cultivator, an independent testing laboratory, a marijuana product manufacturer, marijuana retailer, or any other type of licensed marijuana-related business. So here it allows the host community to regulate that time, place, and manner of operations, and it specifically excluded the term medical marijuana treatment centers, or MTCs, and does not include the allowance for cities or towns to regulate MTCs. Our own regulations at 935 CMR 500.001 definitions also has a definition of a marijuana establishment. And it also includes delivery licensees in that, along with other marijuana-related licenses such as ITLs, marijuana cultivators, product manufacturers, micro businesses, etc. Therefore, this adult use delivery licenses fall within the statutory definition of a marijuana establishment that is subject to municipal regulation and local control. Under the authority granted by the legislature, cities and towns have had that vote, have been able to do that vote to prohibit one or more types of marijuana establishments.
Can I gotta intervene for a second?
Sure.
Because it's going in a direction that's not directly answering the question. So the question wasn't about delivery couriers and operators being hosted by municipalities that are essentially no towns. It was about their ability to deliver in these places. So what I'm hearing from that legal analysis was, I feel like that relates to the host communities. So the areas that are actually hosting these entities, where they're located.
Yeah, and that's the question. I think it's also the fact that there's those provisions in the statute regarding the time, place, and manner of operations. So it's not just specifically related to the location of an establishment. And our regulations are, and I'll go into a little bit more detail now. We specifically have kind of adopted that view with respect to local control, where we said that the regulation has stated, and that's at 935 CMR 500.1451L, subsection 1L, that the deliveries by delivery licensee or a marijuana establishment with a delivery endorsement shall be geographically limited to the municipality identified as the marijuana establishment license's place of business, any municipality which allows for retail within its borders, whether or not one is operational, and any municipality which, after receiving notion from the commission, has notified that delivery may operate within its borders. So when the commission did consider this originally, I do think it was considering those time, place, and manner provisions in the statute. So when we were looking at what was the legislature intending, was it intending for just businesses or dispensaries or operations that were located in that municipality, or did it also consider whether or not delivery could take place? And I do want to get into kind of the differences between transportation and delivery as well, because I know that that has come up as a possibility when we're looking at some of these delivery and transportation options. So I can, if you would like, I can go on.
That would probably answer one of the things, because the reality is the current licensees that have delivery licenses are commuting through the entire Commonwealth, regardless on whether or not the municipality they're driving through is on board or not. The other reality is that there are, and I think this gets lost in this conversation, is that cannabis delivery is occurring across the entire state, regardless of if the municipality is a no town or not. It's just not for the adult use space. So in the medical use space, there are currently deliveries happening across the board, regardless on whether or not it's a no town or not. So I just wanted to state that for the record. And then I do want to hear your thoughts on the transportation component.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. So again, want to take a look at the differentiation between the terms transportation and delivery, because I think that they do differentiate them somewhat in both in the statute and in our current regulations. When reviewing the statute, there seems to be a legislative intent to differentiate between the terms transportation and delivery. There's a subsection of the statute, so Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 94G, Section 3C, which says that no city or town shall prohibit the transportation of marijuana or marijuana products, or adopt an ordinance or bylaw that makes the transportation of marijuana or marijuana products unreasonably impractical. We did want to take a look at that statute to see if there was any definition of delivery or transportation, and there wasn't. However, the definition section of the statute, as well as other sections within the statute, do differentiate between delivery and transportation when defining other terms. So for example, it defines a laboratory agent as an employee of an independent testing laboratory who transports, possesses, or tests marijuana. However, it defines a marijuana retailer as an entity licensed to purchase and deliver marijuana and marijuana products from marijuana establishments, and to deliver, sell, or otherwise transfer marijuana and marijuana products to marijuana establishments and consumers. So it has been, there are different terms that are used throughout the statute. And also with our regulations, for example, the 935 CMR 500.002 defines marijuana transporters as transporting products between licensed MEs and MTCs and not delivered to registered residential addresses. So for example, it says marijuana transporter means an entity not otherwise licensed by the commission that is licensed to possess marijuana products solely for the purpose of transporting, temporary storage, sale, and distribution to marijuana establishments or MTCs, but not to consumers. Marijuana transporters may be an existing licensee, transporter, or third-party transporter. And they also differentiate between the terms transportation and delivery throughout the regulations. So when referring to specific licenses regarding transporting products between businesses versus delivery to consumers.
Thank you, Christina. I think the one thing I do want to state is the regulatory citations are helpful, but we're here about regulatory changes. So we're not bound by what is currently incorporated into our existing regulations. That just means it might be something that we would have to change if we were to allow for delivery to no towns. Can you just tell us really directly whether or not this is something that's within our authority and our wheelhouse?
So that was what we wanted to take a very close look at the issue and make sure we understood what the risks were, right? So we obviously, you have the authority to promulgate regulations, amend your regulations, but we must do so within the purview of the statute, right? So when looking at the statute right now, it does appear that the local control portion of the statute may be something that prevents the commission from promulgating these regs. Now, I'm not saying that this is absolutely no. It is definitely a risk. I'm assuming, like, again, you're taking a look at you have these two separate statutes, right? You have your power, enumerated powers, and the municipalities also have those enumerated powers. Right now, obviously, the regulations completely do not allow it. If you were to take a look at revising those regulations, it would be a very large scale changes to those regulations, because you'd have to take a look at how you define transportation and delivery throughout the regulations. And that's not to say you might get some legal challenge. There might be some municipalities that would assert that the local control statute that I'm asserting, prohibits deliveries. That's definitely a risk, and I wanted the commission to be aware of that. And of course, when you do the promulgation process, you have public hearings, and you'd probably be hearing from the MMA, other types of organizations, municipalities, with respect to how they interpret the local use statute. So,
And the local use statute does not apply for MTCs.
that is correct. It's only in Chapter 94G. So currently, it permits deliveries to MTCs,
Okay.
which is regulated through Chapter 94I.
Thank you, Chair. Have we looked at, there's no case law, right? So this hasn't gone to a court of competent jurisdiction, but have we looked at case law, let's say in the Commonwealth with alcohol and dry towns in delivery? Is there any case law that we could look at around that?
That's an interesting question. We did compare with some statutes that govern permits for delivery and transportation of alcoholic beverages. I did look at those statutes. They do also differentiate between those terms. So the statute for delivery of alcoholic beverages is General Laws Chapter 138, Section 22, that says that licensees for the sale of alcoholic beverages or alcohol as the case may be, may transport and deliver anywhere within the Commonwealth alcoholic beverages or alcohol lawfully bought or sold by them. So it is a little bit different, their statute. But again, I haven't looked at case law with respect to those alcohol statutes. We have looked at some case law with respect to local control.
Okay. So just so I understand, so that's in the statute around alcohol, ABCC. So basically for delivery, there are no dry towns, is what you, like, in layman's terms, is what you just said.
No, so it says it's dependent upon whether it's a permissible or not.
Oh, it does that. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, sure. Let me pull it up.
So I can process it.
So it says licensees for the sale of alcoholic beverages or alcohol, as the case may be, may transport and deliver anywhere in the Commonwealth alcoholic beverages or alcohol lawfully bought or sold by them in vehicles owned or leased by them or their employees, if each vehicle used for such transportation and delivery is covered by a permit issued by the Commission. And then it continues to go on.
But I still didn't hear that.
I didn't either.
It says that there has to be alcohol lawfully bought or sold by them.
Right, but it doesn't say, you said permissible anywhere in the Commonwealth is that's what stuck out to me.
I mean, I'd have to take another look at it.
Okay. Okay.
Commissioner Stebbins, did you have any questions?
I just had a thought, and appreciate the GC's work in kind of dissecting this, but to go back to 500.1051, deliveries by a delivery licensee or a marijuana establishment with a delivery endorsement shall be geographically limited to. So 3 is a municipality which, after receiving notice from the commission, has notified the commission that delivery may operate within its borders. I don't want to qualify it as low-hanging fruit, but we have 100 some odd no communities across Massachusetts. If the commission sent each of their governing bodies a letter and said, would you allow adult use delivery in your community? And here's our regulatory landscape. Here's what delivery looks like. You know, I think there's even a way to build in the argument that as much as we've been trying to move folks from the legacy market to the regulated market, there's probably still a presence of the legacy market in some of those no towns. And saying you might be able to help us combat the legacy or the illicit market, whatever you want to call it, by allowing delivery. You don't have to allow a dispensary. You don't have to allow product manufacturer or a cultivator, but we can push the town to see if they want to allow it for adult use delivery only. That to me might appear to be again, I don't know how many communities we would get, but at least it's proactive on the commission's part. It looks like it's allowed in the regulation, and the community could still choose to say, you know what, yes, we should allow delivery. We don't want to zone for cultivation, product manufacturing, or dispensaries, but we'll allow for it because, you know, maybe our residents of town would like to have delivery of cannabis. I'd be interested in, you know, posing that question to our government affairs team to see if that was something we could consider. It's again, tying it still all into the regulatory and legal review, but.
And it's already a part of our regulatory framework.
Already right there.
Yeah. Director Giancola, are you still available? And while he, if he is, okay, I see him. Before I kick it over to you, Director Giancola, I want to just confirm, Madam General Counsel, that read of our existing regulations is an accurate description of what we have.
I'll defer to Director Giancola because I think he's going to refer to the same thing I am, which is that municipal zoning tracker that's on our website. But I believe that like the commission is already reaching out to retailers where it says where delivery is banned, where delivery is permitted, whether zoning and everything like that. But
this is a little different because the ask is now about us asking, are you willing to allow delivery in your municipality? Director Giancola, can you provide some additional context?
Yeah, and I apologize, Commissioner Stebbins, would you mind restating that question as well?
Sure. Director, under 935 500.105 1L, I think, talks about where deliveries by a delivery licensee or marijuana establishment with a delivery endorsement shall be geographically limited to, and it points out those three populations. The third one is any municipality which, after receiving notice from the commission, has notified the commission that delivery may operate within its borders. You know, I know we have the, you know, the zoning tracker, the municipal tracker. Sometimes we get timely information from municipalities, sometimes we don't, but I'm wondering if here we could communicate with those no municipalities and simply ask them to adopt by ordinance or adopt by bylaw, or, you know, a vote of a governing body to allow for delivery and provide them with suitable information, just as we were doing in the municipal equity guidance piece about the commission, authority, regs around delivery, how delivery happens. And then, you know, if there's a argument that we can make, and a valid argument that we can make, that, you know, we're trying to move people from the legacy market into the regulated market, that this type of activity still might be going on within their municipal borders, and that allowing licensed regulated delivery might be to their advantage. Obviously, it still gives them the chance to opt in or opt out, but I'm just thinking it's kind of a low-hanging fruit request. It's certainly still up to every municipality, but it may open up some of those towns. Like I said, I was just visiting West Springfield, which had been clearly a no town and is now licensed its first dispensary, that some other towns might not have been thinking about this, but might be willing to offer to allow delivery. It was a long-winded question. Sorry.
No, thank you, Commissioner. I believe it's fair to say that the commission has interpreted that first clause, any municipality which after receiving notice from the commission, to include essentially a broad notice from the commission, stating that, any city or town that wants to modify its ordinances or bylaws can contact us and let us know that they have done so to allow their residents to receive deliveries. So there have been a few instances where that has happened. And essentially what happens is the city or town will make that change, and then they'll send a notice to staff. It'll eventually get routed to myself and our digital team. And we'll make that update on the municipal zoning tracker. It is important to note, though, that enforcement has always maintained that licensees should be aware of where they're delivering products to, and the best, most official way to understand what a city or town allows is to contact the city or town directly. The zoning tracker is somewhat of an unofficial source, just because there could be changes to city or town ordinances, or it's possible that the commission has not updated its site yet, or perhaps the town just hasn't notified the commission yet. So for safest practice, we always recommend delivery licensees to contact the cities or towns directly.
I wonder if I'm misunderstanding, because Commissioner Stebbins, the way I heard that was to figure out if we can proactively leave the commission, reach out to the municipalities who have designated themselves, have decided not to have any licensed establishments within their municipal lines. If we can proactively reach out and see if they were willing to come on board and allow delivery. And that aligns with that, what is it? 105.1 subsection L number 3.
Right.
So that's the request, right? That's the question.
Yeah, and Matt, thanks for your reply. Again, maybe positioning us to be, is the commission a little more proactive? Our delivery regs have been on the books for quite a while. I'm just thinking of something proactive we might do while we're also considering what other legal or regulatory changes we might want to affect.
Oh, we certainly can do that as well.
And I'd be happy to work with you on that.
Thank you.
So, Director Giancola, you're saying that you and your team will reach out to municipalities relative to allowing delivery to their municipalities.
Yeah, we can develop some outreach to the cities and towns currently on the municipal zoning tracker that have listed themselves as either a ban in place or that delivery is not permitted.
Okay. And I also have a request, but this is of the legal team. It's helpful to hear the legal analysis. I have to have paper and words in front of me, so if we can have a written analysis about just essentially what you said here today, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I already have it. It was, unfortunately, I didn't have it in time for the board packet, but I can get that to you shortly. We're just putting the final touches on it. To everybody, yes.
Yeah. I know we'll have questions after that, but Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just want to offer my individual opinion, and I think Commissioner Stebbins with proactively reaching out, we're not in violation of any local control. We're just saying, would you reconsider? And honestly, I think the cleanest way is a statutory fix. Number C, adding the word or transportation. So I think if we proactively reach out, that's fine. And folks have evolved their position on cannabis, and maybe some communities would or are reconsidering, but I don't want to expose the commission either in violation of local control clauses. So I honestly, in my own opinion, I think a statutory fix is probably cleanest way, but that's not to say we can't eventually, if we decide as a commission to attack it through regulation.
I also, listening to that to our general counsel, it still seems like a gray area. It still seems like there's not a direct yes or no from what I've heard from that analysis. There's that one, the time, place, and manner component, but aside from even that is not really ironclad in terms of our authority. Go ahead, General Counsel.
So I think, I mean, it depends who you asked, right? I think if you went to certain towns, they might say, okay, the provisions of the local control statute mean that we have this authority to regulate delivery.
But my question is not for the localities, the municipalities, and I'm sure we would always want their comments and opinions, but I'm talking about in terms of the law, as the law stands, where are we?
I think, I mean, honestly, I think I'm leaning toward the fact, and again, this is kind of, we've been going back and forth with this because again, it's a matter of first impression. There's no on-point legal authority with respect to delivery and no towns. So Commissioner Roy, you're very, very proactive in stating that because that was one of my points as well. I think if the commission were to enter into regulatory amendment to take care of its regulations, I'm pretty certain that you're going to get some challenges or litigation from municipalities. So there is the question of this. Again, we're looking at the statute, we're looking at that time, place, and manner, the differences between transportation and delivery. There are some tricky things there that it's not completely cut and dry. So, I mean, I would tread with caution, I guess would be my recommendation. I started out this with a very open mind. Obviously I'm the new general counsel. I'm getting opinions from my staff. I wanted to make sure that I carefully considered every viewpoint here. And of course, the commission does have wide authority in promulgating its regulations, but we are kind of confined by that local control statute. And they're very well represented. Obviously, we could be facing some litigation risks or legal challenges.
The lawyer in me, I hear you. Technically speaking, we can face litigation for anything. So I just want to know about if that has substantial standing and if we are more on the lines of being aligned with the law. You're saying that there's potential for that, but tell me about where we stand in terms of the law. You're saying that we could face litigation and there will be a compelling case based on what you've reviewed?
I think there would be a compelling case. I think, honestly, as Commissioner Roy says, there is a clean way of doing this. That would be perhaps having approving an executive and legislative outreach strategy where you petition for an exemption for the delivery of adult use cannabis from municipal regulation. Again, you're not taking away local control, but you're still permitting this. As you noted, transportation is not banned. So I live in a no-town town right now. And would be difficult to drive, going to take a different route. So we talk about like kind of the Commerce Clause and, we can, and doing transportation. We don't want to make people do different routes. So they can drive through I know town to get to the yes town and deliver the product. But right now, the way our regulations in the statute have, my town went to town meeting last week and they still voted to not permit cannabis in our town. So they're still taking these votes. They're still looking at some of these statutes and they're still exerting their ability to have local control. So we take a look at what the legislative intent was of the statute and what the first commission did when they first promulgated regs. And from what I can see and what my team can see from when we look at the what our definition of legislative intent at that time was that they did want to give the municipalities the ability to regulate time, place, and manner of operations. So it wasn't just having a marijuana establishment that does retail sales. It was for all marijuana operations.
Okay. An additional question for Director Giancola. And it's relative to any outreach that has already occurred to the MMA on this issue. Has there been any outreach to the MMA about delivery to no towns?
Thank you, Dr. Chair. Yes, there has. We spoke with the representative of the MMA on the Cannabis Advisory Board, and they shared some feedback. This was in the autumn, I believe, of 2023. And according to their statement, it wasn't a major issue that they were necessarily aware of. I think the individual also wasn't necessarily aware that deliveries could not be made to municipalities. That's not necessarily indicative of the MMA in general, but this one individual just was not aware that deliveries could be banned to its residents. So it's something that they are aware of now, and we could certainly do a little bit more outreach to see if they've identified a position since last fall. I think it was late September, early October that we had that discussion. But it hasn't been a major issue when it comes to delivery topics in general.
Okay, okay. Are there any other questions on the No Town component of today? I'll keep us moving. I know it's 4:30 now. Christina, thank you so much. Thank you for giving us that breakdown and answering all of my questions as well.
Madam Chair.
Oh, Commissioner Wright.
I know Commissioner Stebbins is going to talk to us about hotels, but I just like say in the essence of time and not wanting to shorten any policy or any important discussions, I would like to make a motion to table accounts receivable, because we're going to have another meeting this month, right?
Yeah.
And I don't want to just have a brief conversation on an important topic, because it's, in the essence of the end of the day and everything. So I just would like to make a motion to table it to the next meeting if possible.
Okay.
Everybody's okay with that?
I mean, if you guys, you're the sponsor, so if you're okay with that.
Well, when's the meeting?
May 23rd.
Okay, it's close.
Yeah, I mean, we're good to go, so it's
We're
it's
good.
fine to put it off.
Commissioner Roy, do you want to make the motion?
Sure, I'd like to make a motion to table the accounts receivable policy introductory discussion to the May, what was it?
23rd.
Third meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, to call the roll, Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Accounts receivables policy introductory discussion is now tabled and will take place on May 23rd. I'm glad Matt's already in the room so we can update that agenda too. Okay. Okay. If there are no other questions on delivery to municipalities that have banned marijuana establishments, I'll turn things over to Commissioner Stebbins to talk about delivery to hotels.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I'm glad we're having the opportunity to discuss some of these issues raised by our delivery couriers and operators. As you may recall from our discussions back a while, I expressed my interest in seeing what opportunities existed to expand market and business opportunities for our delivery licensees. From our last discussion, I took on the task of reaching out to the Mass Lodging Association to give you some background on the association and their mission, and I'm quoting right from their website as to who they are. The MLA is to promote, the mission is to promote the business environment and image of the lodging industry in Massachusetts through legislative and communication initiatives, networking and educational opportunities, and member-focused programs and services. Our commitment to excellence and development of the lodging industry is the defining mission of our association. Their members include properties of all sizes and geographical regions throughout the state of Massachusetts, as well as industry partners, companies, and businesses that provide services and products to the lodging industry. So that was directly from their website. I reached out to their president, Christine Pappas, and discussed the topic of delivery and the policy considerations the CCC was mulling over. I want to thank Ms. Pappas for her time, her responsiveness, and consideration. We discussed how deliveries are managed according to our regulations. She offered some initial feedback, but expressed her willingness to pull together a call with her board to give their feedback on the question of delivery to hotel and lodging businesses. On April 1st, the MLA hosted a call for us, including their board of directors. Obviously, the board is charged with representing the industry's interest on behalf of the entire association membership. The board raised several concerns with respect to the question of cannabis delivery. Those concerns included, and this is in no particular order, concern over liability for any medical situation or distress that may arise with a guest's consumption. overall prohibition of smoking within hotel property, fines or charges to the customer and resulting cleaning that is required by the lodging business operator. And concern over a non-guest using the hotel as a delivery location, and then the obligation or liability of the hotel to confirm a guest's registration or other identification. Additionally, the MLA confirmed that hotels do not currently allow for delivery of alcohol to guests. So again, thanks to the MLA for their feedback, and again to Ms. Pappas for responding to our outreach and organizing a call. I would say my initial thoughts is with this kind of feedback, I would have concerns about the commission kind of imposing any requirements or obligations on a private property owner. But again, I was tasked to get some thoughts and feedback from the Mass Lodging Association, and I believe I've conveyed the results of that work back to all of us.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you for that outreach. The second concern, I want to make sure I heard it correctly. The concern was on bans on indoor smoking.
Mm-hmm.
Has that concern, so obviously we had the social consumption conversation. I'm assuming, and now we're in an open meeting, so I can ask these things. I'm assuming that's also a component in terms of indoor lounges, so on and so forth. Is there an overlap between?
It's a good question. Again, I think they were obviously, right now they are not licensed to host social consumption, but obviously they have strict prohibitions about smoking on hotel property or smoking within the rooms.
Okay, and that's not based on our laws, that's based on their procedures. I know we also have.
That might be based on mass law, I'm not sure.
Both, you're saying? Yeah, okay. I have so many questions, but I'll save it for the social consumption, because there are more social consumption questions in this section. Okay. Okay, Commissioner Roy, do you have any questions?
I don't.
Commissioner Stebbins, really, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, like I said, I appreciated their responsiveness and they're willing to spend some time with us on this issue.
Okay. Before we go into the next item, I'll just wrap up the delivery conversation for the day. The reason for having it on the agenda was to figure out, so we're working on regulatory changes. We took the vote in December, so those regulatory changes will be drafted and then brought to the commission. But it was to see if there were any other elements of the delivery conversation that might be folded into that. And based on today, I would say that's a no. Of course, that doesn't preclude us for having more conversations on both these topics in the future, and maybe having more conversations. But I will say at least the intention for the 2-driver rule, for the other components that we deliberated on and voted on in December, that work will continue. So I'm hopeful that we will have a public conversation this summer with the draft regulations in place. So I just want to say that because I think that we've all received some outreach. I get questions about it, but I also want any members of the public that might be listening to understand what that process might look like and when to anticipate another conversation about the changes that we voted on in December. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you for bringing that up. I was also going to say we need to discuss a timeline, and you had mentioned in the summer, that would be great. I do get a lot of inquiries, a lot of calls about it. Folks have been very patient, but they're very eager they've been waiting for a long time around the 2-to-1 rule. But I would like to sponsor third-party transporters, because I think that's part of the conversation we haven't had yet. And we may need to make some changes around that license type for viability as well.
Stebbins.
Yeah, no, thank you for bringing this up. Yet, we've all gotten the messages about the urgency. In the third-party transporter is one I think we need to address in a quick time frame. I've also had some outreach from outdoor cultivators who have put some issues on our list. Again, we can't necessarily get to everybody. We definitely want to try. I would say that telehealth, delivery, and micro business are ones that are pretty far along in terms of having corrective regulatory language proposed. I'm just expressing my opinion. I'm also mindful of the bandwidth of our team, as we've heard and as we've seen with the legal team that's here today. I just want to make sure we have the bandwidth to do it right and get it done in a timely manner. But I want to thank you for putting the topic of no towns, putting the topic of hotel delivery, because those issues were raised by our delivery licensees. And I think at the time I was like, let's vet all of these issues so we don't kind of keep revisiting the license type back and forth every few months to attack a new issue. So I appreciate the effort to kind of move the conversation on those along.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. And I agree with you. Telehealth delivery, micro businesses, they are farther. They're essentially, I see them as being one package that would potentially move at the same time. I'll ask our general counsel if you had any additional comments or thoughts, because this will involve a lot of legal review and analysis and so on and so forth. So did you have any comments or thoughts on the time frame for moving a package that might include telehealth, delivery, micro businesses?
Sure. So right now we're working on some red lines for those, and we're working with the Enforcement Council team and others in order to make sure we have those regulations marked up and ready to go. I could probably have a better estimate for you by next month, but I think we were working under the assumption that we would have something to the commission in the summer. And that because like a lot of these changes, were some changes that were already kind of marked up. I know for example, with the telehealth regulations, we'd mark those up in real time in micro businesses as well. So, yeah, so what we think we could bring that to you probably in the summertime.
And I might as well ask this question just for anyone who wants to understand this a little bit more. The time frame. So if we were to vote on the draft in July or August, tell us what the next steps look like for the regulatory timeframe.
Sure. So we have to follow the regulatory process. So what it would be voting on draft language for amended regulations. So there'd be draft red lines of those regulations, and then our team would take them back. So we'd have the language to work with. We'd fill out all the forms that are necessary to send to the Secretary of State's office, inform all the appropriate parties, file those drafts with the Secretary of State's office, publish notices of hearings in the Register and in our newspapers, and then we'd have another meeting or meetings where we would invite the public to give feedback on our draft amended regulations. And then at that point, the commission would vote to approve the final amended regulations. And then again, we bring them back to the Secretary of State. So after that, if we bring them to the commission in the summertime and then you vote on those initial, it could be a few more months if you're moving quickly to get those promulgated.
Thank you, Christina. I ask you just so that anyone who's listening or joining or might listen in the future knows what to anticipate. So thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay. That leads us to the final item today, which is a job description for a communications manager, and it's being presented by our acting executive director and chief people officer, Debbie Hilton Creek. Debbie, I cannot hear you. We can't hear you here. Still nothing. I'm going to improvise on this one because we have it in our board book.
Right.
So Debbie, I'll improvise. I'll read the job description. Okay. So the job, it's for a communications manager reporting to the director of communications. The purpose of the job, under the direction of the director of communications, the communications manager manages the implementation of the commission's communication strategy and support the commission agency's positive image and directly oversees the agency's media relations, including press staff. I believe this is a promotional opportunity. I will stop there. We all have this available to us in our board books. Debbie, we cannot hear you, but if there are any questions, we can probably put it into the chat to get a chat back. Are there any questions, Commissioner Roy?
I just have two questions. Is this internal or is this posted just internally or internally and externally? It says in the chat. Like one of them.
Through the chair, I think she said that the director of communication is available to present.
Oh, the director, Mary Alice. Hello, Mary Alice Early, Director of Communications. Please join us on this side of the table.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mary Alice. If you wanted to add any additional comments or descriptors, I just read a really brief, what was at the very top of the job description.
Sure. And by the way, thank you for the opportunity to present before all of you today. It's been a long day and try to keep my remarks brief. Obviously, on a day like today, you can see why we definitely need some additional communication support. And I know that was part of the conversation earlier around post community agreements, municipal equity, making sure the public is engaged with us about implementation of Chapter 180 and the opportunities that are available there. So the theme with this hire is that we just need to, as the traditional communications department, refocus our efforts on proactive outreach, increase stakeholder engagement and education, and strategic planning. And additionally, I think the acting executive director said it best. We want to hold on to our big talent. We want to retain talent, provide pathways to career advancement, professional development, and growth within the agency. So those are the two reasons I think this job is really important right now. On the first point, as you know, we have a lot of diverse audiences who we need to reach on a daily basis. Obviously, we serve the entire Commonwealth. We have 872 social equity participants, 122 economic empowerment applicants, hundreds of thousands of patients, as well as caregivers, certifying healthcare providers. 650 operating adult licenses, more than 100 MTCs that have commenced operations, plus hundreds of other license applicants in our queue. Now we also have the responsibility of 351 cities and towns. Obviously, with an emphasis on our 30 DIAs, we want to make sure that we're communicating regularly, consistently with them at all times. So I mentioned Chapter 180. We're also, I should mention other departments. We're working collaboratively with Acting Chief of Enforcement, Noam Kamalo, and her team right now on looking at opportunities to enhance those communications, particularly with municipal equity. We're already developing unique and tailored messaging for emails. I'm excited to put out a press release about today's vote. But then, there's also things like social consumption coming. And I know we've been talking about the need for public education before those come online. We're looking at that already. In Chapter 180, there's also other mandates such as promoting and educating the public about health risks related to mental health, use during pregnancy, the use of high potency products, and home extraction. And we've done some of that work already with our More About MJ campaign. And then obviously rescheduling is another big issue that we're going to need to communicate to the public once changes do hit this agency in the coming year or so. Hopefully you've seen that our team can turn on a dime and respond quickly. I'm so grateful to have Tara, Rachel, and Nadine on our team at this moment, and just hope that having a manager focused on executing some of these priorities will help us be more proactive and alleviate some of the intake that we're currently seeing. And then, just as a second point, I don't want to step on the CPO's, AED CPO's jurisdiction at all, but part of this is about making sure the communications department is staffed like many other departments here. We don't have a manager yet. Specifically within the communications umbrella, our department structure is a little bit different. So I just, see this as an opportunity to correct that as well.
Thank you, Mary Alice. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, and thank you, Mary Alice. I just, two questions. Under knowledge and skills, okay, section 4, the last bullet, expert computer, Word, Excel, access, design skills, Photoshop, Illustrator, Publisher, WordPress. Should we add PowerPoint in there?
And I should also acknowledge, I didn't acknowledge Director Burt who's in the room. We work collaboratively with them as well. And I know they provide a ton of presentation support. So I want to just thank them for their collaboration. And I will add that.
Okay, and then for the last section, salary range, M2 salary band, mid to maximum. If somebody wanted to learn more about what that means, where do they go to understand what M2 salary band, mid to max means?
That is some HR language for job classifications, and I would defer to the AED CPO.
So I guess, is this externally going to get posted to or just internally?
I think I'll defer to as you're shaking your hand.
She's saying internally. She's
Internally, yes.
Okay, and does our staff have access? I mean, I honestly, I don't know where to go to find where that means.
That's a question for our CPO.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And maybe she, let me see if I. I want to say staff have awareness about this if they've engaged with that classification study before, but I'm sure it will be specified.
Okay, all right.
With numbers.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
All right, any additional questions? All right, Debbie, thank you for articulating that so well. I feel like I could hear you on the screen. Oh, she says one more thing.
Okay.
One more time. I don't see it. I don't know, Debbie. I don't know.
We're doing charades now.
I know. One more shot. Okay, you want to, but you're off. Okay, go ahead. Let's see.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right. It's 4:54. Let's now. Thank you so much, Director.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I've been a long day, so.
Yeah.
No. So let's take a vote. Is there a motion to approve the communications manager job description and position?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay. Oh, here we go. Debbie was pointing to the chat. He said that the pay band will be posted with the job. The pay band will be posted.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Debbie. All right, new business not anticipated at the time of posting. There is none. I will open it up to my fellow commissioners if there's anything that you wanted to say or add. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. Probably thinking for the June meeting, I'll be able to report back on the lottery issue that we were asked to explore. Commissioner Roy and I have had subsequent conversations with the lottery. I met with the licensee who was interested in introducing it, so bringing it back for a general policy discussion and possible next steps.
Okay, and you said that will be ready in June?
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner Roy?
Yes, and I'd like to propose for the June meeting, the delegations. I've had multiple opportunities now to meet with the government team, government affairs team, I&E. I&E has recommendations. And I have a couple that, I'd like to see us contemplate. So I'd like to get the delegations on in June.
Okay.
Do that.
I don't see any problem. I assume there was additional information that was needed.
Yeah,
last time, so
I think we're good. Yeah.
all right. And then the other thing that will come up either June or July is governance. Going through the governance charter, just combing through it, having that discussed publicly in a public meeting.
Sure.
So either June or July, but I do want to say that on the record.
I would say it'll be timely as we're moving ahead with the ED search, that
absolutely
whoever our next ED will have a sense of what that document includes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's a lot of moving pieces here, and we will try not to have the agenda as jam-packed as today. I know it's a lot.
It was good.
We got a lot done. We talked about a lot. The next meeting is on May 23rd. It's a policy meeting. The bulk of it, there may be more added. So even today, now the accounts receivable issue will be on for May 23rd. But the other components are around the executive and legislative outreach strategy. I know Commissioner Roy, there's a topic that you were sponsoring around reciprocity, medical reciprocity. Also a conversation around hemp. We know that the Commonwealth is having a hearing around hemp. Commissioner Roy will be speaking during that hearing. But the purpose of the conversation will be about the commission's position in terms as it relates to hemp. We don't regulate hemp, but just having a full-out conversation about where we see ourselves and the considerations that we have to be mindful of. And there may be other things that were added too, but it's a policy conversation, and it will be on May 23rd, and it will be remote. June meeting will be in person, policy meeting remote. With that said, that draws us to the end of today's meeting, 2 minutes short of 5 o'clock. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I'll call a roll. Roy?
Aye.
Stebbins?
Aye.
Concepcion votes aye. We are adjourned.
You're all